Bali unconsciously held his breath as he watched the Mirage Queen spaceship enter an underground tunnel. A few seconds later, the space fluctuated, and the Abyss ruler left. Bali sighed in relief before turning to Varian, who had a solemn expression since seeing the Mirage Queen. Thinking about her words? Varian clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. I have a bad feeling. Are we still attacking the second city? Bali asked. According to the plan, they had to destroy a few cities before the defenses grew tighter and return to the Planetoids to settle the differences. In the best case, Bali could destroy all the level 9s on the Planetoids and let humans occupy them. But after the Mirage Queen's ominous words, Bali wondered if they could meet the minimum goals of the plan. We're not attacking, Varian shook his head and said in a sharp tone. Boo, we're getting out of here. Without asking for Bali's opinion, the ghost ship flew through the silver clouds and headed for the exit. If we go now, we won't even reach the minimum goals. Mars will be done for, Bali protested against the decision. We can take down the Planetoids, Varian insisted. This abyss, I'm not sure why it's giving me. The ghost ship suddenly flipped, and Varian collapsed to the ground along with his couch. Bali, however, stood up and spread out his spatial sense to check the surroundings. But there were no enemies. Boo, what was that? Varian asked in annoyance as he stood up. Boo appeared in the room with a scared expression. Master. What happened? Varian asked. Boo raised its trembling hand and pointed to the sky. Varian, along with Bali, glanced out of the window, and their jaws dropped. A huge silvery purple vortex was forming in the sky, right above them. That thing is completely hijacking Boo's navigation. Just now, we hit a metal mountain, Boo explained in a shaky voice. Varian's chest heaved as he looked at the vortex with a serious expression. Abyss will, Bali's tone dropped to a grave one. And it's gathering its power to attack us. We better hurry, or we'll end up facing the Mirage Queen and an abyss will as strong as her. Boo nodded but wore a troubled expression. The navigation system isn't. Varian looked at Bali, who shook his head. He had just checked outside, and they were now enveloped in a field of psychic energy. He could teleport, but due to the field, his senses wouldn't be accurate. We're in trouble, Varian said. As if in response, hundreds of lights glowed on the horizon, spaceships. Hundreds of level 8s, dozens of level 9s, and leading them was the Mirage Queen herself. Bali will get out alive, but that devil must die. Mirage Queen's eyes grew cold as she flew closer to the vortex. She had forced the Abyss will to find the ghost ship and paid a price. Now, Abyss will could no longer act as surveillance to inform her of human intruders in the Abyss. She had turned it from a radar covering the entire Abyss into a detector to find the ghost ship, Varian, Enigma, and Bali, even if Boo did its best to hide. Not only that, but Abyss will itself could trap them in illusions, and its strength would exceed peak level 9s. Combined with her, Varian would be facing the equivalent of 2 sovereign psychics. If they had left a few seconds earlier, I wouldn't have found them, she sighed inwardly. Under the vortex, Varian grimaced at the looming danger. Bali, can we teleport out of here? I might end up teleporting into the middle of their army. I can do something about it, Enigma said as the door opened, and she stepped in. Sovereign Bali, lend me your space power, and I can take us out of here. How confident are you of not landing us in the middle of their army? Bali didn't question Enigma's ability to teleport. The higher-ups in the Federation had long known that Enigma could escape from even sovereigns. Their most accepted guess was that she had a treasure nearly as powerful as an artifact. With recent findings about her identity, it was believed that Enigma's treasure might even be an artifact. With the artifact, she could teleport more effectively than Bali in some ways, but it would be useless if she led them into the Mirage Queen's army. It's safer than you doing it, Enigma said bluntly and turned to Varian. But I can make it safe if Boo allows my power to fill the ghost ship. Varian nodded first, then fell into thought. He decided to trust her, and time was tight, so he didn't ask for an explanation. Enigma received Varian's permission and took a deep breath. Under Bali's curious gaze, heavy darkness spread from her, enveloping everything in sight. The ghost ship was shrouded in a layer of darkness. Varian found himself in a world of darkness. He couldn't see, touch, or speak. It was as if someone had cut off his senses, making him an observer. So, this is the power of darkness, he thought, sighing. He understood Enigma's plan. Even before the ghost ship, Enigma had been able to sneak into the abyss. As long as she didn't use much power, she remained undetected. Before Varian, she was the only one who could do it, baffling everyone. The current abyss can see through her cloak of darkness and Boo's stealth. However, if they are stacked, we should be able to hoodwink it, even though it will find us eventually. As Varian realized, Enigma's plan worked, and the vortex above the sky shook. The abyss suddenly had trouble pinpointing the enemy. Enigma stretched her hand toward Bali, and a beam of dark light flew out of the sovereign. The card inside Enigma trembled. Taking advantage of the short period when the abyss wasn't locking them down, Enigma used Bali's spatial power and teleported them. What? How did they escape? What happened to the abyss will? The abyssal army was dumbfounded by this development. Mirage Queen chewed on her lip as she stared at the horizon. The vortex that had been here was now thousands of miles away. Even after all the suppression, the ghost ship managed to teleport there. Go to the Planetoids, Mirage Queen declared. 3 minutes later, after confirming that the ghost ship had exited the Mirage Abyss, Mirage Queen stopped outside the abyss. With a wave of her hand, the huge silvery crack spanning hundreds of miles, the entrance to the Mirage Abyss, closed up. Now, only a small tunnel remained. Nodding in satisfaction, Mirage Queen led her forces to the Planetoids. Before she left, her voice spread for thousands of miles. Bali, I'm waiting for you. A few hundred miles away from the new entrance, Varian, Enigma, and Bali looked at each other. Is it really okay? Boo asked. Let's just try once. The ghost ship approached the silver tunnel and entered. Everything turned red, and Varian, Enigma, and Bali paled simultaneously. Varian wiped the sweat off his forehead, trying to forget the abyssal he saw just a second ago. When the light faded, Varian found himself on a half-destroyed Earth, facing the only abyssal he dreaded. Like in a dream, Varian forgot how he got there, and it all felt real. The next thing he knew, he was being crushed to death under the abyssal's attacks. The planets were destroyed one by one, and the abyssal army slaughtered humans as if they were cutting weeds. As Sarah and Sia were about to be killed, Varian found himself back on the ghost ship. Haha. That's too dangerous. Varian took deep breaths, calming his racing heart. Bali closed his eyes, trying to forget the terrible illusion. He became a child once again, locked in his room by his parents. This time, they forgot about him, and he never came out. Enigma turned her head away, closing her eyes to stop the tears from falling. In her vision, she became a spectator and saw herself killing Varian that night. It's an illusion. It's not real. She told herself to heal her crushed heart. Déjà. Hearing the soft whispers, the three turned to the ghost and saw that even Boo was shivering. Déjà Empire. Tears of fear glistened in the corners of Boo's eyes. The unexpected situation threw everyone off guard. Varian looked at the silver tunnel, the only entrance to the Mirage Abyss, and sighed. The abyss will attack them when they tried to enter. Even though Boo was in stealth and Enigma provided cover, the abyss still found them and trapped them in an illusion. We're left with no choice, Varian sighed deeply. Enigma nodded. Her face behind the mask bore a grim expression. This new development wouldn't just stop Varian, it would also prevent her from sneaking in. Since they couldn't use CTF, they lost their original advantages against the abyssals. This is for the best, Bali suddenly said. Varian and Enigma looked at him in confusion. The abyssals were forced to reveal this trump card, Bali said as he rubbed his chin. Imagine if the army invaded the abysses, and the entrance suddenly changed. Some of our forces would be trapped inside, and others would be left outside. That would be disastrous. Even though they didn't like the current situation, Varian and Enigma had to admit that the hypothetical scenario was worse. Still, I think there should be a way in. Varian shook his head. If there isn't, we must find one. We can think about it after we settle the current situation. Bali's words snapped Varian out of his thoughts. The Mirage Queen had already rushed to the Planetoids. So, Bali soaked in a healing tub and instructed the army on the Planetoids through his calm Enigma, on the other hand, used her powers to teleport the ghost ship, which was already moving at full speed. Even though they started a bit later than the Mirage Queen, the ghost ship was faster than any other ship in the solar system. However, they needed to reach the Planetoids as soon as possible. The sooner they did, the better their chances. So, Enigma poured everything she had into it. Sweat poured down her forehead, and her chest heaved. A searing pain coursed through her body, and numbness spread from her head to her toes. After taking them through another long-distance teleportation, Enigma fainted. Varian caught her with his telekinetic power and placed her on a healing bed. He covered her with a blanket and looked at Bali, who was busy recovering. He could have asked Bali to do this, but as the weaker party, Bali needed to conserve every bit of his strength for the upcoming battle. Moreover, Bali had another task that required his space powers. So, without another word, Varian moved Enigma to her room and took off her mask. Seeing her pale face and exhausted expression, he felt guilty. I need to make up for this in the future, Varian sighed. He cleaned her sweaty face with his water powers and murmured in a sincere tone, thanks. Enigma's eyelashes fluttered at his words, but she remained unconscious. Compared to her earlier exhausted expression, she now had a peaceful one, as if she were dreaming a nice dream. Varian smiled and was about to leave the room when a familiar voice called out to him. Varian, why is my body aching so much? It was Sia. Well. A few minutes later, the ghost ship reached the Planetoids. Thanks to the ghost ship's high speed and Enigma's relentless efforts, they had almost 15 minutes before Mirage Queen arrived. Varian knocked on Bali's door. 15 minutes. Do as much as you can. While it seemed like a lot of time had passed, the earth-shattering events all happened in a single day. 8 hours ago, Mirage Queen attacked the first planetoid. 7 hours ago, she was confronted by the 50 level 9s of Mars. 3 hours ago, she faced Bali. 1 hour ago, the Mirage Queen ended the battle and returned to the Mirage Abyss. Despite having around 30 more level 9s than the humans, the Abyssals weren't able to achieve much on the planetoids beyond handling the aftermath. After all, they had only gained this significant edge in level 9 numbers for less than a third of a day. Therefore, all the level 9 Abyssals on the planetoids focused on the aftermath, hoping to move quickly to the next stage, conquering the remaining planetoids. The planetoids under their control operated at 150% efficiency as they swiftly addressed all necessary tasks. Longsu was one such planetoid, where the human commander had been killed by the Mirage Queen. Now, it was unanimously ruled by a high-level telekinetic abyssal, and all the abyssals on the planetoid were immersed in fully conquering it. This involved the difficult task of neutralizing the traps left in the human bases. Since the advent of aura, explosives, whether chemical or nuclear, had lost much of their power. Humans, therefore, used a combination of technology and aura to create intricate traps, including fatal poisons, illusion formations, aura explosions, and more. The traps in the final base are cleared. A level 8 abyssal knelt in a room and reported. Sitting on a chair made from the bones of her archenemy, the planetoid commander of Longsu smiled. The informant felt a chill down his spine and gulped. He would never forget how this woman had humiliated her opponent's corpse, even repulsing the other abyssals who were doing the same. If it's a bit late, the heads of the planning committee would fly, the base commander said in a charming voice. The informant shuddered and bent his body even more. This crazy woman meant what she said. And worse, he was one of the members of the planning committee. Thankfully, I sacrificed a few hundred lives to speed up the process. What is the situation of the neighboring planetoids? The commander asked. They had already received the instructions. Once they stabilized the conquered planetoid, they were to send immediate assistance to the nearby planetoids. With reinforcements, the abyssal armies on each planetoid would be able to break the stalemate and conquer the planetoids one by one. As the commander, she had to go to the planetoids and fight off the human level 9s. It would be a long process and would end with many deaths. But it would end in their victory. The human army on the 5 neighboring planetoids has fortified their defenses and started laying many traps. They're preparing for a suicide battle, the informant said. Ho! It seems humans have learned a thing or two about courage from us, the commander chuckled and floated out of her base and into the clouds. She gazed in the direction of the planetoid and licked her lips. I want to see the despair on your faces. The abyssal's body shivered in pleasure as she imagined stepping on the corpses. Yes, yes. She charged herself with telekinetic power and prepared to take off. Here I come, the air around her stilled, and she was about to rush out at supersonic speed when an arrogant voice sounded from above the clouds. You aren't going anywhere, bitch. The sky split, and a giant black rupture swallowed everything. Her base and its tens of thousands of soldiers were instantly cut into pieces. Level 7s and level 8s couldn't stay alive for more than 10 seconds. As for her, the merciless space blades skinned her alive and cut her flesh into a million pieces. What was once a beautiful but merciless woman was now only a bag of bones with some flesh. Why? I want to kill, trample. The abyssal forcibly moved her half-dead body and looked at the man who was looking down at her with indifference. Sensing her gaze, his eyes narrowed, and the space around her exploded. Why you human SOV? That was the last thing the abyssal muttered before her body was ripped to shreds. Bali's space sense swept through the base and realized that some abyssals who were farther from the attack were still alive. His target was only level 9, and he had killed the strong level 8s he could. But he didn't have much spare time. The Mirage Queen was on her way, and traveling between the planetoids took significant time. Not all planetoids had teleportation formations, and even if this one did, the abyssals would have already destroyed it. So, he had to travel using his own space powers. I need to hurry. Before he left, Bali pointed his 10 fingers skyward and shot out 10 small fireballs. These fireballs grew to the size of a mountain and, in a flash, bombarded 10 bases. Except for a few strong level 8s and those at the edge of the base, the rest of the abyssals were burnt to ashes. The man responsible for their deaths was already on his way to the next planetoid. Varian blasted the space around the abyssal crawling out of the destroyed base. The peak level 8 abyssal, who survived Bali's attack through sheer will and tenacity, looked at Varian with a reluctant expression before his body shattered into pieces. To his right, 3 abyssals died with their tongues hanging out. Sia took a deep breath as she rubbed her forehead. Ignoring the pain in her head, she covered the base with her psychic sense and nodded at Varian. The level 8s here are done. Let's go. Varian entered the ghost ship and extended his hand, offering to help her up with his telekinetic power. Sia shook her head and rejected his offer. Enigma had fainted from exhaustion, and Sia was also hit by fatigue. She wouldn't be able to use Enigma's gravity power to its fullest, for now. Despite her weakened state, she had been a great help in clearing the level 8s. I can still work just fine, Sia muttered and rose into the air, sweeping her psychic sense across the planetoid. Except for 10 bases other than this one, none were damaged in the slightest. Those bases would have a few level 8s in total. If she attacked them now, Sia was confident she could kill them all. But let's go. She entered the ghost ship and slumped into the chair. The ghost ship headed to the next planetoid Bali planned to visit. While destroying the Abyss army and recapturing the planetoids was crucial, ensuring the deaths of level 9s and as many injured level 8s was even more important. Sia wasn't delusional about the planetoid they just left falling back into the army's hands. Not only this one, none of the planetoids that Bali would clean up would be conquered by the Federation. When Mirage Queen attacked the planetoids, she also destroyed the entire army. Tens of millions of soldiers were wiped out in just hours. Simply put, the army didn't have enough manpower to take the planetoids from the existing forces. However, the planetoids wouldn't fall to the abyssals either. Bali isn't giving his all, Varian muttered as he cleaned up the third planetoid Bali had just left. If he teleported without holding back, we wouldn't be able to keep up with him, Sia replied as she killed the last survivor of the base, a level 8 abyssal hiding in an underground safe. True that, Varian agreed as they set off to the fourth planetoid. Bali was conserving his strength for the inevitable battle that would soon unfold. If he got too exhausted from travel, he might be severely injured under the Abyssal Queen's onslaught. His death wasn't impossible either. After all, Bali was only a new sovereign and had yet to fully familiarize himself with his new powers. 5 minutes later, they departed from the fourth planetoid amidst the cheers of the Abyssals. Go back. Cowardly humans. You don't dare to attack this daddy. Hearing the taunts due to his extraordinary senses, Varian's lips curled into an evil smile. Poor lambs, it seems like they weren't informed yet. Sia shuddered as she looked at the smile that half attracted and half scared her. But after a moment, she too joined him with an evil smile. The abyssal armies, at least the regular officers, weren't informed about Varian's raids in the Mirage Abyss. So, naturally, they didn't know their ambition of conquering these planetoids was impossible. Sia knew the Federation wouldn't be able to keep these planetoids. But neither could the Abyssals. With the significant losses from the multiple raids led by Varian, Mirage Abyss suffered a substantial hit to its upper middle and middle upper ranges of manpower. As a result, both humans and Abyssals lost a significant number of Awakeners from levels 4 to 8. Since both sides have taken heavy losses, their strengths are roughly equal. However, the Abyssals are currently occupying more planetoids, Sia pointed out the obvious weakness. Due to their occupancy, the Abyssal forces on each planetoid were lower than the human forces. This had worked so far because the Abyssals had extra level 9s. But once those were gone, the human army on any planetoid would be significantly larger and more powerful than the Abyssal army. With the slow wars, the Abyssal armies would soon be overpowered by the human army. The only way to prevent this is to abandon the planetoids and concentrate their forces. But will they? Sia tilted her head, her eyes shining with curiosity. Varian chuckled in anticipation. Whatever choice they made, he would come out as the winner. Go. Go. Faster. Mirage Queen growled as she read the report of the fourth planetoid's fall. Her spaceship was already moving at its highest speed, but it would still take some time to reach her destination. Arg. Bali, I'll make you regret it. Mirage Queen's eyes glowed with killing intent. The benefits she had brought to Mirage Abyss were being slowly drained away by this new sovereign, and she could only watch. If the level 9s fell even more, even if Mirage Abyss had an edge, they could no longer consider waging a war. Damn it. All because of you, Varian. Mirage Queen's teeth chattered as she swiped away the reports about the detestable human. She took great risks, paid a big price, and essentially closed off the Mirage Abyss to safeguard it against this evil incarnate's attacks. Yet, this human was going against her and her race, time and time again. Even if I have to stoop to the lowest of lows, I'll make sure the Emperor will kill you, the Mirage Queen vowed. After killing the 13th level 9, Bali wiped the sweat from his forehead and took deep breaths. If I were a bit more experienced, I shouldn't be this tired, he muttered with a bitter smile. To be honest, he felt like he was playing life on hard mode. Right after becoming sovereign, he had to fight the Mirage Queen without any preparation. Then, he had to enter the Abyss, sneak attack a city, and endure a terrible illusion by the Abyss that nearly shook him. Now, he had to speedrun to the planetoids and kill the level 9s before engaging the Mirage Queen, who was significantly stronger than him and likely itching to torture him to death. Varian, you'll be the death of me, Bali gritted his teeth, deciding to slap that boy until he begged for mercy. But for now, he had to keep going. Sovereign Bali, the Mirage Queen will reach the Dongsu planetoid in 2 minutes. You can reach it in time if you start now, his calm lit up, and Mars Athena chief informed him. Right, Bali nodded and spread out his space sense. He pushed down the feeling of fatigue and calculated the shortest route to the planetoid. As he moved thousands of miles with each teleportation, he decided to call a certain someone. Varian? Yes, thanks to your hard work, the Mirage Abyss won't start the war. Bali's lips curled up slightly. Yes, even though he killed only 13 level 9s, they were the strongest of the bunch. The disparity between Mars and Mirage Abyss still existed, but Mirage Abyss could no longer defeat Mars with an overwhelming advantage. They can still go ahead with their plan, Bali said. Even if they do, our side can hold them back for a few months or even a year. That's a goddamn long time. By then, I can kill them myself. Big words, but I'm the one doing the job now. I'll give you an option to retire soon. Heh, Bali smirked. If I don't die to this crazy bitch, then I will really ask for a vacation. Varian's voice turned serious, and he said in a sincere tone, thank you. And don't die. Bali paused for a moment before he burst out laughing. He conducted his last teleport and arrived in front of a planetoid. In the distance, he saw Mirage Queen's ship. Bali's eyes shone with war intent, and he asked one final question before heading off to the critical battle. Little bastard, who do you not want to die? Me or Mars Sovereign? I don't want the Bali who finally realized his lifelong wish to die. Ha 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 ha. With a hearty laugh, Sovereign Bali welcomed his second battle with Mirage Queen. Bali expected at least major injuries. However, for some reason, Mirage Queen appeared to be in a weakened state. Perhaps it's for closing the abyss? Bali thought as he watched the Mirage Queen leave the battleground. But unlike usual, she didn't leave the planetoid to heal her injuries and stayed there. The level 9s that came with her also settled on their respective planetoids. Bali understood their goal. Mirage Queen wanted to lock him down with herself. The level 9 abyssals would lock down the human level 9s. After the changes in the abyss, they no longer needed to worry about Varian's terror attacks. Currently, they had a slight excess of level 9s compared to Mars. Using this advantage, they hoped to gradually conquer the planetoids. There were several geniuses from Mars who could take on 2 abyssals in the same sub-realm, so it would be easier. Mars had been under the threat of destruction since Creo's death. Only now did it truly gain safety. The Federation thus gave the green light for the reverse migration. Varian was in a good mood after the mission's success. Since Mirage Queen was in a temporarily weakened state, Bali had the opportunity to familiarize himself with his powers. Although Bali wouldn't have the upper hand in their subsequent battles anytime soon, he would be able to hold his own without the fear of death. Varian, Sia's soft voice sounded in his mind, jolting him out of his thoughts. Varian glanced around and saw that the people behind him in the queue were growing impatient. Even though there were more than 20 queues for this monument, there were over 100,000 people in his immediate sight. Who would have thought? Taking a deep breath, Varian turned to the large stele with a solemn expression. On the stele, the names of the 50 level 9s who gave up their lives to buy Mars the crucial hours it desperately needed were engraved. Varian recognized each and every name on the stele, especially the one at the very top, Scad. I know asking for forgiveness after causing your deaths due to my own recklessness is vile, Varian said, bowing his head to the martyrs. I caused your deaths. I'm sorry. I just wanted to torment the person I hate. If I had known the consequences would be so tragic and that so many people would lose their lives because of my decision, I would never have touched Creo. Varian's body shook as images of the destruction flashed in his mind. Millions, no, tens of millions of deaths. Countless families were broken, and billions of people were displaced. The bravest heroes of Mars had to give up their lives just to buy some time. The bravest of them all, Scad, burned his entire life to buy 2 minutes. Varian's fingers dug into his palms, and blood splattered on the ground. His eyebrows trembled violently as he stared at the steel with a burning gaze. A part of him wanted to close his eyes and apologize. But Varian refused. He stared at the steel and burned every name into his memory. Apology is useless. So, I promise you. I will take good care of the world you gave your lives for. I will. When he made that promise, Varian felt a weight in his heart lift. The gloominess, guilt, and shame were burned away by his soaring ambition. It was as if the world had come to life, and his role had just begun. Varian took one last glance at the steel before he left. On his way back, Varian paused as his gaze rested on a woman in the queue. She resembled the High General. She was petite, with brown hair and a similar facial structure. Boo, is she? Yes, master. She's his daughter. I see. When the woman reached Steel, a man approached her through a special channel and handed her the baby he was carrying. The woman held the baby gently and showed him the steel. Her lips parted as she introduced her grandson to his grandfather and told them about each other. Father, you promised to see him, Skyla said as she looked at her father's name. But your grandson came to you. Scad, say hello to your grandfather. The woman gently held her baby's arm and waved it at the steel. Then, she nodded at the steel as if answering a question. Yes, it's your name. If not for those 2 minutes you bought with your own life, your grandson and I would have both been killed by her. Skyla bit her lip as her eyes turned red. So, I'm forgiving you, father. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed like a little girl. Please be happy wherever you are. I will be happy. I will raise your grandson well. He will make you proud. A gentle breeze brushed Skyla's head. Father? Skyla looked around, still unable to believe the familiar feeling on her head. Only he patted her that way. Only him. Skyla took a deep breath, offered the flowers to the steel, and bowed before returning. The flowers she offered gently shook, as if waving her a final goodbye. Watching Varian walk back toward her, Sia sighed. She didn't want him to carry this guilt. Whether millions or billions died, it didn't matter to her. This world be damned for all I care, I just want him to be happy. Sia clenched her fists behind her back and waved at Varian with a smile. Var. Her voice was like honey, and everyone who heard it couldn't help but look at her in surprise. She was like the moon among the stars, overshadowing everyone with her mere presence. The men and women alike thought she was too beautiful to be real. Right. She must be a new promotional hologram to heal the war wounds, let's go. Varian, currently in disguise, said, and Sia responded with a bright smile. What do you want for dinner? Wait, she is real? The nearby crowd was flabbergasted. Something that goes well with wine. You shouldn't drink so much. Just this one night. Fine. Under the infatuated and envious gazes of the crowd, the couple left the district at sunset. They remained 3 feet apart, but their shadows no longer had any distance between them. Done? Kyle glared at his friend and shoved the suitcase into his hands without a word. Varian didn't bother to check the contents. This new creation was something he had requested after Mars was nearly destroyed by the Shadow Order. Since the science couple was on vacation, Dr. Tom took on the work. As it was just an upgrade, the device was completed quickly. Of course, without Kyle's help, it wouldn't have been that fast. Thanks, dude. You're a lifesaver, Varian grinned. How about you don't thank me and just convince Maya to end the vacation? Kyle rubbed his waist and asked in a weary tone. Varian looked at Kyle's waist with disdain. Lack of stamina is inexcusable. You should really exercise more. And grow abs? Give me a break. Kyle punched Varian on the shoulder and sighed as if he had been abandoned by the world. If anyone else had done this to him, Varian would have slapped them silly. But he simply laughed at Kyle's actions. After all the heavy events he had witnessed in the past few days, talking to his genius friend lifted Varian's mood. The cool evening breeze washed over them, and the sounds of children laughing filled the air. Since Mars was still recovering from the tragic events, the beach was mostly empty. Varian drew the purple sky of the planetoid in the sand with his toe and shrugged. You started it. I just gave you advice. It's not my fault. Yes, I started it, but Kyle's shoulders drooped as he gazed at the sunset over the ocean. After the vacation began, Kyle wanted to take their relationship to the next level for Maya. So, he asked Varian for advice on how to advance. Varian didn't hold back and shared his wisdom. On the second day of the vacation, Kyle lost his virginity. He even yelled from the top of his villa's balcony that night. After tasting the forbidden fruit, he thought he found one more joy in life besides research. But, things changed from the third day. At first, he was overpowered. Slowly, he was dominated. Eventually, he was defeated. And finally, he was squeezed dry. Kyle finally realized why the average lifespan of men was always less than women, no matter the era. When he got the chance, he escaped to Varian without a second thought. Bro, I really don't want to be horny anymore. I just want to do my research. Kyle looked at the ocean, ready to start the next stage of his life. The waves washed over his feet, but there was no response from behind. Kyle raised an eyebrow and turned around. Bro? Yo, Kyle's body stiffened as he saw the person he dreaded more than the Mirage Queen. Maya gave him a wink and pulled him to their villa. From the top of a mountain, Varian watched Kyle being dragged like a pig being taken to slaughter. But strangely, Kyle didn't resist. Varian watched the sunset with a serious expression and said in an ominous tone, "Another warrior has fallen." Why do I feel like Kyle is enjoying the situation? Sia appeared beside him, giving Varian a doubtful gaze. Maybe he secretly is? Varian shrugged, looking doubtful. Maybe he likes it that way. I don't want to judge. Sia was dumbfounded and asked, "You like that too?" When she realized what she had just said, Sia's face turned beet red, and she wanted to say it was something else. But Varian replied with a smirk. Silly girl, whether a truck hits a bike or a bike hits a truck, the one going down is the bike. Sia rolled her eyes at his narcissism and snickered. Maybe you'll be begging for mercy too. You have double trouble. Varian burst into a fit of laughter. Sia clicked her tongue at his confidence before shifting her attention to the box in his hand. Is that the detector? Varian's expression turned serious, and his demeanor suddenly changed, as if the one who had been talking nonsense earlier was not him. The abysses have closed down for now. We won't have anything to do there for the time being. It's time to clean up the pests. Sia nodded in agreement. After witnessing the immense destruction Varian caused, the remaining abyss rulers followed the Mirage Queen's decision and closed their abysses. As a result, they were all significantly weakened. Now, all the high-end combat power of the Federation and the abysses was concentrated on the Planetoids. There wasn't much Varian could do at this point. So, cleaning up the internal traitors who nearly destroyed Mars was a very appealing choice. To find the secret realms they resided in, Dr. Tom modified the space wave detector slightly. Varian looked at the setting suns and said in a tone laced with killing intent, "By the next sunset, it'll all be over." 1 hour later, the Athena group of military finished replicating the device, and the hunting teams across the Federation received the scanners. The raid began. 30,000 miles away from Mars, far from the Planetoids, Mars' main branch of the Shadow Order was in a heavy, lifeless state. After realizing the Mirage Queen was going to attack Mars, the Shadow Order evacuated the secret realms on the planet and moved to those far away. Due to the sudden notice and the necessity to evacuate entire secret realms, they weren't able to erase their traces on the way out. It didn't matter before because everyone on Mars was supposed to be dead. But now, the army had already found the marks they made during the evacuation and was uncovering their secret realms one by one. The Shadow Order could kiss Mars' secret realms goodbye, but that wasn't the most depressing part. Crushing their hopes, Mars somehow prevented the Mirage Abyss from starting a war. No one, not even Mars' Shadow Lord, Tamal, had the slightest clue why. Why did the Mirage Abyss, no, why did all the abysses close off? Tamal sat on his throne, resting his face on his fist as he tried to find the answer. He had already asked the Mirage Queen, but she just told him to focus on his own work. From her tone of voice, the Abyssal Queen was incredibly pissed. Something happened. In the empty courtroom, Tamal tapped his throne. This room was full just a year ago, but with the advent of Enigma, the number of people had been cut in half. Then came Varian, and now, only a handful of people still worked here. The new Shadow Guardians under Seth had already started hunting them down. This time, with explicit public support and implicit government permission, the Guardians went to extreme lengths to hunt them. The descendants of the once glorious Shadow Nation, the members of the Shadow Order, were now worse than dogs, hunted day and night. Even the members of the organization began to betray each other, and everything was a mess. Tamal hoped the destruction of Mars would settle everything, but that was impossible now. Varian did something. He forced the Mirage Abyss not to start a war, but what about the rest? Why did they all close up? Tamal's eyes narrowed as a thought appeared in his mind, a thought that was the most logical but also his worst nightmare. He did something in the Mirage Abyss that scared away all the remaining abysses. Tamal sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord, a hesitant but urging voice called him. Tamal came to his senses and rebuked himself for not noticing the informant entering the room. What is it? Sir, the military has mobilized extra forces, the informant reported. So? All the abysses are pushing all the planet armies into a stalemate. This is normal, Tamal responded. No, sir. The Athena group has dispatched all its fighters. Our members spotted even a figure that was thought to be dead a few years ago, the informant added. Athena group? Tamal's eyes suddenly widened as he felt an invisible weight on his chest. The army wasn't well experienced in hunting the Order. But the Athena group, those monsters had found the Order branches many times in the past. Having escaped them since his career began, Tamal wasn't afraid of them. But for some reason, his heart just wouldn't stop pounding in fear. The Athena group was indeed never a problem for him. But what if that nightmare of a human joins in? Increase the defenses. Stop all movement of goods. Do not give them any clues. Tamal held onto his throne as the ground shook violently. At the same time, four informants rushed in and yelled, Lord Tamal, the secret realm is being at. Before they could finish, a screeching sound reverberated across the secret realm as a huge tear appeared in the sky. 50 spaceships, led by 3 Level 9s, bombarded this crime haven. Feeling the 3 auras that locked onto him, Tamal's face paled. Today might very well be the last. The Gentleman Trio. The famous triplets of Mars, Fire, Water, and Lightning Awakeners. Why is it them? Tamal gritted his teeth as he dashed out of his castle and confronted them high in the sky. Oh, see who it is. A cockroach? Even a cockroach has its allegiance to its birthplace. Oh, this guy is worse than a cockroach. Sorry, Mr. Cockroach, for comparing you to this scum. Why doesn't he just kill himself and save us this annoyance? The trio mocked him mercilessly. Tamal's face grew red with anger, but since he had grown used to getting angry thanks to Varian, he kept his rationality and checked the levels of the trio. You guys broke through? Tamal's eyes widened. The 3 were low-level 9s and went into secluded training 2 decades ago. But now, not only had they reached mid-level 9, they even seemed to be halfway through it. Logically, as a high-level 9, Tamal shouldn't worry about 3 mid-level 9s attacking him. But the guys in front of him weren't logical. If it was a one-on-one fight with any of the trio, he was confident of winning. But when the 3 performed a battle formation, even he would be overpowered. Logan, the de facto leader of the Gentleman Trio, ignored Tamal and declared in a tone that allowed no defiance, brave men and women of the human race, here is your opportunity. Kill these scum. Show them no mercy. Lex added, these things only look human. But their insides have long been rotten beyond saving. Lois finished the speech, for the glory of the human race. For the glory of the human race. Under the roar of 10,000 human warriors, the sky shook and the earth trembled. Then, these men and women, who mostly spent their time fighting against abyssals, unleashed their killing intent. The Shadow Order forces that hastily assembled to battle the army felt their legs tremble. The sky itself started to glow with a red hue as the bloodlust turned tangible. Gulp. A captain leading one of the Shadow Order teams swallowed his saliva. He usually fought geniuses, injured soldiers, and led terrorist operations but had never been to the front lines. Just like him, most of the leaders in the Shadow Order army swallowed their saliva, as they too had never fought on the front lines. The leaders themselves were in such a state. Looking at the 10,000 soldiers whose eyes flashed with killing intent, the ground-level warriors of the Order barely managed to stop from shuddering. Since Mars had lost a lot of manpower, they couldn't send an overwhelming force. In fact, the average level of the Order forces was a sub-level or two higher than the army. Yet, Charge, the army, brimming with valor, took the lead and attacked the Order. Swords clashed with lightning bolts, fists bombarded with fireballs, and space blades fought off myriad beasts. Whether it was trees, mountains, lakes, or buildings, none of it mattered how sturdy it was. The moment a battle erupted nearby, these structures crumbled. The red blood formed lakes as the first wave of the offensive killed nearly 10% of the Order forces. Realizing that the only way out was to fight tooth and nail, everyone in the Order tried to suppress their fears and give it their all. Kill these hypocrites and carve a bloody path out, an Order commander roared as he beat down a lieutenant general. The army officer spat out blood along with his teeth but grinned at the Order commander. His body was falling apart since he was facing a high-level 8 while being a mid-level 8. But he laughed. As his bones creaked and broke, he kept laughing. Bloody path? What bloody path? The officer asked with amusement. The path I'll build on your corpse, the Order's commander slapped down. The ground beneath the officer's feet sank, and a huge palm print was carved for 2 miles around him. The officer was forced to his knees as the immense pressure crushed his chest and broke his bones. But he raised his head to the commander in the air and showed a bloody grin. My corpse? It should be our corpses. The commander suddenly had an ominous premonition. What are yo? Before he could finish, the officer channeled all his aura into a single attack, and a massive lightning net enveloped the commander. Then, it exploded, devoured everything within 10 miles. On the barren ground, the officer watched the scum die before he collapsed. Looking at the sky, his eyes shone with pride before they dimmed forever. Such sacrifices occurred across the battlefield. The more the army fought, the fiercer they became. Pain didn't slow them, and death couldn't halt them. Like an unending war song, the sounds of their weapons slicing through enemies continued. High in the sky, Tamal was covered in wounds from head to toe. His left arm was twisted at an impossible angle, and a gaping wound marked his chest. Why you bastards? Tamal coughed out blood and cursed the gentleman trio. Their condition was only slightly better than his. I'll take his head, Lex said, swinging his ice sword. And I'll have his heart, Lois shot his fire spear. Then I'll give him a farewell gift. Logan's bloodied face showed a smile as he formed 2 lightning claws behind him. Tamal gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to form a telekinetic barrier. But the trio's attacks broke through his shield and destroyed his vital organs. Dying, Tamal crashed to the ground, right beside his castle. As he lay there, losing his life, he realized that as far as he could see, everything related to the Order was razed to the ground. The grand buildings didn't withstand the righteous wrath. The Order's secret traps were useless against overwhelming might. The Lord's castle collapsed as if it were made of sand. How? Tamal resisted closing his eyes and asked, how did you find us? The trio didn't answer. Instead, one of them burned his legs while the other cooled them. The third kept electrocuting the dying man. Arg! Tamal's screams reached every corner of the secret realm. This was the final straw that broke the remaining Order fighters. As the last embers of their courage were snuffed out, the army began a massacre. The Order forces tried to resist, but every time they raised their weapons, the shrill screams of their leader reached their ears. If even such a strong man is crying out in that much pain, it's better to die. Perhaps that was their subconscious thought. Thus, the last Order member was killed 3 minutes later. At the same time, Tamal's vocal cords ruptured from the screaming, and no more sound came from him. Even when he couldn't speak, Tamal used his last energy to try asking the same question. Yes, we didn't find you ourselves, Lex laughed. Tamal's eyes widened. It is your archenemy, Varian, Lois said with a chilling smile. The Shadow Lord's body shook violently, and his eyes showed his unwillingness. Why? Why should I always lose to that brat? Why is my lifelong dream ruined by someone who hasn't even lived a fifth of my life? By someone who didn't even try half as hard as I did? Tamal's mind broke down, and he finally burst into bitter tears. Logan smiled at Tamal's tears and showed a device. Dr. Thomas invented this device, and using it, Sovereign Julius found the secret realms of the Shadow Guardians and destroyed them. Now, the device is upgraded to find you, thanks to Varian. Tamal gasped as he realized the implications of such a device. Logan sneered, confirming Tamal's worst suspicions. And not just you, every Shadow Order base in this solar system will be razed to the ground today. VA. Tamal couldn't even utter the name of his worst enemy before he died. Varian tapped the table as he watched the holograms of the 3 sovereigns he had previously requested. The rulers of Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus had frowns on their faces as they read the report from the latest cleanup. From today, the Shadow Order, as we know it, ceases to exist, Varian said with a calm expression. His eyes flashed with a pensive light as he shrugged. Though their remnants still exist, and we can't completely prevent the emergence of another terror entity, it's safe to say we've never been safer. The sovereigns, including Michael Caron, nodded at his words. After the Guardians and the army cleaned up the secret realms that were quickly found by the new detection devices, Varian provided them with another report. This report listed tens of thousands of informants, spies, and agents working for the Abyssals. He even cited multiple sources for placing them on the list. They guessed he used the power of the ghost ship to perform the complex calculations needed to decode so much information. Then, they began the second cleanup. From small-time workers to large business owners, the traitors were taken into custody one by one. It was silent yet swift. If the first cleanup was akin to a lightning bolt destroying everything in a second, the second one was like a heavy storm that slowly but surely drowned everything. The largest number of these traitors were found on Jupiter. Even when calculated per capita, Jupiter had more than twice the number of spies compared to the average. Some inspection into why your planet breeds more traitors is needed, Varian said in a light tone, eyeing Michael Caron. I protect my planet. I fight on the front lines. Why are they still doing this? Michael Caron gritted his teeth. Kevin rubbed his chin in confusion, while Irene closed her eyes to think of a reason. To be fair, Michael did an excellent job protecting his planet. Jupiter's soldier deaths and defeats in the Planetoid wars were some of the lowest in the Federation. However, no matter how secure the border was, the people still betrayed him, more than anyone else. Wait, can the Abyssals one day buy enough traitors to paralyze us as a society and destroy us from within? Michael Caron rubbed his forehead. As always, he began to think of the worst-case scenario. Sovereign Kevin shook his head at his friend's personality, which he could never fully understand. Unlike Michael, he always remained positive. Right. Michael's eyes widened as if he realized something, and he slammed the table. Maybe it's already happening or about to happen. We need to search for the hidden traitors and find their conspiracy. Whoa, calm down, Varian's calm voice contrasted sharply with Michael's heavy one. What do you mean calm down? The survival of Jupiter is at stake. This is why you have traitors. You're too pessimistic, Varian said nonchalantly. What? Michael Caron was at a loss for words. Then, he shook his head and said, how does that even? It does affect. In every annual speech you give, you mainly report the negatives and downplay the positives. Varian crossed his arms as he looked at the sovereign with a, are you kidding me, face. I do? Michael was surprised. For those annual speeches, he spoke his mind and rejected all written speeches. He didn't entertain thoughts or suggestions on such issues, even if someone told him to change his speech. He considered himself a realist and conveyed his reality to the people. Public perception should be the job of mainstream media. Michael bit his lip. Varian shook his head. Whatever the mainstream media tells them, if you, their sovereign, only talk about negative stuff, people will, of course, panic. Of course, after panicking, people can check the real data published by the military and draw logical conclusions, Michael argued. But he realized he was just trying to deny the reality. Rebuking his words, Varian said, but some people don't do that. They believe your words blindly. You're their savior, after all. They'll think we're going to lose, that they're going to be slaughtered. Michael Caron sighed as he finally realized, so, they wouldn't hesitate to do the one thing that can save them, becoming an abyssal agent. Exactly. So, take care of your PR, Varian stated his point. Michael looked at Varian critically before nodding reluctantly. Yes. Then, the sovereign who had said he disliked Varian, said in a low tone, thanks. The Abyss rulers looked at each other across the round table. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Despair Queen looked at Mirage Queen's bloodshot eyes and sighed inwardly. She was reminded of herself when she failed her plan. If she had failed despite decades of preparation, then Mirage Queen had failed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And both of them had failed due to the same person, Varian. Despair Queen closed her eyes, imagining herself ripping that boy's body apart with her vines. Everyone, Sin King addressed his 7 colleagues with a serious expression. Despair Queen opened her eyes and listened attentively. This meeting was marked red, indicating utmost importance. The situation on the other side has reached a conclusion. Sin King's words caused the rulers to stiffen. Is it? It's already over? Fairies are really trash. How much damage did we inflict? How much are our losses? The rulers fired questions with enthusiasm, even though it had been centuries since their forces left on this mission. Every abyssal in the solar system, whether unawakened or sovereign, terribly missed their home. So, even the gloomy news of Mirage Abyss's terrible losses and the destruction of Shadow Order was set aside by them. Sin King remained silent until the noise calmed down, then began. The content of the meeting is: Old man, just give us a summary of the war, okay? Despair Queen begged with pitiful eyes. Yes. My blood boils when I think of killing those damn fairies. Please tell us how many fairies our people killed. How hard did we crush them? Mirage Queen joined in with sparkly eyes. Did we kick them out of the northwest borders? Are they begging the Zion dog again? Demon King asked with an excited smile. Sin King sighed deeply. Our defense was broken. What? You're kidding, old guy. We're not losing. We're stronger than them. Always been. Always will be. If this is a joke, then fuck you. It's very bad. One by one, the Abyss rulers cursed him. Only 2 of them remained silent, Thunder King and Hollow Queen. Thunder King had lived in Sin Abyss for a time and knew better than anyone else that the old man wouldn't bother to lie. Hollow Queen, on the other hand, was someone who didn't let her emotions get the better of her. Even though they always won, losing wasn't impossible. So, the question remained, why did they lose? Sin King took a deep breath and tapped on a crystal. The Abyss rulers, except for the Demon King and Mirage Queen, followed his action without a word. The 6 holy altars emitted a soft light, and the space around them fluctuated. Then, a screen appeared before them. "I will tell you why we lost," the Abyss Emperor's hologram said as it appeared in the room. The homeland of Abyss, the Abyss Empire, has been experiencing frequent attacks by the fairies. Whether in the far south or the near north, the Xian forces have assaulted all borders. Despite being defeated every time, they return like rabid dogs lusting for blood. Even though the comprehensive strength of the Abyss Empire is a step above that of the fairies, the continuous invasions have begun to take their toll. The Abyssals in the border provinces have become increasingly bloodthirsty. Their hatred for the fairies has reached new heights, and at some point, something seemed to snap inside them. Instead of fear, they welcome each war. They revel in the blood spilled on the battlefield and take pleasure in tearing the fairies' flesh apart. Even the fairies are reluctant to engage such maniacs. For a while, the frequency of the invasions decreased, and a period of peace followed. However, the Fairy Emperor began his shameless attacks on the Abyss capital. Such feats were impossible without the Xian's assistance, but even if the Abyssals knew this, they could not prove it. The Abyssals endured the bitterness as they cheered for their ruler. The Emperor of their hearts and lands did not disappoint. Every time the Fairy Emperor dared to attack, he defeated him fairly. Recently, the Fairy Emperor has been growing stronger, and in one of the recent attacks, a district of the capital city was destroyed, and many innocents died. Though the Emperor ensures minimal casualties each time, this disaster served as a wake-up call to every Abyssal. If the Fairy Emperor's attacks could reach them even under their Emperor's protection, then there was no safe place. After that tragedy, the Fairy Emperor attacked 50 times in 200 days. Then, suddenly, he stopped. He did not attack for 7 days in a row. Instead of being excited, Hayden, the Abyss Emperor, grew nervous. If there were no threat from the Fairy Emperor, he would have long gone to the solar system to finish off the humans himself. It was clear that he should send his powerful forces and go himself rather than rely on the 8 Abysses, who only had a slight edge over the current human race. Yet, he neither sent more powerful forces nor went there himself. For the former, all his forces were busy defending the Empire. The current state of the Empire was like a heavy building barely supported by weak pillars. If one pillar fell, everything would be at risk. Of course, he could bet the building would still stand, but it likely wouldn't. He didn't want to gamble on the fate of his empire. So, despite knowing a fraction of his forces could solve the solar system issue, he didn't send anyone. As for why he didn't go there himself. "Dad, why aren't you going to that faraway land to bring the treasure that will save everyone?" Eva, his innocent daughter, asked him one day after seeing the casualties. Hayden wanted to smile and brush it off, but she kept insisting. So, he had to reveal the bitter truth to the little girl. "It's too far away. Once I go there, I can't return here in a short time." Hayden would never forget the conflicted expression on his daughter's immature face. She had never been separated from him since her birth. During the worst dangers, she was away from him for only 3 days at most, which was enough to turn her into a sobbing mess that clung to him for the rest of the day. Even though Eva had grown up, she still couldn't bear to part with him. For the little girl, it was the cruelest punishment in the world. Yet, despite the pain, "Dad, if it can stop all our people from dying, please go," Eva said with a stiff smile, her tears swirling in her eyes. Hayden's chest tightened as bitterness welled up in his heart. He had worked hard all his life. Unlike the typical emperors, he didn't indulge in pleasures. He didn't suppress his people or boss them around. He always did his best to save the Abyssals, whether through the Providence trial or the solar system's legacy. His end goal had always been the same. So, why? Why should his daughter experience this bitterness? If only we had the space artifacts. Hayden closed his eyes and sighed. If he really went to the solar system, it would take anywhere from 2 to 6 months for him to return. "I can take the legacy, but by the time I return, the fairies would have killed every single member of my race." Hayden clenched his fist and took a deep breath. There was a small but staunch group of ministers that advocated a radical strategy. They asked the Abyss Emperor to go to the solar system with his wife and daughter. Hayden, of course, rejected the plan, which was essentially abandoning his race. But in the back of his mind, if his worst nightmare occurred, he could at least send his wife and daughter to safety. Even though Demon Abyss's holy altar was destroyed by Enigma, the remaining 7 were more than capable of building a strong enough space tunnel for his wife and daughter. They should really protect the holy altars. The Abyss Emperor frowned for a moment before shaking his head. I hope I never have to activate them. Since that day, things changed rapidly for the worse. On the 8th day since the last attack of the Fairy Emperor, a sudden change caught everyone by surprise. The Fairy army suddenly broke through the barren lands and attacked the Blood province. Unlike before, they were unable to detect the army's traces and were caught completely off guard. Even though surprised, the invasion proceeded as usual. The Abyssals used their defensive advantage to the fullest, and by the 3rd day, began to push back the Fairies. But the 4th day changed everything. Abyss Emperor reached the war zone a few minutes after the surprise. The war was already in full swing. The Valor Falls fortress was defending against the 100,000-strong army of the Fairies. The defense formations flickered as they worked continuously to stop the attacks that broke through the abyssal defenses and threatened the defenders. The 80,000 abyssals stationed in the giant fortress fought with all their might. The skies bloomed with elemental attacks. The ground cracked under the clashes of physical masters. The wind shattered and bent as gravity and space twisted and fragmented. From the clouds, it looked like countless explosions of different colors were going off all at once. Leading the offense against the fortress was a veteran sovereign. Behind him were a few hundred level 9s and a couple of thousand level 8s. Such a buildup was equivalent to a planet's entire strength. But it was barely 1/20th of the Fairies' total strength. Even without a celestial rancor, the Fairies had 30 sovereigns, thousands of level 9s, hundreds of thousands of level 8s, and millions of level 7s. They were on a completely different level compared to the human race. And the Abyssals, slightly stronger than the Fairies. For this reason, the Council suggested the Emperor send a few sovereigns to the solar system to finish the job. But Hayden rejected it. If he did that, Zions would learn of it through their spies. The Fairies would then attack the province now weakened by the absence of sovereigns. Without a sovereign to hold the province, it would quickly fall, leading to the slaughter of hundreds of millions of Abyssals. The Council was prepared to accept even 1 billion deaths if it meant the safety of the Abyss race. But the danger did not end there. Once they slaughtered an entire province and obtained those numerous sacrifices, the Fairies, using Zion technology and artifacts, would gain a significant advantage. Things would only snowball from there, and soon, he wouldn't be able to control the situation. It wasn't impossible that the Abyssals could be slaughtered all the way to their capital, even before the sovereigns returned with the legacy. For these reasons, every surprise assault was taken seriously, including the current one. Fire. 6th Squadron. Eliminate those psychics. Block those beastlings. The ground continued to shake as earth-shattering attacks rained down every few seconds. The sovereigns fought above the clouds, and each of their attacks sent shockwaves that knocked level 7s off their feet. High Awakeners formed various teams and clashed with their enemies without any intention of stopping. From time to time, abyssal teams would retreat to the fortress, and new teams would take their place. The formations would also occasionally attack the Fairy teams, sometimes catching them off guard and dealing heavy injuries. This was the scene that greeted the Abyss Emperor when he reached the war zone. Almost simultaneously, a tall man with golden wings appeared before him. "Did I beat you up too much last time that you needed to rest for 7 days?" The Abyss Emperor's mocking voice echoed across the sky as it split open. In response, a golden light bloomed for 1,000 miles, followed by the Fairy Emperor's voice. "Hayden, why are you in such a hurry?" "Huh? Have you already seen it?" "Ha ha ha. Humph." The Abyss Emperor snorted and launched another attack. The world dimmed for a moment before a massive explosion occurred thousands of miles above the battlefield. High in the sky, the two celestial rankers faced each other with all their might. Despite being far away, Abyss Emperor had already seen and confirmed that surprise. From some of the abyssal corpses, a strange, eerie, black-colored energy was oozing out. Abyss Emperor probed the energy 100 times, hoping it wasn't that. But eventually, he accepted reality when he sensed the abyssal corpse shaking on its own, as if it was about to wake up. Hayden gritted his teeth as he looked into the horizon, far behind the Fairy Emperor. Are you really going this far to end my race? The Zion envoy, hidden from everyone's view, had been watching everything from the beginning. He didn't expect to be called out like that and was a bit surprised. But that was all. Curling his lips in disdain, he harumphed, and his mocking tone reached the Abyss Emperor. The Holy Matriarch mentioned it to the Seventh Prince, and here we are. Abyss Emperor's face paled as he felt a shiver down his spine. The ignorant would be unfazed, but as someone who had witnessed the Seventh Prince's power, he knew that forget him, anyone in his faction was enough to destroy Abyssals, Fairies, and Zions 1,000,000 times over in a day. Hayden denied the possibility that the Seventh Prince was even aware of a race called Abyssals. He was too high above for matters of such trivial scale. But regardless, seeing that energy in the war, it was clear that the Zions had gotten lucky. And I will do my best to prevent this. Hayden gritted his teeth and fought off the Fairy Emperor with a burning desire to end the battle and stop the problem before it was too late. But the Fairy Emperor equipped himself with new armor and prevented Hayden from reaching the battlefield. The Zion envoy watched everything with a satisfied smile on his face. In truth, the ex-wife of Zion Emperor, their holy matriarch, was not even a concubine of the Seventh Prince. She was just a plaything, a pet he fancied on sight. Someone the man treated like a dog. When he took her away, he asked Zion's superiors to compensate them, and as a result, they grew up rapidly. It has been many years since then, and the holy matriarch barely clings to the status of a pet these days. Forget about asking the Seventh Prince for help against the Abyssals, the holy matriarch wouldn't even dare to utter a word in front of him. It was entirely by accident that one of the prince's concubines took an interest in her and made her a servant. What they have now is some spare change from the prince's lowest concubine. It doesn't matter, the envoy grinned with a satisfied smile as the situation on the battlefield began to unfold in the direction he wanted. It's over. Giving the Abyss Emperor a sidelong glance, the Zion envoy left. As he predicted, after 7 days of relentless battle, the sovereign of the fortress was slain. Valorfall's fortress fell an hour after his death. The 4 fortresses guarding the Blood province followed soon after. The Fairy army breached the borders for the first time and advanced into the Blood province. Things spiraled out of control. The Abyss rulers stood up with bitter expressions on their faces, lowering their heads in grief. Hayden shook his head at their response. His face, neck, and visible skin were still dark blue, a sign that he was still recovering from his injuries. Remaining injured even after so many days only showed that he had fought with all his might. Yet, Hayden failed to prevent the Fairy army from invading their empire. But no one blamed him. The element that pushed them to such lengths was beyond anyone's control. What happened here in the last few weeks? Hayden asked. Mirage Queen stood up and reported the most important events. The monster called Varian, possessing a ridiculous level for his age, saved the Federation from destruction twice. But the scariest thing about him was his progress. If left alone, he'd reach level 9 in sovereign state in years, perhaps even months. By then, it'd be too late. A monster indeed. He needs to be killed without delay, Abyss Emperor declared. He must have gotten something from the Devis. Only that can explain his abnormal growth. Your Majesty, if you were the one who received that gift, then we wouldn't be. Despair Queen trailed off, biting her lip. Abyss Emperor's eyes flashed with grief before he shook his head and said, there are no ifs. Besides Varian, is there anything else? Your Majesty, the Holy Altar. Mirage Queen reported the most recent events, including the loss of her holy altar. Abyss Emperor didn't say a word but gave her a disappointed gaze. That gaze was enough to make Mirage Queen feel a throbbing pain in her chest, worse than death. There was a strange white light a few weeks ago, Demon King said. We tried our best but couldn't get any leads. Abyss Emperor thought for a few moments before sighing. All I can think of is the legacy of the Devis. The Abyss rulers nodded. That was their best guess as well. Once we conquer the solar system, all the mysteries will be unveiled, Hayden said in a serious voice. Even though Blood Province is invaded, I have already dealt with the situation and am confident in preventing the army from going any further. Abyss Emperor took a deep breath and looked at them with a burning gaze. The Abyss rulers straightened their backs as they realized they were about to receive what could be the most important order of their lives. I will send you the resources needed to conquer the solar system, kill Varian, and retrieve the legacy he inherited. The Abyss rulers lowered their heads, acknowledging the risk the Emperor was taking. He hadn't sent the resources all this time, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The Abyssals were in a delicate balance, and any distribution of sovereign-level resources could lead to their extermination. Yet, the Emperor decided to take the risk, demonstrating how strongly he wanted Varian eliminated and the solar system conquered. The means to change our fate will reach you in a few days, the Abyss Emperor's words echoed in the room. Do not fail. If you do, we will become history. Hey, you're too injured. Following a loud clap, an anxious shout rang out. It's enough. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a heartbreaking voice. Stop. Finally, a gravity force field spread in the training room, holding the severely injured man from launching another attack. With broken bones and torn muscles, Varian struggled to move against the heavy gravity pressing him down. But instead of giving up, he fought on. He channeled his powers, pushed his body, loosened the space, and used his telekinetic ability. He did everything he could. With every passing second, popping sounds echoed in the room as more and more blood spilled from Varian's wounds. Even though his planty powers healed him at a rate that would make even level 9s envious, Varian kept resisting the gravity to an absurd degree that even his healing couldn't keep up with his injuries. After the 15th minute, Varian fainted from exhaustion. The blood puddle under his injured body was a testament to his relentless struggle. For some reason, Varian's blood was hard to clean off even for the best bots. So, even after cleaning, his blood always left behind small red marks. Sia glanced at the red marks scattered across the ground and sighed. This is madness. She raised her hand and flew Varian into the shower. The bots fed him the healing potion and washed him clean. Varian's body was already accustomed to it, and everything proceeded smoothly. A few minutes later, Varian lay on his bed, deep in sleep. You're worrying me, Sia mumbled. After the Mars event, Varian threw himself into intense training. He went to the brink of death and back. Sometimes it was her, other times it was Enigma. Every training session ended with him fainting from severe injuries. Almost every waking hour, Varian was pushing himself to the limit. Sia watched Varian's tired face and sighed. I hope he doesn't let his mistake become his trauma. 30 minutes later, Varian opened his eyes and found Sia staring at him with a reproachful expression. Of course, she'd be mad at how I train, Varian thought to himself. He sighed and gave her an awkward smile. Another round? Sia crossed her arms and said with a displeased expression, Can you really go for another round? Of course, I can, Varian channeled his aura to show that he could, but to his surprise, he found that he was only back to a third of his peak. Usually, he would have recovered at least 75% of his aura, but his body seemed to be protesting and demanding rest. Seeing Varian's surprised expression, Sia nodded with a look that said, I knew it. You grow stronger the fastest through combat, but fighting every waking hour for days isn't the smartest way to go about it. Take a breather, you really need it. Varian considered her words seriously for a few minutes before nodding. All right. I'll take the evening off. Sia breathed a sigh of relief and walked away. Me as well. Watching you like that was mentally taxing. Varian gave her an apologetic smile before shifting his focus. Status. Superhuman L8, 5K/25K, plus 4.5K. Space L8, 2K/25K, plus 2K. Lightning L8, 1K/25K, advanced, plus 1K. Planety L8, 8K/25K, plus 4K. Psychic L8, 4K/25K, plus 2K. Macrokinetic L8, 1K/25K, advanced, plus 1K. Water L8, 2K/25K, plus 2K. I want to fight the high-level 8s so badly. But I keep getting pulled into world-ending schemes I can't just smash my way through. This is so frustrating. Curse my luck. Varian sighed. A thought flashed through his mind, and Varian's eyes lit up. I can go join the front lines. Sovereign Ares had once invited him to join the most active war zone. Now seemed like the perfect time to do so. Varian's calm rang and displayed the details of the date. How is it possible to finish so many things in a single evening date? It was impossible, but Varian didn't bother asking and made himself presentable in nice clothes. A few minutes later, the ghost ship landed on Eos. On their way to the exit, Varian and Sia passed by the seclusion room. The room's aura was sealed off, but Varian could feel Sarah due to the synergy. A few more days, Varian said with a disappointed expression. I miss her. Sia's lips twitched. She stared at her reflection on the wall and confirmed that she had indeed dressed up meticulously. She was already a stunning beauty, and with the extra touch-ups, she was simply breathtaking. Yet, here was her boyfriend, missing another girl. Even though it's her best friend and they're both his girlfriends, Sia still had the urge to smack Varian for saying those words. There are some things you shouldn't say to a lady if you want a long life, Sia warned him with a peaceful smile. I don't want to lie. Besides, she's my girlfriend too, Varian said with an innocent face. And what about using wordplay to lie about chilling on the vacation? Technically, that's not a lie. I did chill. Mr. Varian, you're playing with fire. Actually, I play with lightning and water. The couple bickered as they began their date in Eos. The nightlife was brimming with energy and enthusiasm. As the falling snow glistened in the neon lights, the lovers walked together. Right now, they didn't worry about impending crises. Varian didn't think about the Abyss Emperor, and Sia didn't bother about her past. In the crowd of thousands, they just enjoyed the heartbeat of the one they loved. They made joyful little memories to carry for the rest of their lives. In an unknown location, a neighboring galaxy, a magnificent castle stretched across thousands of miles, shining in the darkness like a bright star. Every material in the castle, from a single brick to the doormat, was so precious that celestial rancors would fight over it. Tens of thousands of servants and hundreds of maids tended to this opulent castle. Even the lowliest servants here were sovereigns, and the common maids were celestial rancors. In the most refined room of the castle, a man sat on a throne. His face was hidden by the scarlet light enveloping his body. A single wisp of this scarlet energy, if accidentally released, was enough to obliterate the solar system. Seated in front of the throne on both sides were beings of different races and backgrounds. But they all swore their allegiance to him. The Emperor has confirmed, the seventh prince's voice, akin to the rumbling of thunder, echoed in the hall. In the alliance, the perfect specimen has been born. His words drew hisses from the audience. The primal union body was just a theory, a madman's fantasy, wasn't it? An elderly voice said, his unwillingness evident. If it's the slivers, then fantasies become realities, a feminine voice trailed off. Her words set off a turbulence in the crowd, their souls trembling from the heaven-shattering implications. Even if it's the slivers, a younger voice stuttered, unless you have the powers of 6 slivers, the creation of the union body is impossible. But 2 slivers have been missing for millions of years. It happened in the distant past. Even though the Jai Empire never stopped searching for the slivers, it was merely a formality. No one really thought they could find the slivers anymore. But now. Indeed, the seventh prince's usually calm voice now held a tinge of anticipation. We have the slivers of space and time, they have life and death. Neither we nor the Alliance have any traces of the lost slivers' powers. He implied that the only possibility was that the lost slivers had traces of their powers. The seventh prince chuckled. The slivers of order and chaos have returned. It was snowing in Eos. Couples walked hand in hand. Parents held their children's hands. The elderly were guided by their grandchildren, who held their hands. Vin looked at her empty hand and was reminded of the times when her brother held her hand and took her out to play. Pull yourself together, Vin, she thought. Clad in a pitch-black dress, Vin walked through the streets with an expressionless face. For some reason, she chose to walk to her destination instead of driving. But she didn't fit into the cheerful crowd, and it didn't matter to her. Her father was suddenly busy with the situation on Mars, and the responsibility of following the tradition and honoring the deceased fell on her. Is this really happening? It still felt surreal to her. Perhaps this whole thing was a lie, an elaborate prank because her brother wanted to see her cry. Even if you're that cruel, I would be fine as long as you are alive, Vin silently thought, biting her lip as she walked on the snowy streets. In the white world, a figure in black slowly made her way toward the memorial hall. Her bodyguards followed from a distance, not bothering her. As the people who watched her grow up, they were saddened by the sudden change in her temperament. After breaking down that day, Vin suddenly changed. She only wore black, never smiled, and didn't talk more than necessary. The most depressing aspect of all was the lifeless look on her face, as if someone had sucked all hope out of her and the only future she saw was one of gloom. The mayor tried his best to soothe her, but nothing worked. Overnight, the cheerful and lively girl turned stone-hearted. After walking in silence for a few minutes, Vin reached the giant memorial hall and entered the special room for her brother. A hologram of a familiar young man greeted her, dressed in his combat uniform and smiling brightly. Vin felt her chest tighten as if someone had knocked the air out of her. She tried to breathe through her mouth, but all that did was release a pained whimper. All her energy seemed to be drained, and Vin collapsed to her knees, panting for breath. With every beat of her heart, grief pulsed through her. Vin felt the corners of her eyes turn red, but the stubborn girl didn't cry. She didn't allow herself to. Like a broken toy making its last move, Vin raised her head and looked at the hologram. Joa. Major General of 36th Division. Age, 29. Always live your life to the fullest. Seeing her brother's words, Vin gathered the strength to stand up. She clasped her hands and prayed for him. Vin didn't believe in an afterlife, but now she wished it were true. May you find happiness. Holding the flower bouquet, Vin walked out of the memorial hall and reached the backyard, the cemetery. The men and women honoring their loved ones in the cemetery were surprised by the appearance of this young girl before they shook their heads in pity. Death spared no one. Father will also leave me one day. Vin's mood worsened as she reached her brother's tombstone. The young girl lit the flower bouquet and placed it on the tombstone, following her tradition, burning the favorite object of the deceased so they could find peace. The purple flowers she brought were her brother's second favorite. But, I'm sorry, this is the best gift I could find. Vin tried her best to find the purple sky, but her brother seemed to have vanished into thin air. As the flowers burnt under the special flame, Vin clasped her hands and prayed. After sending you off, I will focus on our family business. I will work hard and make Father happy. Bless me from above. A familiar voice reached her ears. You should work for your happiness instead of worrying about keeping your father happy. Vin opened her eyes in surprise and confusion. She saw a familiar white box placed on the tombstone, which was now engulfed in flames. Vin recognized it right away and gasped. Purple sky. Why are you? Varian clasped his hands and offered a prayer before answering with a smile. Why not? It was his favorite, wasn't it? Vin was taken aback by his words, feeling a burst of emotions in her chest, elation, wronged, and grief all at once. For a moment, Vin didn't know how to respond. When she collected herself, the purple sky was already half-burnt. It's your father's memory, isn't it precious to you? Vin asked in a heavy tone. Varian sighed at her gloominess. In just a few days, the stubborn but lively girl had become a bundle of sadness. My father lives in my memory, my thoughts, and my actions, Varian said, looking at the burning purple sky and smiling brightly. Besides, I recently realized my father left me something far more intimate than a music box. Hearing his peaceful words, Vin's heart shook, and she couldn't help but ask, what is it? Varian looked at the rising suns on the horizon. The sun's rays lit up the cemetery. I inherited a soldier's sacrifice, a father's love, a man's courage. Varian's eyes shone brighter than the sunlight. I picked up his dream, but I won't stop there. I will go further. Vin stared at him intensely, tears swirling in her eyes. What would my brother want me to do? Varian sighed. I don't know. But he certainly wouldn't want you to decide your life based on his wishes. We inherit what our loved ones left behind and carry them forward, but we should never ignore our own aspirations. That would take away the whole point of being alive. So, instead of asking what he wants you to do, ask yourself, Vin, what do you want to do? Vin opened her mouth and muttered, what I want to do. A few lines from her brother's letter flashed in her mind. If I'm going to die anyway, I wanted to choose a death that was the most meaningful. Something I can be proud of. Something that gives me the courage to stare death in the face and live with courage. I see. Vin nodded, finally beginning to understand what her brother meant. Death was the common destination for everyone. No one could choose not to go there, but they could choose how to get there. A life filled with satisfaction or regret? One with great relationships or solitude? Of courage or fear? Vin bit her lip and made a decision. She wouldn't inherit the family business. If she did, her father would be happy, but would she be? Was a life spent growing that business something she truly wanted? I will choose how I live, Vin said, facing the tombstone with a serious expression. Varian smiled as the last bits of purple sky were reduced to ashes. A sense of relief washed over him, and an invisible burden was lifted from his shoulders. The dead live through the living, Varian's heart grew serene. My father and mother live through me. Thank you, big brother. If you need me in the future, you know where to find me, Vin said sincerely, about to turn around. Wait, Varian said, striding forward to close the distance between them. What is it? Vin blinked in confusion. Varian raised the corners of her lips into a smile with his index fingers. I miss that cheerful girl. Vin saw her reflection in the tombstone and saw a young girl smiling back at her. With a chuckle, Varian vanished from her sight. Vin remained frozen, staring at her reflection's stiff smile. Suddenly, her brother's words echoed in her mind. Vin, if you remember me, please smile. I will. Vin's lips curled up as tears slid down her cheeks. I will smile. The sovereign ended his retreat with a contented sigh. Things had gone even better than he expected. From the moment he learned about the celestial ranks, a fire burned inside him to reach that state. He didn't hesitate to use every method, honorable or not, to get closer to his goal. Now, he possessed 3 artifacts, Neptune's demon sword, Mars' ether pendant, and his own. If it wasn't for Varian, I could have retreated for longer. That bastard. The sovereign cursed under his breath. After Varian's incident, all 8 abysses mobilized their full forces and came to the Planetoids. As a result, he had to fight his abyssal counterpart. Only after sufficiently injuring him did the sovereign dare to retreat. Even though they were in a cooperative relationship and the abyssals promised to make him the ruler of the solar system, he knew it was all a lie. The closer he grew to celestial rank, the more he was awed by the Deva civilization. While the general public was unaware of the Abyssal's motives, he was crystal clear that they were seeking something from the ruins, perhaps all of it. Still, he didn't understand why they let him acquire the artifacts despite their high value. The only reason I can think of, there is something far more valuable in the ruins. The Abyssals don't even need artifacts in comparison to it. He had no chance of knowing what it was from his partners. He had to find it himself. But despite his growing strength, he couldn't enter the forbidden locations of the ruins. In the history of the Federation, only one person had ever entered a forbidden area and come out unscathed. Varian. The Sovereign drew a deep sigh. It was clear that the boy's specialty stemmed from something related to the Devas. The Sovereign even wondered if the boy had already accessed the legacy of the Devas and become its de facto leader. If that were the case, then perhaps Varian could stop him from reaching the celestial rank. Damn that bastard. He's everywhere. The Sovereign's aura shot into the air, and the secret realms suddenly dimmed. The sky went dark, the ground cracked, and a huge storm enveloped the secret realm. In just a few minutes, all the expensive structures crumbled. Yet, the Sovereign found it difficult to calm himself. His plan was to maintain the balance between the Abyssals and humans while he collected the artifacts. To do so, if a Sovereign died, the Abyss King must also perish, like what happened during the Pluto invasion. Even during the Valos event, his plan was to let the Despair Queen kill Irene and then eliminate the Despair Queen. You nearly spoiled my entire plan. All the Sovereigns were fully aware of what happened with Creo. Most of them initially condemned Varian's actions. But things took a sharp turn after Varian secured Mars with the veterans. When Sovereign Bali himself revealed Varian's help in making him a sovereign, the rulers of the Federation felt they had been judging Varian too harshly. Even though he made a mistake, they had to acknowledge the good he had done. Of course, the Sovereign was also grateful to Varian. If Mars had fallen, the Abyssals would have quickly exploited their advantage to conquer the planets one by one. He didn't mind sacrificing the balance if it secured him the artifacts. After all, once he reached the celestial rank, he could single-handedly destroy the Abyssals and reconquer the planets. As for the loss of population, humans had grown from 1% of the pre-blink population to 50 billion in just a few centuries. But he was afraid. I'm sure the Abyssals already have their doubts about why I collect the artifacts. The Sovereign's eyes shone with a cold light. If they have the chance and the advantage, they'll surely stop me. Sir, some crazy changes are taking place. Please return. The comms message was ominous, and the Sovereign was about to rush to the Planetoids when a sphere in his storage ring glowed. Huh? From them? The Sovereign opened the messenger used by the Abyssals and frowned. It was just a single sentence, but it sent a shiver down his spine. Take advantage of the situation and steal the remaining artifacts. Situation? The Sovereign's eyebrows shot up, and a thought flashed in his mind. His aura exploded, and he rushed to the planetoid at full speed. Varian panted heavily as he pulled his injured body from the floor. Due to the intense battle, his clothes were shredded to pieces long ago, leaving his chiseled figure on full display. Thanks to his superhuman path, Varian's body became more perfected with each level. He was neither huge nor thin but hit the right spot in between. The influence of the Planti power gave Varian a wild charm. The biggest attraction, however, was the innate confidence he displayed. It seemed like no matter what happened, he would stand tall, face every obstacle, and come out on top. He was so handsome that she really... Sia, why are you staring at me like that? Varian tilted his head at Sia, who was staring at him with a burning gaze. Huh? Sia let out a confused sound before breaking out of her trance and blushing. Put on a shirt, will you? Varian was initially confused but laughed after realizing what she meant. Don't tell me you're horny. You're horny, you exhibitionist. Sia glared at him with a serious face and walked out of the room in steady steps. Varian wondered if she was really angry. Arg. This is so embarrassing. Sia leaned against the corridor, feeling the heat in her body. It's all his fault. Why is he going around naked? She conveniently pushed the blame on him. In her defense, she was 18, and it was normal for her to be both embarrassed and curious about these things. But, of course, she wasn't really a human. She didn't understand how her hormones worked either. But I think I am like a normal human. Whatever the case, her body felt weird only when she was with Varian. If the repulsion disappears, then maybe we can try. Sia bit her lip and imagined herself asking for it before she shook her head. I bet he's waiting for it to disappear so he can have both me and Sarah. In the final phase of her retreat, Sarah suddenly shuddered. Before she could think what it meant, she heard Varian's voice through the speakers. Sarah, we'll be busy for a few days. Take care. Outside the seclusion room, Sia mumbled, You're really going to the front lines? Our training has stopped being effective, Varian shrugged. Besides, I've always wanted to see Neptune. Sia was reluctant. Neptune's planetoids had the highest fatality rates. She didn't want Varian to risk his life. But she also understood that he wouldn't listen. On some things, Varian was just too stubborn. I'll come with you. I don't have anything to do now anyway. Sia said. If she couldn't stop him, she could at least accompany and protect him. Varian smiled, aware of her thoughts. Great. Boo, let's go to Neptune. Sam covered his body in flames and flew over a secured road. His keen fire sense observed the Abyss patrollers east of the Damel River while he patrolled the western side. On this planetoid, Belstar, under Mercury's jurisdiction, the boundary between humans and Abyssals was defined by the Damel River. This was one of the few planetoids stationed with level 9s, so both the Mercury army and the Sin Abyss paid great attention to it. There would be at least one minor war in a province and around 50 skirmishes every month. With so much experience, the soldiers were very alert to even the slightest changes. That's why, even though the Abyss patrol team on the other side of the border seemed normal, Sam couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Sam suddenly stopped. The soldiers patrolling a mile before and after him also halted due to his action, and their voices sounded in his earpiece. Explain yourself, one of them demanded. Without hesitation, Sam replied, I feel something is off. On any other planet, especially those like Venus, such words would have been scoffed at. But Belstar was a planet that honed the soldiers' instincts to incredible degrees. If Sam, a soldier who had served on this planet for 5 years, felt something was wrong, it was worth looking into. The patrol team within 10 miles quickly gathered near Sam and held a quick meeting. This was clearly observed by the monster lions and devil tigers patrolling the east of the river. The Sin Abyss, Mercury's nemesis, was ruled by Sin King. Like all the abysses, the Sin Abyss had its own path of excellence, the Beast Morpher path. So, even though they only saw beasts on the other side of the river, the soldiers treated them as enemy soldiers. Sam, what happened? The patrol team captain asked with a frown. Sir, the patrol creatures give me an uneasy feeling. It's like they're preparing for something. Sam tried to explain his gut feeling. An ambush? But isn't our meeting the perfect time? The captain looked at the monsters patrolling on the other side of the river and frowned. In contrast to the fortified buildings on their side, the other side of the river was an endless forest with countless mountain ranges. Due to the wide range of sneaky beasts, they had a hard time infiltrating the forest and gathering information to prepare against ambushes. However, if a patrol team was met like this, it was usually a good plan to ambush. No, Sam shook his head. Not an ambush. I scanned them with my fire sense as usual. Maybe it's their eyes or their demeanor, I can't tell for sure, but all I felt was brimming confidence. The captain channeled his aura and decided to act based on this information. Confident of what? Victory. The moment those words left his mouth, the sky darkened. The ground began to shake, and the sound of heavy footsteps grew closer. Charge. Before Sam knew it, he had crossed the river along with his team, attacking the beasts. His body moved instinctively, and with his teammates' cooperation, he managed to kill his enemy in 30 seconds. But the sound of hooves, paws, and roars grew louder. Countless patrol teams were alerted by the movement and rushed to the other side of the border to take the initiative. When they arrived, tens of thousands of beasts appeared in their sight, along with the usual abyssal forces. Even though there was no level 9 leader, the giant beasts leading the army were all level 8s. In this planetoid where the forces were evenly matched, the addition of this new force broke all the boundaries. Fuck. Sam cursed as a harsh war erupted on Belstar. The comms in Mercury's army headquarters rang incessantly as news of the beast armies on the planetoids kept coming. Sovereign Albert ordered the planetoid armies to hold them off as best they could while he called for the retired veterans to lend a hand. Most of these old men and women suffered from internal injuries and were unable to exert their peak strength. But whenever Mercury was in trouble, they gladly lent their strength and, if needed, their lives. Before setting off for a battle with Sin King, Albert looked at the messages from the other sovereigns and sighed with a heavy heart. What is happening? The planetoids of all planets were attacked simultaneously. While Mercury's planetoids grappled with the new beasts, Venus struggled with corrosive rains from sea abyss. Earth faced the same number of abyssals, who were mostly body awakeners. However, for some reason, some of them received a boost in strength and attacked in endless rage, as if they had lost their reason. Known as berserkers, these abyssals, limited to level 8, began to push back the Earth forces. The forces on Mars' planetoids, barely balancing out the level 9s, were hit hard when they encountered a series of large-scale illusions. Moreover, unlike any other planet, Mars had to face a few new level 9 abyssals. This disrupted the delicate balance and pushed Mars into a dangerous situation. Jupiter suffered under the release of tyrannical fires by the fire abyss. Saturn didn't fare any better, as chaotic spaces and attacks created significant problems for the armed forces. Uranus, on the other hand, despite facing a wave of new planty enemies, wasn't as troubled due to the edge they gained during the Valos event. Lastly, Neptune. Despite being the planet with the strongest forces, Neptune was stretched thin, balancing attacks from the two fronts of Thunder Abyss and Pluto. A warring species previously only bred in Thunder Abyss, lightning wyverns, was recently transferred to Pluto after Varian infiltrated the small planet. Now, the lightning wyverns have experienced a sudden boost in strength for some reason and are starting to overwhelm Neptune's forces. Varian, however, is still halfway through his journey to Neptune, as the unexpected situation caused him to stop at Mars. "We're here," Varian announced as the ghost ship stopped at one of Mars' spaceports. The exit sprang open, and Enigma rushed to the teleportation section. Varian followed behind, without any disguise. It was a rare occasion for him to be himself. The crowd gasped in shock at the appearance of the mysterious youth, but the guards wordlessly prevented them from approaching him. With Bali at the helm, the treatment of Varian and Enigma suddenly improved, and they were given special treatment. Dressed in her signature all-black dress, with her beautiful, almost dreamlike tricolor hair flowing with each step, Enigma stood out. She entered one of the teleportation formations and activated it. The space around her began to twist, and a white light started to envelop her. As she was about to leave, Enigma stiffly raised her hand and awkwardly waved. Varian gave her an encouraging smile and yelled, "Don't die." His words seemed to trigger a response, and Enigma's voice reached his mind through telepathy. "I'm the one who always tells you that. Don't take too many risks now that you're alone. Don't die." Does she see me as a problem child or what? Varian couldn't understand what exactly she was thinking. Shaking those thoughts from his mind, Varian hoped Enigma would resolve the dangerous situation on Mars. If that wasn't possible, he wished for her to at least prevent the worst from happening. Varian vanished and reappeared in space. Through his supervision, he saw the shining dots in the vast darkness, the planetoids. Who would have thought? Varian's voice trailed off, weary. Mars' army had taken a significant hit under the Mirage Queen. Only through Varian's bold actions and Bali's valor did Mirage Abyss advantage over Mars shift from overwhelming enough to wage war and easily win to significant but not enough for a war. Except for the level 9s, however, Varian's adventures in the Mirage Abyss dealt a huge blow to the Abyss general combat power. Compared to the casualties of human soldiers on the planetoid, the numbers of Abyssals were staggering. This gave humans a noticeable edge in the level 8s, but definitely a significant edge at level 7 and below. After the mutual weakening, both sides thought they would be locked in a stalemate for a while. Master, the Nightmares killed another level 9 on a Mars planetoid. Boo's voice sounded from his comm, the stalemate is almost broken. First it was me, then the Mirage Queen, and now the Nightmares. Mars' luck is truly screwed up. The hard-won stalemate was broken by the emergence of a group of small but strong powerhouses. The Nightmares, as they called themselves, were a group of a dozen low and mid-level 9 Abyssals that suddenly appeared 3 hours ago. While every other planet also experienced some change at that time, they all had one thing in common: they didn't get any level 9 enemies. The new forces they faced, whatever form they came in, were level 8s. Powerful level 8s? Sure. But still level 8s. Of course, level 8s were the pillars of the Federation. If the human army lost significant level 8s, planetoids would fall without a doubt. However, if level 9s fell, the planet itself would fall. Out of the 8 planets, only Mars received the special treatment of level 9 abyssal reinforcements. This made strategic sense. Sending a dozen new level 9s to other planets wouldn't change much. Except for Mercury, every planet had more than 60 level 9s. However, the problem with Mercury was that its planetoids were too close together. Even if these 12 level 9s were sent there, Sovereign Albert would eventually drag his fight with Sin King to their positions. Since Nightmares were only low or mid-level 9s, and Albert was possibly the strongest or second strongest sovereign, just staying within the range of his battle would kill these level 9s. Mars became the natural choice for Nightmares. If the Nightmares managed to break the stalemate and overwhelm Mars level 9s, the planetoids would quickly fall. Mars itself could be conquered in a matter of weeks. Where did the Abyssals get these new forces from? Varian had a guess, but there was no way to verify it. The abysses were closed, and without blasting through the abyss he couldn't enter them. Even if he did, unlike before, the abyss would track the ghost ship and leak his location to the Abyssals. It would be a total mess. Varian sighed and contacted a sovereign to consult for a decision. Soon, the hologram of a thin man with a somber middle-aged face appeared in front of him. You chose to contact me when we're under attack. Sovereign Michael Karen's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Are you going to reveal that you're siding with the Abyssals? That this is your grand plan? Varian opened and closed his mouth a few times. In a few casual talks, Irene had told him, with an embarrassed expression, that Michael was pessimistic and paranoid. Varian realized she had understated the severity. He also understood why Sovereign Michael had never given an interview throughout his career. Which planet do you think needs my assistance? He asked. Michael Karen paused for a moment, and suddenly, the sky above the hologram turned red. It seemed like an explosion had occurred on the same or a nearby planetoid. However, the Sovereign wasn't bothered by it. Instead, he looked annoyed at Varian's question. How the hell would I know? We're at a critical juncture. One mistake, and a planetoid will fall. With a chain reaction, the entire planet will fall. Michael's face paled as he gasped. Once a planet falls, it's over. Varian's lips twitched, and he changed the question. Which planet do you think will fall first? Michael answered with full conviction. Mars or Neptune, depending on which side's defense is worse. Others can hold on, but they might fall too. Damn it, the situation is dire. Maybe I should start gathering the Ark. Varian ignored the paranoid Sovereign's ramblings and teleported to a teleportation formation. Since Enigma was going to handle Mars, he decided to visit Neptune. Wait a minute, I was going to Neptune anyway. So, is it just me, or are the places I'm landing at turning into hell? As Varian was about to embark on a non-stop teleportation journey, his comms suddenly lit up. Are you leaving? We should be there any minute. Varian wanted to refuse and leave right away. But he thought of the current situation and wondered how long it would take for things to settle down, if ever, and decided to at least have a proper farewell. Exactly 46 seconds later, Kyle and Maya stood in front of Varian, both panting heavily. I know you're about to do something dangerous, but take care. Kyle gave him a hug and looked at him with pitying eyes. Varian broke the hug and said, I'm not going to die. But you always end up in something big, Kyle pointed out with a wry smile. Maya nodded with a pout. She didn't like Varian risking his life, but there wasn't much she could do about it. That was the path he chose, and he would walk it no matter the end. Just like her, the CTF project she had poured her heart, soul, and time into was now a complete waste due to the closure of the abysses. If there's anything we, know, Tom can help you with, please don't hesitate, Maya said with a pleading gaze. Varian nodded to soothe her worry. Kyle and Maya continued to look at him with pitying gazes, as if they were seeing a warrior going to his last war. Don't give me that look, Varian's lips twitched, and he changed the topic. I don't have much time. See you guys. He turned around to leave, but Kyle grabbed his hand and placed a storage ring in his palm. Don't use it for fighting. It explodes. But you can move around in it, and it can help you with defense, Kyle explained with an embarrassed expression. Varian scanned the full body armor and raised an eyebrow. Kyle was working on mecha. It seemed like he was making progress with the project. But of course, he didn't plan to use it. Maya looked at Varian with a tearful gaze. She had worked hard, really hard, to get the CTFs running. But with all her hard work going down the drain, Maya was deeply hurt. I'm sorry, my CTFs are useless. Totally, utterly useless. Maya lowered her head and whimpered. Varian sighed inwardly. Maya was his friend, like a little sister. But what was even more heartbreaking was seeing someone work so hard, pouring their heart and soul into something, only for it to fail due to the intervention of a third party. That's my fucking childhood. Putting that thought aside, Varian decided to cheer her up. You helped me a lot already. Without your CTFs, the world would have been over, and I'm not even kidding. So, don't beat yourself up. Your invention already saved the world. What if it can't work now? CTFs must have other uses. They can't take you from a dungeon to the abyss, but maybe dungeon to dungeon? Maya raised her head and looked at him in surprise. She nodded, but her expression wasn't bright. Their spaces are connected, but it's not helpful. Varian stretched out his hand and said, I'll ask Boo if he can do anything about it. Even though she held no hope, Maya gave him all the CTFs she had and sent him a code she had just scribbled down. This is a summary about the inter-dungeon travel. Boo can understand it. Varian accepted her gift and stepped into the formation. With Bali ruling the planet, he didn't have to worry about their safety. He could focus on the situation at hand. The holy altar of the Despair Abyss shone with a brilliant light. Concurrently, the altars in the abyss absorbed the aura crystals and channeled the power into the holy altar. The space around it shook violently before being torn apart by purple energy, forming a space portal above the altar. A red light flashed, and the portal dimmed. The next second, the underground hall went dark. With steady footsteps, an abyssal stepped out of the portal, which closed shortly after. The abyssal's red eyes shone in the darkness before the hall lit up, revealing a man in a red uniform with a skull pattern, the uniform of the most feared Knight Order of the now fallen Blood Province. Due to the interstellar journey, the abyssal's body felt heavy, and his face was impossibly pale. If it were a normal human or abyssal, they would have fainted without resistance. But this abyssal not only stayed fully awake, he even used his powers and moved out of the abyss within a few minutes. Once he stepped out, he saw two tiny shining stars and the smaller dots. The solar system. This is the place with the legacy? The Abyssal's lips curled into a smile. His gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing through. Even though he did nothing, the bloodlust he unconsciously emitted surpassed that of most level 9s. It'll be over soon. After one last glance, he returned to the castle to start recuperating. This time, the Emperor went to great lengths to ensure humanity's complete destruction. What the humans were seeing was just the beginning. The holy altar in the hollow abyss glowed brightly before an abyssal in a red cloak appeared. A hologram of the Hollow Queen greeted him, and the abyssal in the red cloak nodded. Despite being from the other side, the Hollow Queen had heard rumors about this person. I've arranged the quarters and resources. Rest well before the time comes. Two maids stepped forward and showed him the way. The cloaked figure seemed to nod, but before they could guide him, he stared at the Hollow Queen. Him. Where is his information? The cloaked figure's voice was deep, and the moment he uttered his first word, the air around him turned blood red. I've sent it to your room. Everything we know about him so far, and everything we could buy. The Hollow Queen gestured. The cloaked figure reached his resting room and stared at the hologram of the man on the desk, the man he must kill at any cost. An 18-year-old. The recent emergency forced us to overuse the teleportation formations. They are on cooldown. I apologize. The assistant commander of the military district offered his apologies. Varian nodded with an awkward expression. J.J. Jameson, Level 4 Water Awakener, the assistant commander of such a large military district, was only a Level 4. Even though Varian wasn't a frequent visitor to military districts, Sarah had told him that these places were strictly guarded. Since this was the largest military district on Neptune, there should have been at least a Level 8 Awakener. Ideally, there would be 1 or 2 Level 9s as well. Varian gave the district one last look before turning around. I'll arrive in an hour. Thank you for meeting me at the spaceport. May your sword become the Abyssal's nightmare. The assistant commander bid farewell with a traditional warrior's phrase. Varian smiled slightly and entered the ghost ship. As the military district grew smaller, the spaceship broke through the clouds and headed for space. Varian's smile faded. I read the reports, but the situation is worse than I imagined. It's just ridiculous. How could the largest base on Neptune be run by a Level 4? Only if everyone above had gone to the Planetoids. Master, Boo scanned the military base. There are only 30 people inside, and all of them are injured soldiers, just there for treatment. The 100 soldiers we saw in the compound were just bots, Boo explained. Varian sighed, as if he had expected this but still found it hard to accept. Due to his actions a few days ago, all the Abysses had brought their full armies to the Planetoids. As a result, Varian wouldn't be able to take a few Level 9s and carry out his signature terror attacks. Even in this scenario, there should have been at least a Level 8 on the base or a few Level 7s. There were none. The teleportation formation wasn't working because it had been overused due to the recent emergency. Boo, everyone is on the planetoid, holding back the threat, Boo said. Master, the forces of Neptune and the Abyssals are roughly matched. The addition of Level 8 Wyverns has tipped the balance. Since all planets are in the same condition, Neptune can't request reinforcements, Boo explained. Right, Varian nodded. Level 8s are more manageable than Level 9s. If it's just 10 or 20 extra Level 8s, Neptune can handle it. But this many? Boo nodded, understanding. The ghost was usually dim-witted, but it had its moments of clarity. Ah, Boo nearly forgot. Boo slapped its forehead and made a gesture. A sky-blue vial appeared, Sia's blood potion, the miracle potion. Explain, Varian said. Enigma asked Boo to give it to you, Boo replied. Why? She said the potion is heavy and inconvenient to carry. You expect me to believe that? Or do you really believe it? Varian looked at Boo as if he were an idiot. Boo shrugged. Never mind. Varian placed the vial in his storage ring next to his own potion. When Enigma made the potion, she made two, one for Sarah and one for Sia. Fortunately, Sarah had been the one to drink it, and she survived because of the primordial blessing. Varian decided to give Sia the potion only after they reached a sufficient level in synergy. That way, he could help her manage the energy of 6 slivers and keep her safe. As his thoughts drifted to the past, Boo's voice snapped him back. Master, get ready. We're almost there. Western borders, Planetoid Corinth. Hold. Keep the shield. Don't stop. Desperate roars shook the battlefield before they were drowned out by the rumbling of the thunder. High up in the sky, 5 level 8 human awakeners gritted their teeth as they poured every bit of their mana to maintain a huge lightning dome that protected them. The golden lightning dome was bombarded by dozens of dark red lightning bolts every second. Fuck. How are there so many? The strongest of the group, a mid-level 8 thunder awakener, cursed. The 20 lightning wyverns attacking them paid no heed to his curses and continued to summon lightning bolts, shooting them at the human level 8s. The dome shook under the first 20 bolts, and on the 21st attack, a cracking sound spread. Fuck. Stabilize at 130 degrees. Now. The mid-level 8, an old woman with gray hair, instructed as she temporarily increased her mana output. Seizing the chance, the remaining 4 awakeners, all level 8s, poured their mana into the small crack that appeared in the dome and repaired it. Before the mid-level 8 could sigh in relief, the next wave of attacks arrived. Since she was already maxing out her mana, the old woman's face quickly paled. Even though the wyverns were only low-level 8, there were 20 of them. Despite her superior individual strength, the dome was pushed back by their combined attacks. The right section of the dome was thin due to the concentrated attacks, and the mid-level 8 was forced to pour even more mana to thicken it. As a result, her insides churned, and blood spilled from her lips and nose. Captain. The team members cried out and hurriedly channeled their own mana to alleviate her burden. They succeeded, but the next wave of attacks arrived once again. I have to keep going, the old woman told herself as she pointed her trembling fingers at the dome. Lightning flowed from her fingertips and joined the dome, strengthening it. This wave of lightning was slightly less damaging than the previous one, as the low-level 8 wyverns had grown a bit tired. However, the human side was in a worse condition. A crack sounded when the 11th lightning bolt hit the dome. The 12th, 13th, and Kacha. With the sound of shattering glass, the dome collapsed. The 5 human awakeners coughed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. They covered themselves with a lightning cloak to prevent physical damage upon impact. But one of them was too drained to do so properly and sustained severe injuries from the crash. The 20 lightning wyverns, each the size of a small airplane, opened their mouths and charged the final lightning bolts against the team. The armies fighting nearby reacted sharply to the event. The human side despaired, while the abyssals rejoiced. The lightning bolts grew to the size of a bus and were about to be unleashed against the 5 defenders. The hearts of the level 8s grew heavy as they lay on the ground, utterly exhausted and injured. They had done everything they couldn't fight anymore. But they didn't give up and struggled to channel their lightning mana for one last strike. Sometimes, the best isn't enough. The human army grew nervous as they started to realize it was all over. At the same time, the abyssal army cheered. Roar. Following the roar, 20 lightning bolts reached the defenders in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a frivolous voice cut through the battlefield. Wyvern Fry sounds about right. 20 lightning bolts streaked several miles and reached the 5 human awakeners in the blink of an eye. The air itself heated up from the potent lightning in each bolt. A single one of them was enough to blow up a small city. Facing 20 of them in their current state, there was no hope of survival. As the 5 human awakeners despaired, they heard a frivolous voice from the sky. Before they could even process what was happening, they saw a man standing in front of them, raising his hand against the lightning bolts. It all happened in a heartbeat, but perhaps because it was their last moments, everything seemed so slow. The mid-level 8 Awakener couldn't see the man clearly, but from the side of his face, he felt that this young man, seemed a little familiar. Where did I see him? That was his last thought before the lightning bolts crashed onto the young man's hand. There was no blast, no shockwave, not even a sound. The human and abyss armies stopped their battles and turned to this battlefield. Then, as if they had seen a ghost, they forgot to breathe. What? The old woman blinked her eyes in confusion and looked at the young man. What she saw made her heart nearly stop. He. The mid-level 8 Awakener gaped, her eyes wide. Not just her, even the 20 wyverns flying in the air were staring at the young man. No, they were all staring at his palm. A golden ball floated above it. Madness. The old woman gulped as she realized why the attacks had gone out with a whimper. The golden ball. Varian flicked his hand, and the golden ball shot into the clouds. The sky was dyed golden as 20 lightning bolts exploded together. The ground shook violently, and the air grew intensely hot in an instant. Such an attack was enough to obliterate both armies. Yet, despite the explosion overhead, no one looked at the sky. They all stared at the young man in utter silence. Even the lightning wyverns, known for their violence, remained still. Perhaps it was minutes, or perhaps just a second, but the first to break the silence was an abyssal. With quivering lips, a level 7 abyssal said, Varian. The devil. The human who had slaughtered 20 million abyssals. The monster who broke a holy altar. The devil who destroyed the capital city of Mirage Abyss. The abyssal army instinctively took a step back, feeling an emotion they thought they had long abandoned, fear. Utter, irrational, nonsensical fear consumed their entire being. Even as the air grew hot from the lightning bolts, the abyssal army shivered. Seeing the reaction of their allies, the lightning wyverns realized the man was even more dangerous than their instincts had warned. But they had only one order: attack. The 20 lightning wyverns opened their mouths, and beams of lightning mana poured out. A massive lightning bolt formed from the combined power, a special move they rarely used. The bolt grew from the size of a bus to that of an airplane, and before long, it reached the size of an entire runway. Standing under the shadow cast by the monstrous weapon, the human army grew increasingly worried. They glanced at Varian, urging him to act. But for some reason, he watched everything with a calm expression. The lightning bolt stopped growing, and its glow intensified. The crackling of lightning echoed across the battlefield like the popping of fireworks. Occasional rumblings shook the clouds. Before they knew it, the air became scorching hot, and the nearby lakes began to dry up visibly. And the lightning bolt started to emit a golden light as if it were the sun. It's finally ready. Varian's lips curled up. Why you? That attack will kill everyone. The old woman, mid-level 8, barely stood and stuttered, nothing within 100 miles will survive. Varian didn't answer her. Instead, he eyed the weapon with curiosity. As if in response, the lightning wyverns roared, and the lightning bolt flashed. The gigantic weapon crossed 30 miles in a blink and was just 30 miles away from reaching the land. It was then. A silhouette collided with it. The world dimmed for a moment before a bright golden light exploded, blinding everyone with its brilliance. Then, a huge golden shockwave swept across the land. Flowers, trees, even humans and abyssals were blown away when the shockwave touched them. The mid-level 8 watched the huge golden circle in the sky slowly expand. That man. Varian's attack ripped open the lightning bolt. Suddenly, the old woman's eyebrows jumped, and she glanced farther above. Son of a, Varian stood in the sky, holding the tails of 20 dead wyverns. His shirt was ripped apart, and there were several black burns on his body. Except for his profusely bleeding arm, twisted at a strange angle, Varian didn't have any major injuries. On the other hand, the wyverns died with their bodies intact, showing only a small ice sword or a snapped neck. The disparity in their strengths was clear to see. Master, 10 wyverns are attacking a nearby planetoid. Hurry up. They're all mid-level 8. Varian nodded lightly, and his figure flickered before disappearing from the crowd. The level 8s stood up as they barely recovered. Seeing Varian's departure, complicated emotions flashed in their eyes. An 18-year-old boy? Awakened 4 months ago? At level 7? Bullshit. He's level 8, damn it. And a very strong level 8 at that. He left, an Abyss soldier asked. He really left us alone, another followed. An Abyss captain felt his courage return and laughed. Ah, haha. What devil? He really isn't much, the sky rumbled and thunder roared. Lightning bolts bombarded the Abyss army, decimating them to smithereens. The devil's voice lingered in the air. My parting gift. Mars seemed to be afflicted with terrible luck. One thing after another kept happening. Now, with a group of level 9 abyssals that called themselves Nightmares, the hard-won stalemate was broken. The Federation had no manpower to bridge this gap. So, Enigma took the matter into her own hands. After landing on the Planetoid roads, where 2 members of the Nightmare were wreaking havoc, the former leader of Shadow Guardians sprang into action. It had been 2 hours since she set foot on the planet, and the results were evident for every soldier on the planetoid. Keep your senses sharp. Focus. Focus. Heighten your awareness. Don't lose sight of your enemies. Be it humans or abyssals, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers fighting across the planetoid were hearing the same commands. Even the level 8s remained alert, not to mention the level 7s. As for the mid and low-level awakeners, they were trying their best not to be swept away by the battle in the sky. The sky of Rhodes, which had been shining a few hours ago, was now pitch black, darker than the night. In this darkness, explosions occurred occasionally, ripping apart the night and revealing 3 figures. A woman in black clothes, with a soft sword in her hand and several injuries, faced 2 abyssals. One abyssal had a taut body that boasted extreme physical strength, while the other was a thin but lean figure who moved at ridiculous speeds. Boom! The darkness was broken, and the 3 figures were revealed once again. As usual, there was a new injury on Enigma and 2 new injuries on the 2 abyssals. In the next moment, darkness spread and enveloped them once more. What a strange power, a level 8 human sighed, unable to use his senses in the darkness. For a high-level awakener, senses were crucial in battle. By affecting them, Enigma gained an unfair advantage. Perhaps that's why she was able to fight 2 mid-level 9s. Where are you looking at? Following a roar, a shining spear shot toward the human level 8. I'm seeing your death. The man avoided the spear and shot toward the abyssal standing on a cliff, intending to finish him off this time. Rhodes' planetoid shook as hundreds of thousands of awakeners fought without reservations. From a high altitude, it seemed like fireworks of all colors were going off on the ground. At least, that's how it appeared to Enigma, who was standing even above the clouds. I'll ask once again, who are you 2? Where did you come from? Enigma gripped her sword, and its blade hummed. Ha ha ha. Do you think knowing would make any difference? In fact, it would crush the last hope in your heart. The extreme abyssal specializing in strength laughed. Enigma squinted her eyes and raised her sword without a word. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a figure appeared behind her, holding an axe that was shaking violently. The speed abyssal looked at Enigma's sword and gnashed his teeth. She actually blocked his attack. He was an extreme awakener who had boosted his speed and always excelled in sneak attacks. But she blocked it, despite being a sub-level lower than him. The abyssal squinted his eyes as he looked at the darkness that was covering everything. Even to see Enigma now, he had to focus on his senses. Yet, his performance was affected. Fuck. Why do you have the path of darkness? The speed abyssal cursed as his figure blurred, and he launched another barrage of attacks on Enigma. Enigma made only the absolute minimum movements but avoided all the attacks and started counterattacking. Even with his great speed, the speed abyssal was quickly suppressed under Enigma's darkness, mind attacks, and gravity power. As Enigma was about to land a critical blow, the strength abyssal attacked. Enigma set up a gravity shield and blocked him at the last moment, but at the cost of losing the opportunity to severely injure the speed abyssal. With only a slight edge over her enemies, Enigma continued to fight. If Varian were here, he'd be surprised to find that Enigma's combat style was very close to his. Of course, there were differences. While Varian's combat style was based on perseverance and destruction, Enigma's rested on a single pillar, precision. The sky continued to shake as the darkness thinned with each passing second. The three fighters grew more injured and fatigued, but the fight was far from over. I can't let this drag on. I need to end this. Enigma's eyes flashed with resolve, and she swung her sword. The abyssals avoided her attack and countered. Is this all your species is good for? Sneak attacks and relying on numbers? Enigma mocked. The abyssals were a proud race, once standing at great heights before their circumstances crushed them. That's why she decided to attack their pride. Whatever you say doesn't matter, the strength abyssal looked at her as if he were staring at a corpse. Despite dismissing her words, he didn't want to admit his race was weak. As long as we win, we are willing to do anything. Victory is everything, the speed abyssal said, launching another sneak attack on Enigma. The speed abyssal's axe tore through the air, shaking the very space itself. Before it even reached Enigma, a huge explosion erupted, and the shockwave from the weapon leveled mountains. Enigma clenched her fists and altered the gravity around the axe. Suddenly, the axe was attracted to the speed abyssal who had thrown the spear. The gravitational force pulled the axe, which was heading toward Enigma, at breakneck speed in the opposite direction, toward the speed abyssal. The axe quickly slowed down and then came to a complete stop before Enigma. With a flip of her hand, the axe shot towards the speed abyssal with even greater speed than before. Damn you, gravity bastards! The speed abyssal cursed as he shot through the air, fleeing from the spear. Speed awakeners exploited their speed to dodge attacks. But in front of gravity awakeners, who could lock weapons onto their bodies, they were helpless. Enigma turned to the strength abyssal, her eyes shining with a cruel glint. The sky shook the next second. Come help. Quick. Damn it. The strength abyssal yelled, repeatedly raising his spear to block Enigma's attacks. Each clash of their weapons sent sparks flying, and despite being the stronger of the two, the abyssal was being suppressed. Strictly speaking, Enigma was weaker than him and should have lost the physical exchanges. However, since she interfered with his mind, he couldn't exert his full power. The darkness that dimmed his senses made him weaker, and sometimes, it would turn into weapons to sneak attack him. Who the hell are you? What is a hybrid like you doing in this forsaken place? The strength abyssal glared at the woman. The Nightmare was a group from the Abyss Empire. Compared to the people of the solar system, he knew more. That's why he couldn't understand what a hybrid like Enigma was doing here. Oh, so you're from that side, Enigma said, blocking a sneak attack from the speed abyssal, who had returned. Which side? The speed abyssal backed off and looked at her in shock. Why, you know what we... The strength abyssal also stared at her in shock. What the hell do you know? No, how do you even know? Enigma glanced at the two abyssals for a moment and sighed inwardly. To kill them, she needed to catch them off guard or agitate them enough to make mistakes. Only then would she have a chance to kill them, even if it meant significant injuries. The two abyssals didn't attack her but stared at her, waiting for an answer. Province trial, Enigma said suddenly. Why you? The strength abyssal's eyes widened in utter shock. You won't win, the tricolor woman declared. You know what happens when you don't win, right? Your beloved friends, the Zions, will happily die, bitch. The speed abyssal roared in anger, appearing behind her and slashing his axe. His face was pale green, and his eyes were bloodshot with fury. This gave her a chance. Enigma increased her gravity to the ground, causing her height to plummet. Like a stone thrown from a building, she quickly descended, dodging the attack. As she did, she used her mind powers to exploit the burning fury in the speed abyssal's mind. She froze half of his body for a split second, then struck him with a gravity palm. The gravity around his body became chaotic, and the legs of the speed abyssal twisted apart, the sounds of bones popping echoing through the air. "Why did the Abyss Emperor send you now?" Enigma's voice rang out as she faced the strength abyssal. "His Majesty, let me guess. You were crushed by the fairies, and he wanted you to get the legacy so you could have a chance at survival, even if it means wiping out the human race." "How moral," Enigma said in a mocking tone. "Don't you dare." The strength abyssal also lost control and went on a rampage. Enigma used his anger against him and dealt a decisive blow. After a few minutes, she killed the 2 weakest members of the nightmare. 10 more to go. Enigma hid from both humans and abyssals as she recuperated from her injuries. Even though she had killed them, the 2 abyssals managed to inflict 2 significant injuries on her. Enigma endured the pain and said, "Boo, some potion." She froze and looked around. Realizing she wasn't in the ghost ship anymore, Enigma felt a sense of loss. The loss of leaving her home. It had been 6 hours since the abyssals first struck. While Mars was partially stabilized by Enigma, the other planets were also doing their best. Under the leadership of Sovereigns and Level 9s, humanity managed to withstand the initial shock and tried to stabilize the situation. However, things weren't going as planned. Level 8s weren't ordinary soldiers, they were just a step below the highest level, the true pillars of the Federation. When an excess of such powerhouses came knocking at the door, the human army's options were limited. Currently, the strongest and most brilliant human Level 8s were tasked with fighting 2 or 3 abyssal Level 8s. Using their skill, experience, and talent, these genius Level 8s were holding back multiple abyssals. But this wasn't an ideal solution. Firstly, geniuses, by definition, are few and far between, so they couldn't completely salvage the situation. Secondly, the abyssals didn't just bring in new Level 8 abyssals, they introduced a different set of problems. Mercury was facing beast tides, Venus was dealing with poisonous rains, Earth was battling berserk abyssals, and so on. None of these issues could be easily resolved. The military knew this, but they were doing their best and hoped to find a way to turn the situation around. Level 8, He is growing too strong, too fast. On one of Earth's planetoids, Julius narrowed his eyes at the report from Neptune and clenched his fists. According to the eyewitness, Varian's strength wasn't just that of a Level 8, he absolutely massacred 20 mid-level 8 Wyverns. "When I'm worried about his growth, the abyssals start their petty schemes." Julius' eyes flashed with golden light, and his body transformed into that of a giant golden titan. The next moment, the artifact space ring on his body flashed, and he teleported to the next planetoid. Here, humans occupied one continent, while the abyssals took another. Between them lay a vast ocean. Appearing above the abyssal continent, he glanced at the aliens with utter loathing. "Die." A massive fist fell from the sky. "Stop." Demon King was a second too late and could only watch as Julius attacked the planetoid. Even before Julius' fist hit the ground, the sky shook, and the air exploded. Shockwaves spread out, covering half the entire planetoid. Everything in their path, mountains, military bases, Level 6s, Level 7s, and even Level 8s, was obliterated. A huge crack spread across the continent, as if someone had drawn a thick dividing line on its map. The abyssals stared in shock at the massive fist before their world went dark. In the next second, the continent split in two. A vast empty area formed in the ocean, devoid of water, and due to the immense pressure from the punch, massive tsunamis began to form on the planetoid. Julius. Demon King appeared before the golden giant, his intent to kill sharp. "You'll die a dog's death." Julius craned his neck and looked at the Demon King with contempt. "I am not the one barking." The two sovereigns locked eyes, and in the next second, their figures blurred. Space cracked, and the sky split as a battle of colossal proportions began in outer space. Bobu, Nu, Mbur. Leaning against a hill and panting heavily, Varian asked. In front of him lay the corpses of 20 low-level 8 Wyverns and 10 mid-level 8 Wyverns. He hadn't sustained any injuries. But since he was jumping from one planetoid to another, it was exhausting. This is the 4th planetoid, Master. There are 4 more, Bu said, pulling Varian into the ghost ship and placing him in a special care unit designed to relieve his fatigue. 4 more, huh? Should be done in 2 hours, Varian said, closing his eyes. A few minutes later, Varian was on the 5th planetoid of Neptune. The war between both sides was intense. The human army was being devastated by the Wyverns until he arrived and casually slaughtered a few of them. As a result, the Wyverns banded together to face him. The closer the planetoid is to Pluto, the stronger these guys are, Varian sighed. High up in the sky, 20 low-level 8 Wyverns and 10 mid-level 8s faced him with half caution and half rage. And there was one more, a high-level 8 Wyvern, tinged with purple, unlike the remaining golden lightning Wyverns. But it wasn't just the color. Varian could sense something different about it, the same feeling he got during the Mermen in Ruins. Alpha of the pack, Varian clicked his tongue. Roar. Under the Alpha's command, the pack cooperated, weaving a lightning net around Varian. To prevent his escape, they started bombarding him with lightning spears, whips, and other weapons. The sky turned golden under their attacks, looking like a scene from an apocalypse. But having fought these creatures on 4 planetoids already, Varian didn't flinch. In fact, from his experiments on the previous planetoids, he already knew what they were capable of. So, he created several layers of armor around him using space, water, and lightning. Even if these 3 failed, his final armor was his superhuman body. After Varian set up his defense, the lightning net was completed and began to rapidly close. It was a special move, and if trapped inside, even high-level 8s would suffer terribly. Even if a high-level 8 survived the lightning net, they would die under the Alpha Wyvern. Perhaps that was the plan, to severely injure him and then kill him. The lightning Wyverns had seen him fight with bare hands earlier and assumed he was a body awakener. Too bad for them. You're doomed, Varian smirked, teleported out of the lightning net, and appeared right behind the mid-level 8s. The lightning Wyverns were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. But the Alpha was quick to react, transforming into a streak of lightning and shooting towards Varian to stop him from attacking its subordinates and, if possible, land a big attack. However, Varian was faster. He abruptly grabbed the tail of a lightning Wyvern and ripped it in 2, simultaneously stacking his telekinetic power. The lightning Wyvern tried to resist by turning its body into lightning, but Varian's mind sense struck it at that moment, creating a small delay. And that delay was enough. Like tearing paper, he tore the lightning Wyvern into 2 parts. The Wyverns shrieked and instinctively moved away from him. Even though it was just a single kill and they outnumbered him, seeing the young man stand calmly as the blood and guts of their pack member spilled out was a horrifying experience. Before the pack could act further, a golden light clashed with Varian, and a huge explosion occurred in the sky. When the pack members recovered, they saw the young man in the same position, with a bleeding hand, while their Alpha had a small injury on its face. High level 8, huh? Varian stretched his fingers, and under the Alpha's dumbfounded gaze, his bleeding stopped. His injury vanished as well. Taking advantage of the Wyvern's distraction, Varian snapped his fingers. A mid-level 8 Wyvern let out a screech, opening its mouth as an external force took control of its mind and body for a brief moment. In that instant, an ice sword materialized in front of it, entered its mouth, and pierced its heart. Another Wyvern roared as the space around its neck exploded, creating several deep cuts near a vulnerable area. Before it could breathe a sigh of relief at surviving, an invisible force, shaped like a spear, pierced through the cut and ended its life. Roar. Varian's actions enraged the Wyverns. They unleashed a barrage of lightning attacks without holding back. Instead of confronting them directly, Varian teleported and began using a combination of 2 or more divine paths to take down the Wyverns one by one. Under this unconventional offensive, the Wyverns fell quickly. The 10 mid-level 8s were eliminated in 3 minutes, and the 20 low-level 8s took only 2. Finally, only the Alpha remained. Let's decide this with one shot. Varian's left arm flashed with a golden light, transforming into a lightning spear, while his right hand turned into an ice spear. Telekinetic energy and spatial power enveloped him like armor, and planetary power was ready to assist in case of injury. Varian's superhuman strength allowed him to strike the Alpha with tremendous force. His psychic power then ravaged the Alpha's mind, preventing it from transforming into an elemental form and negating physical damage. Roar! Varian's figure blurred, and the next second, a massive golden light appeared above the planetoid, like a third sun. The world dimmed for a moment before a huge golden explosion swept across the planetoid. An eerie silence filled the air as both armies had no idea who had won. Then, as if to erase their doubts, golden bolts of lightning descended upon the abyssal army. The human army cheered and looked to the sky for the spaceship they couldn't see. The ghost ship was already on its way to the next planetoid. I killed a bit of the abyssal army on each planetoid. This way, our army should be able to recoup the losses or even establish dominance, Varian muttered. Only 4 more to go, then this problem can be solved. Master. Bad news. New batches of lightning wyverns from Pluto have entered the planetoids. What? There were a total of 8 planetoids plagued by level 8 lightning wyverns. Varian cleaned up 4 and was about to go for the 5th when Boo's message arrived. Pushing the ghost ship to its fastest, Varian reached the 5th planetoid in a few minutes. Holy F. Standing above the clouds, Varian cursed involuntarily. Like on every planetoid, the human and abyssal armies were fighting toe-to-toe. But here, the human army was being crushed by the lightning wyverns. The only reason they weren't being slaughtered was because they were the army of Neptune, the warriors who faced Pluto and Thunder Abyss, the soldiers at the front lines. But even their vast experience could only delay the inevitable. Slowly but surely, the human army was being killed and led onto a path of complete destruction. Varian squinted at the beasts responsible for this situation. Spreading his space sense, he began to lock onto them one by one. This way, he could teleport to them once he started his attacks. There were 20 low-level 8 wyverns on the east side of the planetoid. These were barely being held off by 10 low-level 8 humans who were already suffering from serious injuries. Then, there were also 10 new low-level 8 wyverns. This must be the new batch, Varian noted. These lightning wyverns weren't any stronger or special compared to the existing ones, but simply being level 8 was the problem. Facing off against those 10 new level 8 wyverns were only 4 humans, who were already being pushed to the verge of death. Once they die, these wyverns would be unhindered and start attacking the human army. The level 7s could fight them for a while, but they would be annihilated eventually. Then, the wyverns would go after the mid and low-level awakeners. They won't even stand a chance, Varian hissed. The level 8s holding back the new wyverns could only last for 20 minutes at most. He could save the ones here, but what about the other 3 planetoids? Even his travel would take time. Plus, the 4 planetoids he already rescued would also have started fighting the new batch. Since they were only fighting one batch, they wouldn't be very desperate, but continuous fights would wear them down. After 4 or 5 hours, they'd be too exhausted to fight anymore. Then, even the first 4 planetoids would fall. This is crazy, Varian raised his hand and clenched his fist. Space twisted, and he appeared above 5 lightning wyverns facing off against 2 humans. The low-level 8 creatures sensed his presence and, in an emergency, wrapped themselves in a lightning armor. But it was all futile as Varian himself turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through their heads. The wyvern heads exploded, and their bodies crashed to the ground. The human awakeners opened their mouths in shock and, before they knew it, their bodies slumped. What? Who is he? They were utterly exhausted, but they couldn't stop thinking about who this guy was. A high-level 8 they had never heard of. How could that be possible? Those two really need rest, Varian muttered as he finished off 5 more wyverns. This time, he saved 3 more military officers. Who are you? Thank you. Varian was about to leave for the next hunt when the 3rd officer suddenly spoke. Sir, please go to the other planetoids. The air turned still, and Varian turned around. From his high altitude, he looked down at the man on the ground. He was old, around 90, but he still held a sharp gaze. And that gaze was now piercing Varian like a sword. After killing 20 more, I will, Varian said and was about to teleport. It'll be too late. You killed 10 and freed up 5 of us. We can hold back the wyverns for now, but other planetoids won't be able to. Once the level 8s there die, the entire army will be massacred. The planetoids that so many of my brothers and sisters fought and died for will be conquered. Please, go. Varian gritted his teeth and did a mental calculation of the travel time. There were 3 more planetoids in critical condition, facing 2 batches of wyverns. Even though he quickly killed the wyverns, cleaning up this planetoid took around 3 to 5 minutes. It had already been a minute since he arrived here. And a single minute can change everything. Varian clenched his fist as Mars High General Scad's sacrifice surfaced in his memory. Scad had sacrificed his life for a single minute. But without that 1 minute, Varian would have been late to Mars, and due to the Shadow Order's sinister bombing plan, billions of people would have died. A single minute can be game-changing. Varian nodded at the old man with gratitude. Thanks. The ghost ship appeared beside him in a heartbeat, and Varian jumped onto it. It slightly tilted its angle and shot out of the planetoid, passing by 5 wyverns on the way. Lightning snakes, space cracks, ice swords, telekinetic gauntlets, and illusions attacked the wyverns and killed them in a few seconds. When they died, the ghost ship was long gone. Varian. The old man muttered with a complicated emotion and slammed his calm, everyone that's freed up, engage with the remaining wyverns. Don't lose ground. By the time Varian reached the 6th planetoid, the second to be facing 2 batches of planetoids, the situation had worsened. The lighting wyverns were in the process of pushing all the level 8s they were facing to the brink of death. Thankfully, the situation didn't turn critical. The problem, however, was the composition of the wyverns. There were 10 low-level 8s that he could easily kill, but there were also 10 mid-level 8s and an alpha. Damn high-level 8s. Fighting an alpha would exhaust him, and Varian still had 2 planetoids to save. It was somewhat ironic that he always wanted to fight high-level 8s, and now that he had the chance, he wished he didn't have to face it. The silver lining was that these alphas only appeared on planetoids with relatively strong forces that could hold back the alphas for some time. The biggest problem for the human level 8s, however, wasn't the alpha but the new addition of 10 low-level 8s. They had already spent all their manpower and could barely afford to fight these new additions. Fuck. Varian's figure blinked in and out of existence as he kept teleporting thousands of miles at a time. He punched, slashed, froze, and did whatever he could to kill the low-level 8s, finishing them off in 2 minutes. By the time he was done, the 3 officers tasked with holding back these 10 low-level 8s had fainted from their injuries. Now, the officers were holding back 10 mid-level 8s and 1 alpha. But they couldn't hold out for longer than an hour or 2. Once the stalemate broke, this planetoid would be massacred. But he had no time. If he didn't hurry to the next 2 planetoids, they would be massacred right now. Varian gritted his teeth and ordered. Boo, let's go. When the ghost ship was about to take off, Varian's eyes flashed, and he gave the ghost another order. Boo was surprised but followed the order nonetheless. The ghost ship expanded in size and opened its exit, which was connected to the celestial room. In a split second, the ghost ship reached the Alpha. Roar! The Alpha was alarmed by the ghost ship's presence and was about to attack when Varian teleported behind it. He didn't try to kill or even attack. Instead, Varian exploited the Alpha's distraction and pushed it into the ghost ship. Roar! The world around it suddenly changed, and the creature found itself in a strange, dark room. The room was quite small, and it was barely able to fit inside. It couldn't even raise its head and had to curl its body to stay. Panicked, enraged, but most of all, humiliated, the Alpha channeled its lightning mana and attacked the walls. The lightning simply bounced off the walls. The Alpha's pride was wounded, and it attacked harder. Lightning spears, lightning nets, and lightning discharges, all were ineffective. No matter how much it tried, the walls remained unscathed. Not even a small scratch appeared on the silver walls. Roar! But the Alpha didn't give up. If it did, it wouldn't be an Alpha. For the next 10 minutes, it went above and beyond, pouring everything it had into the attacks. Roar! On the 11th minute, the creature slumped as fatigue took over its body. It had little mana left, and its whole body ached terribly. It was then that a voice reached its ears. Oh, it's exhausted itself? Saves the trouble. Before it could understand what was happening, the door of this forbidden room opened. The Alpha raised its head to scream in joy. But before it could, a hand slapped it down and broke its head. A few minutes later, the unwilling roar of a new Alpha sounded from the celestial room as Varian headed for the final planetoid. Varian leaned against his chair as he studied the situation in the 8 planetoids. The one he just saved was going to have a rough time, but it wouldn't collapse. The other 6 planetoids would also be fine, at least for a few hours. But the next planetoid, the last one on the list, can they survive? Varian sighed. Master, you tried your best, Boo gave an indirect answer. Varian smiled wryly. A few minutes later, Varian arrived at the final planetoid. By the time he did, the planetoid was about to be conquered. What the hell? Watching the chaos unfold in front of him, Varian forgot to breathe. The 8th planetoid, the final one on his list, was in the most dangerous condition. To save time, he had done only the minimum on every planetoid. Yet, Varian lowered his head and closed his eyes in pain. Even then, the mayhem on the planetoid was clear in his senses. As if it were a movie, everything that had happened played out in his mind's eye. The level 8 humans on the planetoid were fighting the level 8 abyssals. Then, a group of Wyverns appeared. The army split, sending a few to hold back the Wyverns while they awaited help. Though they weren't winning, the brave men and women ensured with their blood, sweat, and tears that they didn't lose the planetoid. A stalemate continued for an hour. Then came the next batch of Wyverns. Even the most resilient people would panic in this situation. The defenders were under immense pressure, but they sent a few more level 8s from the original group fighting the abyssals. Now, the level 8s fighting the abyssals were already weakened and were quickly and ruthlessly suppressed. The level 8s fighting the first wave were struggling to maintain the stalemate. The level 8s sent to fight the new batch of Wyverns failed. No matter how hard they tried, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Wyverns. When these level 8s were killed, the second batch of Wyverns joined the first, and together they destroyed the level 8s. Soon, the entire Wyvern gang reached the location where the human and abyssal level 8s were fighting. The brave men and women of the human race, who fought so hard, were electrocuted to death. Their bodies were devoured by the Wyverns as a show of victory. Then, the level 8 abyssals and Wyverns attacked the human army. With only level 7s defending the fort, the humans were no match for the abyssals. The slaughter was swift but profoundly tragic, spreading in all directions. Since level 8s were immensely stronger than the mid- and low-level awakeners, tens of thousands of humans died each second. By the time Varian reached the planetoid, more than 40% of the army had been obliterated. Master, Boo said in a low voice, the rational decision now is to return to the first planetoid and eliminate the second batch of Wyverns. That way, you can ensure the safety of the level 8s, and in turn, they will protect their planetoids. This planetoid, even if you save it now, the Abyssals can send a few level 8s to conquer it once you leave. It's a lost cause. Varian loosened his fist and sighed. Boo opened the ghost ship and called out to him, but Varian's figure vanished. Across different regions of the planetoid, the Wyverns and Abyssals were wreaking havoc. There were a total of 10 low-level, 10 mid-level, and 10 high-level 8 Wyverns. Additionally, there were 10 high-level 8 Abyssals. However, due to the courageous sacrifices of the human warriors who fought to the bitter end, these 10 Abyssals had sustained major injuries, reducing their strength to mid-level 8. Instead of confronting them directly, Varian sneaked behind the Abyssals. With a single, masterful stroke, he assassinated a high-level 8 Abyssal. It was quick, silent, and efficient. Due to his severe injuries, the high-level level 8 Abyssal died easily. Varian's figure flickered, and in just a few seconds, he assassinated 5 Abyssals. That was when the remaining ones noticed his presence. Varian. The Abyssal who called out was filled with surprise. But upon realizing what he had said, the Abyssal quickly paled and stepped back. It didn't matter to them that the Mirage Queen had declared Varian to be only a low-level level 8. For them, Varian was a man who had breached a capital city. A fucking capital city, the very symbol of an abyss. When your feats exceed common sense, the fear they inspire in your enemies will also be beyond common sense. Here are a few recommendations. 1. Consider the context and actions to convey the intensity and clarity of the narrative, ensuring that the tone and pace of the story are maintained throughout the piece. Rewrite. Here are a few final edits to enhance readability and clarity. Here is concise and focused, making it more engaging and effective. Here additionally and focus the suggestions for improvement, if necessary. Would like a matter being changed, consider clarity, and pacing yourself with the few minor edits to enhance the readability and clarity. Here is concise and focused. Here is a well discontinued piece of writing that captures the reader's attention and makes the story compelling and easy to follow. Here are a few suggestions. 1. Consider the context and actions to convey the intensity and clarity. 2. Ensure that the tone and pace of the story are maintained. 3. Make it more engaging and effective. These are a few final edits to enhance the text, and you are ready to implement these suggestions. If you need any more detailed rewrite, feel free to reach out with specific details, and the story will gain from your efforts to 1. Add a clear and concise narrative. 2. Maintain the intensity and pace of the story. 3. Ensure that the tone and pacing remain consistent. Pluto is mine, Varian's chilling voice echoed through the air. You. Don't hide. Face us head on, an Abyssal yelled after he couldn't find Varian through his lightning sense. Roar. The Wyverns flapped their wings, provoking him into a head-on fight. You want a head-on battle? I will give you a full-fledged war. The space suddenly cracked, slicing a Wyvern in half. I will wage war on the 8 abysses. An Abyssal clutched his mind and screamed in pain before his neck was snapped. You can run to any corner. A clicking sound jolted everyone, and they saw a Wyvern slowly falling to the ground. When it crashed, a red line appeared on its body, and along the line, the body split into 2 equal halves. For attacking us unprovoked, for causing so much pain to my race and killing so many innocents, I will personally kill your emperor. Varian's words struck a nerve, and the Abyssals roared in rage. Their worship of the emperor far exceeded their fear of Varian. When your feats exceed common sense, the admiration they inspire in your allies will also be beyond common sense. Witnessing him pull off the impossible again and again, the Abyssals developed an almost fanatical worship of their emperor. They wouldn't allow him to be insulted by anyone, not the fairies, not even the mighty Zions, and certainly not a human. Varian, you will lose this war. This is the will of our emperor. His gift to your kind, a war where you can still struggle. If he deems you enough of a nuisance, he will come here and kill you in an instant. We don't want to disturb him, so we'll kill you in his majesty's stead. They poured out all their strength, attacking him with the intent to cut him to pieces. The Wyverns joined in, overwhelming him with their attacks. Varian's gaze remained steady as he slayed the enemies one by one, like a butcher slaughtering livestock. It's been 120 years since you arrived in the solar system. You killed billions of people, orphaned countless children, and destroyed too many families. You could have asked us to share the legacy. If you had traded with us, maybe we could have. But you didn't even consider us worthy of negotiations. To you, we were just a nuisance, a pest growing on your fruit. You treated us as such, and I will treat you worse. Even if that man doesn't come here, I will enter your home, the Abyss, and give your race the ending you wanted to give us. That day isn't far, I promise. Varian watched indifferently as the 200,000-strong abyssal army scattered in fear. Even though they were far from him on the planetoid, the abyssals had no sense of security. They disregarded the countless corpses on the ground as they moved away from the front lines and rushed back to their bases. The human army, which had been on the verge of being slaughtered, had just finished reorganizing. By the time Varian arrived, the level 8s were conducting a massacre, and only 60% of the human army remained. The commanders of the army looked at Varian with complicated emotions and turned their gazes to face their enemy. Even now, the abyssal army was twice their size. This was the perfect time to return to their bases and consolidate their defenses. Yet. Charge. Kill every goddamn son of a bitch. The human army actually started chasing after the abyssals and launched an offense. It was an unexpected development that caught Varian by surprise. Fall back. Don't start a war of attrition. Begin the defenses. Now. Even more unexpectedly, despite facing a smaller human force, the abyssals faltered. There was neither spirit in their eyes nor confidence in their attacks. They focused solely on returning to their bases and setting up defenses. Master, Boo thinks the abyssals are viewing you as some sort of bad luck omen. Worse, a devil, perhaps, Boo said. Varian didn't answer. He glanced at the human corpses littered across the planetoid and sighed. But soon, the sadness in his eyes was replaced by a sharp resolve. When is the next batch arriving? Varian asked in an indifferent tone he usually didn't use. Boo gulped and answered, Boo doesn't know. Nor does the military. There have only been 2 batches so far. Varian's eyes flashed with contemplation. If there were another batch, the planetoids would be severely burdened. Sure, he could help them out one by one, but just like with the first, the last planetoid to receive help would be in a dangerous situation. Had he been a bit late, the entire human army would have been obliterated. Even if he was on time for every planetoid in the 3rd batch, what about the 4th, 5th, and 6th? By then, the level 8 army officers fighting the Wyverns would be too exhausted to continue. Without their fierce resistance, the Wyverns would slaughter the human army in no time and conquer the planetoids. As he thought this, Varian's face hardened. We're going. Boo nodded, and a second later, the spaceship shot out of the planetoid. Seated on a huge black chair, Varian rested his chin on his palm as he gazed out into the boundless space. Its darkness was only challenged by small dots of light, the planetoids, the planets, and the suns. But most of the space was submerged in darkness. Even the brightest stars can't erase the darkness, huh? Varian clenched his fist. Boo flinched at Varian's action. Master is scary. Master, even though they're facing the Wyverns, the 4 planetoids can hold them off for a few hours. Don't be too worried. Boo tried to console him. When Varian spent time with Sarah and Sia, Boo picked up a few things about communication. And we'll be reaching the first planetoid in 8 minutes. Boo gave the young man a bright smile. I forgot to mention, Varian raised a brow. Go to Neptune. Yes? Boo tilted its head. Isn't Master going to save the planetoids? They're in danger. Even if I keep running from planetoid to planetoid, they will eventually fall. Varian shook his head. Being defensive won't work. I need to attack and smash the nest of these flying lizards. Boo opened its mouth in shock and looked at Varian with a wondering gaze, as if Master had gone crazy. Still, thinking that Master might have just forgotten, it informed, the Wyvern nest is on Pluto. Varian nodded, indicating he knew, and crushed the last hope in Boo's little heart. Then how? Traveling to Pluto would take anywhere from 3 to 5 days. According to the Athena department, the Abyssals were using teleportation formations near Pluto to teleport them close to Pluto's planetoids. These formations were likely engraved on hidden asteroids. Since we didn't have any news of the Wyverns' arrival until it was too late, it's clear that the Abyssals found a way to remain in the intelligence blind spot. Varian tapped the armrest. Boo nodded. The army had observation capabilities for nearly half the distance to Pluto. Yet, they were surprised by the Wyverns' appearance. The new batch of Wyverns aren't tired or showing any signs of travel fatigue. They didn't travel much, Varian analyzed. They are somehow teleporting from Pluto, close to the planetoids. Boo thought seriously. It might also be that these Wyverns started their journey a week ago and slowed down after nearing Neptune, which is why they weren't tired. So, they are also new to their power, Varian added. Whether low, mid, or even high-level 8s, all of their auras are a bit unstable. It's not a coincidence. So, once they are readied, they are being teleported here. Boo scratched its cheek. If they are teleporting here, there should be a city or something to receive them. It wouldn't go unnoticed by the army. Secret realm, Varian said with conviction. Whoa. Boo's eyes widened as a puzzle seemed to be solved in its mind. The more Boo thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Even though Devis had no ruins on Pluto, secret realms were present. So, all the Abyssals had to do to secure safe teleportation was this: have a secret realm near Pluto. Send the Wyverns into the secret realm near Pluto, teleport them to the secret realm midway, and then teleport them to another secret realm near Neptune's planetoids. Then what do we do, Master? We can't possibly search for the secret realms in the vast space, can we? Hearing Boo's question, Varian laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh, but one of amusement, like an elder finding the question of an innocent child funny. We're doing just that. Above the clouds, one of Mars' many planetoids loomed. A pitch-black darkness spread for hundreds of miles, like gloomy clouds covering the sky and blocking everything. From here, the battlefield below looked like two groups of ants clashing, except for the small but bright explosions in different colors. It was as if someone was bursting fireworks on the ground or spilling paints of different colors. But aside from the occasional bursts of color, the ground itself seemed painted in two colors, red and green, the blood of humans and abyssals. Sometimes, a huge explosion shook the ground, sending a dust cloud soaring all the way to the clouds. Lightning bolts flashed nearby, and mountains were tossed about. But the darkness remained unmoved. Yet, that very darkness, which stayed stable even when level 7 attacks struck, began to shake violently without any external pressure. Muffled and cracking sounds slowly leaked out of the darkness, which had been silent until then. Then, without any warning, the darkness vanished, revealing a woman in black. She was hunched over, holding her knees and panting heavily, blood gushing from wounds all over her body. Floating in front of her were two abyssal corpses, pierced by sharp dark tentacles. After taking on the task of saving Mars from the nightmares, a group of 12 level 9 abyssals, Enigma had already taken down 2 of them earlier. These were her third and fourth hunts. 8 more. Enigma struggled to stand straight. She was a low-level 9. Despite having 3 powers, fighting a sub-level above her wasn't easy. Swallowing a healing potion, Enigma dragged her battered body into her spaceship and lay down to rest in a healing pod. The medical gas enveloped her, stopping her bleeding and beginning to heal her injuries. Feeling the warmth, Enigma's eyelids grew heavy, and she quickly fell asleep. The fights had drained not just her body, but also her mind. But before she could catch a wink of sleep, her comm rang. Ding! Eyes still closed, Enigma tapped the comm with trembling, still bleeding fingers. Enigma. Blue Flash's hologram appeared in front of her, the older woman's face etched with concern as she studied Enigma's condition. How is he? Enigma muttered, not getting up or opening her eyes. Blue Flash's face crumpled as she chided, worry about yourself more. That guy is fine and is about to do a Pluto 2.0. What? Enigma's eyes shot open, and she tried to sit up. But the sudden movement worsened an almost healed injury, and blood seeped into her black clothes. Don't move. Please, rest for now, Blue Flash pleaded. After a fierce one-on-one with an abyssal of her strength, she was heavily injured and resting, so she decided to check on Enigma. Compared to her, Enigma had fought 2 abyssals, twice. You're already pushing yourself too much, Blue Flash added. Fine. Enigma sighed and stopped trying to move. What happened to him? Blue Flash puckered her lips but answered nonetheless. Using Dr. Thomas's latest invention, he wants to find the secret realms near Neptune and use the teleportation formations there to travel to Pluto. But the area to be searched is so vast that even the ghost ship needs weeks. So, he asked Neptune's Athena group to grant access to their drones. Enigma's eyes shook violently. Don't. It's very dangerous. We all nearly died last time. I stopped them from granting him access, Blue Flash said, but she smiled wryly. He's already halfway through hacking the command system. He'll be taking them at any moment. Enigma gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Even though she warned him time and time again, Varian was taking risks that put him in great danger. Surviving life-threatening situations, again and again, didn't mean he could survive them every single time. One failure, and it's death. End of everything. Enigma, I tried my best. But I can't stop him. Blue Flash sighed. And I don't think you can stop him either. Enigma clenched her fists as her chest heaved up and down. Blue Flash was right, and that's why she was so angry. He never listens. He thinks he's a hero. Even if he saves them now, when people learn that he killed Creo and indirectly caused millions of deaths, they'll start hating him. Blue Flash sighed. Even though he never intended for it, the deaths of tens of millions of humans would be counted against him. Then, would everyone view Varian the same? It was a problem for the future Blue Flash didn't want to think about. For now, survival was paramount. But she was injured now and didn't have much to do. So, she let the woman voice her worries. These people. Enigma closed her eyes, her tone carrying resentment. They are swayed by easy things. They hated the very shadow guardians that died to save them. They really thought the heroes were terrorists. A wry smile hung on Blue Flash's lips. She had seen many dark things in her life, terrible things that would make one's skin crawl. Yet, demonizing the Shadow Guardians was the darkest. Forget about the Guardians, what about Enigma? She had done only good for the human race. But what had they repaid her with? Hatred. They sincerely wished her death. Even if she's magnanimous, there's no way Enigma would forget what she faced that day. And, as a matter of fact, Enigma wasn't magnanimous. I never tried to save them for themselves, so I don't care what they think of me, Enigma said in a cold tone, which then turned to one of worry. They'll hate him. Even if he gave his everything for them, they don't care. It might crush him. If he is crushed, Sia will be crushed with him. It's something I don't want to see. Enigma flicked her finger and used her gravity powers to sit up. If I can't stop him from going to Pluto, I'll join him. You should rest for now. This is more important. Right now, the Shadow Guardians and Athena are barely holding back the remaining nightmares. If you go to Pluto, it'll take too long. Mars will fall. Enigma's eyelashes fluttered as she fell into deep thought. There were 8 nightmares left, 8 level 9s. Athena surely wouldn't have 8 spare level 9s in this grave emergency. Maybe they could squeeze out 2 or 3. The Shadow Guardians could only provide 3. This coalition wasn't strong enough. They would barely be able to hold the nightmares down. But if it's too late, the Guardians and Athena's group would both be slaughtered. Once this gap appears, everything will snowball, and Mars will really fall. Enigma pursed her lips and stared directly into Blue Flash's eyes. Allison, I don't care. Blue Flash opened her mouth to refute, but no words came. Enigma had no reason to stay in this fight. She had just seen Enigma help them again and developed a sense of expectation. But none of it mattered to Enigma. Maybe we could do something about it, Blue Flash said. You can help Varian without Mars falling. That's the best case scenario, right? Varian wouldn't be happy if Mars fell. Enigma gazed at her in silence, and catching the hint, Blue Flash continued. If you can handle 3 abyssals at once, then. Enigma nodded without hesitation. Thankfully. A few minutes later, Varian was officially granted permission to use the drones. He also received a message regarding a level 9 reinforcement for the Mars mission. Maybe it was fate, or maybe it wasn't. But the person coming to help Varian had deep ties with Pluto, ties of vengeance. She had to struggle fighting 2 level 9s, and now she's taking on 3. This is madness, Varian complained as he walked off the spaceport and into the ghost ship. I could say the same for you, Seth gave Varian a disbelieving gaze. Barging alone into enemy territory is suicide. Varian jumped through the ghost ship's entry door and turned around. No, I don't plan on dying. Seth clicked his tongue but followed in without a word. The tutor and pupil were seated face to face as the ghost ship moved out of Neptune and waited in outer space. Visible to the naked eye, millions of red drones, looking like red butterflies, left Neptune and spread out in space. Each drone carried the device that Dr. Thomas recently invented, the device to identify a secret realm. Varian crossed his arms as he waited impatiently. Thankfully, the device was manufacturable. With today's technology, mass production could be done in minutes. Even though he spent a few minutes acquiring the drones, it was much better than searching for the secret realm alone. We wait? Seth adjusted himself on the couch and asked. Yeah, Varian turned his attention back to his tutor and noticed that the man had several internal injuries. Not only that, but he was also slightly fatigued. With a simple gesture, the bots injected him with a healing medicine. Seth had already taken one, but the medicine Varian used was better and sped up his healing. I know we're in the middle of a crisis. But we have nothing to do now, so, how's everything going, tutor? Varian asked. The new Shadow Guardians are still in a growth phase. But. Seth's face had a troubled expression as he leaned back into the couch and sighed. Did anyone cause you any trouble? Varian's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward. Unintentionally, a little bit of his killing intent spilled out. Seth's skin stung as the wind grew sharp like a blade. The air grew heavier, and a gloomy atmosphere filled the room. He's doing this unintentionally. Seth's eyebrows jumped. Where did his genius pupil go? This one was clearly a monster. He's a level 9. Even though Varian's killing intent couldn't hurt him, he shouldn't even feel it. Varian misread Seth's reaction and muttered, so, it's someone you can't speak about? Perhaps a sovereign? If so, I apologize. Until I become a sovereign myself or at least an equivalent, I wouldn't touch a sovereign. I hope you can understand. Wait, what? Seth tilted his head and muttered in confusion. Varian was confused by his confusion. I jumped to conclusions, I assume. Yes, you did. Seth laughed. I don't have any problem with anyone. No sovereign or level 9 is troubling me. The problem is with the Guardians themselves. It's weird to say, but making them heroes isn't helping. Now that's odd. How could a positive reputation hurt? Varian's eyes flashed, and he signaled for Seth to continue. Earlier, the Guardians didn't care about fame or profit. They just did what they had to. After Enigma's incident, you elevated them to heroes of humanity. It helped us with recruiting new members. We did strict evaluations and recruited great members, Seth said with an excited expression before sighing. But here comes the problem. The world, the people, the media, they're watching us. Even the army is revealing the help we're providing. All of a sudden, people are seeing what we're really doing. As a result, many have become overnight heroes. Varian rubbed his chin, as he more or less guessed the problem. This was a second-order problem. My bad, I didn't think things would steer in this direction, Seth said, shrugging with a hint of powerlessness. These people are still fighting, but it's not just about fighting anymore. Press conferences, social media, sponsored ads, luxuries, the list goes on. Didn't you try to coerce them? We did, but we can't watch them 24/7. Besides, some of the older folks, the ones in level 8, are also enjoying the limelight. They never became the heroes they dreamed of being, Seth rolled his eyes. Now, they're seen as some sort of saviors. It's fueling their egos. When even level 8s are like that, you can imagine the younger ones. Seth lowered his head and breathed out a long sigh. I can't see this situation getting any better. The public has given them too much attention, and attention is a powerful addiction. Shadow Order was recently destroyed, Varian suddenly said. Seth raised his head to look at Varian, about to speak. Yes, Shadow Order's destruction was a significant accomplishment, something the Guardians celebrated grandly. The new generation proudly proclaimed it the achievement of the Shadow Guardians. While it was true that the Shadow Guardians sent all their members and hunted the Order alongside the military, the true mastermind behind that incident was the man sitting in front of him. Shadow Guardians were mainly created to protect humanity from internal threats. Those threats are gone. There are some small gangs and maybe a few large mafias, but that's about it, Varian said with a cold smile, snapping his fingers. These are small fries. They'll disappear in a snap. A snap? That sounded too easy. But Seth didn't argue. Varian might really be capable of doing it in a snap. Tapping his armrest, Varian continued. Shadow Guardians have fulfilled their purpose. If they're heading down the path of decadence, there's no reason for them to exist. Are you serious? Seth asked in disbelief. Varian shrugged. Even if it doesn't happen now, it will, no, it must happen in the future. The Shadow Guardians will be dissolved and transferred to other units. The internal enemies are dead. Level 7s, 8s, and 9s will only have work at the front lines. I don't see a point in letting them remain independent. Not anymore. Seth looked at him for a few seconds but didn't say anything. Varian suggested the Guardians to me so I could continue there for a long time. But even he didn't expect how quickly the Order was destroyed. If we make it through this crisis, I need to seriously consider the future of the Shadow Guardians. It had been 4 minutes since the two entered the ghost ship, and Varian's comm rang just as the clock was about to hit 5 minutes. Found it. The ghost ship dashed into an empty space near a cluster of asteroids. Traveling at its fastest speed, Boo reached the secret realm in 2 minutes. The space detector rang, and Boo entered the realm. Whoa. A small world unfolded before them, as big as a typical city. The sky was red, the land blue, filled with abyssal architecture. Around 1 million abyssals were present, with the majority being low and mid-level awakeners, barring 3 level 7s. Really now? Varian's lightning sense spread across the secret realm and quickly discovered a hidden location at the city center. Let's go, Seth said with urgency. Previously, they had no choice but to wait, so Seth didn't mind chatting. Now, however, they didn't have to wait. The situation on Mars was dire, and Seth wanted to act as quickly as possible. Varian nodded. The ghost ship flew over the oblivious crowd and entered the city center, quickly infiltrating the mayor's mansion and reaching a large hall. A teleportation formation stood there, with slight spatial fluctuations indicating recent use. Boo was about to enter the formation when Varian raised his hand. Boo. Even if they tried to hide it, the Abyssals would soon know the teleportation formation was used. Once the spatial fluctuations occurred, they could not be masked. So, the better choice would be to Tutor, can you fire a few shots and eliminate everyone here? Varian asked. Seth was taken aback. He would have preferred going to Pluto over this, but after a moment's thought, he nodded. A few seconds later, the red sky of the secret realm was drenched in golden lightning. The lightning destroyed a quarter of the city, causing the Abyssals to panic from the sudden attack. But before they could react, the space around the city twisted and tore apart. Like every building in the city, the Abyssals broke into pieces. Soon after, a few punches destroyed the city, each punch creating craters several miles wide. Varian roamed the secret realm in the ghost ship, using his psychic senses to cover a wide area and kill anyone still alive. Then, the tutor and pupil duo entered the teleportation formation and vanished. The secret realm they teleported to was somewhere between Pluto and Neptune. It, too, was populated by Abyssals who did not welcome their visit. So, Varian and Seth let their fists do the talking. In less than 30 seconds, the secret realm was utterly destroyed. After confirming the area, Varian dropped lethal chemical and poisonous bombs to kill off the remaining Abyssals. Then, the duo teleported again and reached a secret realm near Pluto. Roar! When they appeared, 3 Wyverns were near the teleportation formation, waiting for their batch to fill up before being teleported. But with the tutor and pupil's arrival, everything changed. As a level 9, Seth effortlessly killed the Wyverns while Varian focused on silencing the Abyssals. After 2 minutes, they reached their destination. Varian stood up from his seat and walked to the glass window. The brown planet, which once glowed every second, now had only the light from Abyss military bases left. Tracing his fingertips on the glass, Varian opened his mouth to speak when Pluto, Seth said in a choked voice. Give them back. You bastards, give them back. Leaning forward and resting his forehead on the glass, Seth punched it as he stared at the planet that had taken everything from him. Jonah. Bell. Seth raised his head and looked at Pluto with red eyes. His lips parted as he painfully squeezed out, I'm back. That seemed to break a string as tears spilled from his eyes and fell like rain. I'm back, after 6 years. I never thought I could make it here. I did, oh heavens, I'm back. Seth collapsed onto his knees and started wailing. Varian watched his tutor with pity. The happy days of Seth's life as an adventurer abruptly ended with the destruction of Pluto. He lost his wife and their unborn daughter. It was a shock that the man couldn't accept. After the crippling blow, Seth focused all his energy on growing stronger so that he could avenge them. But when he realized he couldn't go any further as a dual awakener, he started looking for someone to latch his hopes onto, someone he could trust, someone who could destroy Abyssals, conquer Pluto, and avenge his lost family. Varian was that someone. Seth thought it would take decades for Varian to avenge him. By then, he would be dead. And he would have died without even seeing Pluto. But Seth slowly got up and wiped away his tears. Then, he gave Varian a huge hug and said with all his heart, thank you. You don't know what this means to me. The best decision I've made in life was taking you as my pupil. Varian was overwhelmed by Seth's reaction. But feeling his emotions, Varian simply patted his back. You're welcome. Seth broke the hug and grinned from ear to ear. Let's go kick some ass. I have no regrets even if I die here. I can rest in peace with my family. Varian suddenly felt a jolt down his spine. Enigma, you. He got a feeling that Enigma knew this would happen, that Seth would be emotionally hit after seeing Pluto and that he would have no problem dying here. His family's death would be avenged by Varian sooner or later. After fighting for so many years, the man perhaps wanted to die. So, if Varian falls into grave danger, unlike others, Seth wouldn't hesitate to risk or even sacrifice himself for Varian's safety. With a level 9 sacrifice, Varian would have no problem entering the ghost ship. Once he did, he would be safe. Enigma, this is really... Varian sighed inwardly and yelled at Seth, "Don't even think about dying." Seth shrugged. A few seconds later, the ghost ship toured Pluto and spotted a few special regions, nests, the homes of lightning wyverns. In one of the military bases on Pluto, a small conversation began between the strongest abyssals on the planet. "Did you connect with them?" Déjà asked as he entered the command room. The room was filled with holograms, and in the midst of them stood an abyssal who was constantly searching for something. Hearing Jézer's words, he was momentarily distracted and lost his focus. Clicking his tongue, he waved his hand, and the holograms disappeared. "No." Lurth spat, glaring at Jézer. "Everyone else is fine, but those 3 secret realms aren't responding." "Did you try?" "I did. I used the emergency communication mechanism." "It's not working," Lurth said, his face filled with frustration, annoyance, and, finally, fear. Even though he spoke harshly, Jézer could clearly sense the fear in the abyssal's voice. And he knew exactly what his colleague was fearing. Varian is an unexpected variable. "But that's all it is," Jézer said with confidence. Lurth clenched his fists. Even though no one could prove it, they had all decided it was Varian who destroyed the secret realms. "To be honest, I think that gift we have on Pluto is big enough to conquer the whole solar system. But this isn't everything we have in store. Just believe in our Majesty. He has all of this figured out." Lurth took a deep breath at the mention of the Emperor. "A secret realm near Pluto is destroyed. He will be here at any time." "So what?" Jézer smiled, and his level 9 aura filled the room. Unlike a normal level 9, his aura was incredibly unstable and fluctuated violently, like a candle flame facing strong winds. Despite his aura, Jézer managed to calm Lurth down. "Right," Lurth nodded firmly. "All the human level 9s are tied up. Without them, we don't have to fear." Boom. An explosion, similar to a thunderclap, sounded. The next second, the command room shook so violently that the tables, chairs, and accessories broke apart. "That's a good shot," Varian clicked his tongue as he watched the giant crater left by the ghost ship. The crater was dozens of miles long and wide, almost as if a small town had been excavated from the ground. Cracks on the ground began to spread for hundreds of miles. All across the crater were patches of golden paste, the remains of golden wyverns. At the very center of the crater was a boiling golden liquid, surrounded by the highest concentration of golden paste. "Ha!" Seth breathed out, feeling the significant drain on his gravity power and chi. Destruction on this scale was challenging even for a low-level A9 like him. Seth's keen senses picked up the auras of the abyssals rushing toward the nest. Pluto had only a limited number of abyssals during wartime, but even then, he estimated there were more than 300 level 7 abyssals, 10 level 8s, and... "Human, where is Varian?" A heavy aura rose from the horizon and shot toward Seth. "I'll tear you apart. You'll beg for death, but you won't get it." Another aura quickly followed. Seth narrowed his eyes and stretched his hand toward the nearby nest. His body jerked as he was violently pulled toward it. "Stop. Attack him, but be careful of the nests." Seth appeared 100 miles away, standing over a structure that spread across dozens of miles. At the center of this structure was a boiling golden pond. Surrounding the pond were 100 transparent golden cocoons. The golden liquid was sent to each cocoon through a pipe. Inside each cocoon, a lightning wyvern was in a fetal position. Their auras were mostly at the very peak of level 7, with a few at low level 8 and only a handful at mid-level 8. As each second passed, the golden liquid slowly emptied, the auras of the wyverns continued to rise, and their life force continued to plummet. A wyvern that advanced had only 5 days of lifespan left. However, there were 5 such nests on Pluto, each containing 100 wyverns. One nest was already destroyed, but 400 wyverns were still on their way to reaching level 8. If they attacked Neptune, they could overrun every planetoid in a single day, regardless of their 5-day lifespan. They would be at Neptune's doorstep in 3 days. Fortunately, I'm here, Seth spat as he pressed his hand down. The gravity on the ground spiked, and the ground caved in. Cracks appeared across the visible land, and the cocoons began to distort under the pressure. Some of the weaker cocoons burst, and the wyverns inside were shattered into golden flesh and blood. While he continued to channel power through his ring hand, Seth punched with his left hand. Like a wind cannon firing, concentrated fierce winds shot toward the cocoons, blasting them into pieces. In just 3 seconds, Seth destroyed more than 80 cocoons. As he was about to punch again, the sky darkened, and a lightning bolt shot toward him. Seth flipped in the air and dodged the attack. But another lightning bolt followed from the opposite direction. Snorting in disdain, the dual awakener reversed the gravity and soared high into the sky. A golden light flashed, and 2 abyssals surrounded him. The same level 9 abyssals that he had previously seen. Seth had not understood why it took them so long to catch up with him. But now... He. Ha ha ha. Geezer and Lertha's faces contorted as they transformed into lightning wyverns. They were beast awakeners, and their morphing form was a lightning wyvern. This was surprising, but not entirely shocking. However, you drank that golden liquid? Seth asked, sensing their fluctuating auras. The lightning wyverns flying before him remained silent. Their eyes were entirely red, and they seemed more like pure beasts than beast morphers. Seth hissed, realizing the price these abyssals had paid, beyond their lifespan. They had lost their sanity. But it didn't matter to him. I'll leave the rest to you, pupil, Seth muttered, channeling his aura. His muscles bulged with popping sounds, blasting the wind. The gravity around him twisted according to his will. Roar! Roar! The lightning wyverns followed their instincts, bombarding him with lightning bolts. A critical battle ensued. Most of it was devastated. Large craters and destroyed lands stretched out, save for 20 cocoons on the edge. Each cocoon was as large as a 2-story building. Varian's space sense locked onto the 20 cocoons, and he immediately recognized their composition: 18 peak level 7s, 1 low level 8, and 1 mid-level 8. The level 7s were still asleep, while the low level 8 was beginning to wake up due to the commotion. The mid-level 8, no sneak attacks, Varian said, swatting the lightning dagger above his shoulder. The mid-level 8's cocoon tore apart, and the mid-level 8 wyvern appeared. Its aura was higher than that of a mid-level 8, but due to its premature awakening, it never reached the high level 8. The space around Varian fluctuated, and the lightning wyvern, which was as big as a 3-story building, stiffened mid-flight. It gave an unwilling roar before a red line appeared on its body, slicing it into 2 halves. The low-level 8 cocoon, which was about to tear slowly, was pierced with ice spikes. Thankfully, they're only level 7s, Varian sighed, swiping his finger at the remaining cocoons. Space tore apart, and gray fissures appeared, slicing the 18 cocoons to pieces. Varian's space sense spread out in a wave and locked onto the next nest. He teleported right to the center. Varian. Kill. This is your end. 10 level 8 abyssals were waiting for him. As soon as he appeared, they bombarded him with attacks. 5 low level 8s, 3 mid level 8s, and 2 high level 8s. Varian clicked his tongue and channeled his space power to teleport. He had to destroy the nests first. He could fight them later. Besides, Pluto might get reinforcements. It was highly unlikely given the war situation, but it was a risk he had to consider. No, you're not going anywhere. The space around Varian suddenly turned chaotic, interrupting his teleportation. Varian's eyes flashed as he locked his mind sense onto the Space Awakener in the crowd. A mid-level 8 Space Awakener. The Abyssal looked at him smugly, continuing to mess with the space around Varian, preventing him from teleporting. 3 Abyssals kicked the ground and jumped into the air, reaching him in a blink. The 6 Abyssals in the back pointed their hands at him, and 6 lightning dragons materialized in front of them. The lightning creatures flapped their wings and rushed toward him at a breakneck speed. First things first. Varian clicked his tongue, and his eyes flashed blood red. The Space Awakener Abyssal's eyes also turned red before they started to bleed. Why you? No, stop. Veins popped up on his forehead as the Abyssal was pulled into a terrifying illusion showcasing his Emperor's death and the extermination of his race under Zion's. The effect of an illusion depended on both mental power and the scariness of the scenario. And Varian admitted that the scenario he concocted was very effective. The testament to that was the space around him loosening considerably. He couldn't teleport yet, but he could use his space powers for other things just fine. With 2 swipes in the air, the space around the cocoons started to crack. Like a mirror breaking, the space shattered, resulting in gray fissures. 10 cocoons were destroyed. Concurrently, an invisible force spread out from Varian and turned into 10 daggers. These daggers lodged into the cocoons and pierced the brains of the Wyverns, ending their lives. Almost simultaneously, the temperature of the 10 cocoons plummeted. The blood of the lightning Wyverns froze, and their lives were wiped out. A total of 30 cocoons were destroyed, and the Abyssal's attacks finally reached Varian. 3 fists punched out, aimed at his head, heart, and lower abdomen. The air compressed due to the punch's force, and a huge shockwave spread before the fists even reached Varian. Varian's clothes fluttered as the shockwave passed him and reached a small mountain range a few miles behind. The mountains quickly crumbled into small rocks and stones. Watching the 3 fists about to strike him and the 6 lightning dragons that would follow, Varian's lips curled into a smile. His arms transformed into giant brown branches and enveloped him in a cocoon. A lightning net covered the cocoon. Seeing the multilayered protection, the Abyssals snorted. Their combined powers would easily shatter this futile defense. The moment the punches landed, they broke through the lightning net and cracked the brown cocoon. However, the Planty defense, owing to its hardness, only cracked but did not break. The body awakeners were shocked but did not despair as the lightning dragons overtook them and bombarded the brown cocoon. A golden light flashed, and with the sounds of wood crackling, the brown cocoon broke apart. The Abyssals watched in glee, anticipating an injured Varian. Huh? Where? Oh no. But the man was no longer there. The Abyssals quickly spread their senses and gasped. Varian was standing behind the space Abyssal, whose body was half frozen. Using his ice powers to attack the Abyssal already facing his illusion, Varian managed to ease the space around him and teleport behind the creature. He then clutched the Abyssal's neck and snapped it with casual ease. Gulp. The remaining 9 Abyssals swallowed hard. With his teleportation powers back in place, Varian was far more dangerous. As if to prove their fears justified, the powers of 7 different divine paths spread from him and locked onto the cocoons. Lightning bolts rained down on the cocoons, space cracked, an invisible force compressed them into paste, and bone-chilling ice froze them to death. In the blink of an eye, all the level 7 Wyverns were dead. Only 10 cocoons remained, as Varian couldn't one-shot the level 8s with a mass area attack. But the shocking thing was that Varian destroyed the nest almost as quickly as Seth, a level 9. Varian focused on the Abyssals preparing to launch a suicide attack. Half a minute later, Varian panted in the air while channeling prana to heal his injuries, a large gash on his chest, a huge burn on his back, and a dislocated jaw. This was the price of killing them as fast as he could. But Varian didn't regret it. He quickly wiped out the remaining cocoons and headed for the next nest. This was the 3rd nest, and including this one, there were only 3 more left. If he hurried, he could finish his business here and return to Neptune in time to save the Planetoids from falling. At the 3rd nest, Varian encountered 100 level 7 Abyssals. If he were to wipe them out one by one in a conventional battle, they would have been a significant hindrance. So, Varian put a 1/3 of them in illusions, froze the space of the remaining half, and froze the last half. By the time he was done with the nest, half of these level 7s were already dead. He wiped out the remaining half and headed for the fourth nest. This one and the next. We'll be done, Varian muttered in a hopeful tone. But when he reached the nest, he realized he was wrong. The cocoons were all open, and 100 level 8 wyverns had just woken up. Fuck. Varian watched as 100 lightning wyverns, each the size of a mini plane, flapped their wings and rose into the air. Their red eyes shone with bloodlust as they locked onto the single outsider. Following that, 100 lightning senses and 100 lightning auras locked onto Varian. Ugh. It seems someone must have tied him up with a tight rope, because Varian suddenly had trouble breathing. In fact, he felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his shoulders. And he was certain a huge hammer was slamming onto his chest, knocking every last breath of air out of his body. The feeling was more like drowning for too long and gasping for that one breath. Ha! Fighting the invisible weight pressing on his chest, Varian gasped for air, and life returned to him. The overwhelming pressure also became bearable. But that was the easiest part. The lightning wyverns surrounded him on all sides, left, right, forward, behind, up, and down. 100 low-level 8 creatures roared and shot concentrated lightning bolts. The world itself seemed to glow golden at that moment. In outer space, Seth raised his hands and formed a gravity barrier. 2 small but supercharged lightning bolts touched the barrier and exploded on contact. The invisible barrier blasted into pieces, and the weakened lightning bolts reached the dual awakener. Seth covered his fists with chi and punched out. A muffled sound escaped his lips as blood spilled from his mouth. The dual awakener was blown back for miles. Déjà and Lurth, the 2 level 9 abyssals, didn't relax one bit despite their apparent upper hand in the exchange. Just a split second later, the two felt a violent force twist their legs backward. As they channeled their mana to resist, an asteroid in the distance exploded into pieces, and Seth reached them in a blink, his fists aimed at their throats. The abyssals transformed their bodies into lightning and avoided the fatal attack. At the same time, they charged lightning into Seth's body, attempting to electrocute him to death. Seth and the abyssals were both thrown back by the exchange. Déjà and Lurth suffered internal injuries from Seth's punch, and their legs bled heavily from the gravity twists. Seth, however, had to deal with partially charred hands. When the trio was about to resume their battle, something caught their attention. They turned to Pluto. What the? They all woke up. It's still early. A dazzling golden light was shining from Pluto. Despite being 1,000 miles away, the light was visible even in outer space. Seth's heart gripped with worry, and he wanted to return to Pluto and retreat. But a voice sounded in his earpiece, easing his anxiety. This is one of the craziest situations I've ever faced, Varian muttered, floating 100 miles above the golden light. The lightning bolts collided the next second, and the golden light exploded. Everything within a 50-mile radius, mountains, military structures, abyssals, even dust in the air, was reduced to ashes. The lightning wyverns, sensing their target had escaped, launched a second wave of attacks. The sky literally rained with lightning bolts, and this time, at least 30 heavily targeted the space. As the space grew unstable, Varian's teleportation options were limited. Fuck, he cursed under his breath. Kicking the air, Varian shot north like a cannonball. He deftly avoided a dozen lightning bolts and covered a good distance on his way out. With 100 lightning bolts coming from all directions, that meant only a dozen from each direction. Even though he could already hold his own against high-level 8s, Varian wasn't certain about surviving 100 low-level 8 attacks. Heck, even if he did survive, lightning had a numbing effect. Taking so many lightning strikes, he'd be slowed down for a few seconds at least. That would give the lightning wyverns more than enough time to kill and eat him to the last bone. Seeing Varian dodge their attacks, the wyverns roared, and a change occurred. The lightning bolts in the north, which Varian had already dodged, suddenly turned around. Compared to those coming from the east, west, and south, these were the closest to him. With another roar from the wyverns, the lightning bolts accelerated and reached him in a blink. Oh great! A golden explosion occurred mid-air, and a cloud of reddish-golden dust spread out. From the dust, a slightly injured Varian dashed out. His clothes were torn, his skin was scorched, and he was bleeding heavily from several places. A particular wound on his shoulder was very deep, even showing his bones. Despite his condition, Varian's speed remained high, and he reached the end of the encirclement. 12 Wyverns were flying in front of him, and they were his last obstacle. The 88 Wyverns were already rushing toward him, and if he didn't hurry, they'd catch up, and this time, he might not have it so easy. Varian's face hardened, and the space around him loosened. For the same telekinetic force, his speed increased by 50%. The 12 Wyverns were caught off guard but quickly adjusted and bombarded him with heavy lightning. Arcs of lightning snaked around Varian and formed a complete body armor. Faced with lightning attacks, lightning armor was the second best choice to mitigate damage. The lightning bolts bombarded Varian. Due to the sheer force of the attacks, Varian was about to be blasted back. However, if that happened, he'd move closer to the Wyverns coming to catch him. Varian increased his telekinetic force to the limit and moved forward despite the lightning attacks. His armor shattered like glass, and the lightning bolts were about to pierce his body. A thin but incredibly hard layer of ice covered his skin, warding off the lightning attacks. Only 2 bolts managed to break through the ice armor, striking Varian's bare flesh. 2 bloody cavities appeared on his body, one on his left shoulder and one on his stomach, as the lightning bolts pierced through him. Blood spilled out, and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Without pausing to recover, Varian launched his own attacks. The Wyverns assumed that, like any sane creature, Varian would back off when faced with their attacks. So, they didn't move back or prepare to dodge. But the madman advanced, catching them off guard. Varian punched 2 Wyverns, the first one's head exploded, and the second one's entire chest was missing. He kicked the third and fourth to death. The space around the 5th Wyvern cracked, slicing its neck and ending its life abruptly. 2 branches pierced the eyes of the 6th and 7th Wyverns, crushing their brains. The 8th and 9th Wyverns, driven by induced rage, bit each other's necks. The 10th and 11th Wyverns had their necks strangled by the telekinetic force. The 12th one was frozen to death. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the 88 Wyverns rushed to the scene, Varian had escaped the encirclement and left the area of unstable space. Then, he channeled his spatial power and teleported to the farthest reaches of Pluto. To the final nest. Roar! Varian rubbed his forehead as he saw the new batch of Wyverns that had just awakened. Déjà vu? A strange scene was unfolding on Pluto. Nearly 180 Wyverns were chasing after a single man. They flapped their wings angrily and bombarded him with lethal attacks. Pluto was now glowing with a golden light. If Varian still had a chance to break out of the encirclement earlier despite his injuries, he would have no hope of survival if trapped by these beasts. Varian kicked the air and twisted his body, jumping up to dodge 30 lightning bolts that came dangerously close. Occasionally, 1 or 2 attacks struck him, inflicting injuries. Fuck. Fuck. Varian spat profanities as he continued his escape. I didn't sign up for this shit. Even peak level 8s wouldn't be able to face this crazed mob. Master, should we escape? Boo's hurried voice sounded in Varian's mind. Varian wanted to laugh. Even if he wanted to use the ghost ship, he'd have to pause for a moment. That moment would be more than enough for these beasts to fry him to death. Moreover, if he did escape, the abyssal troops on Pluto would send these Wyverns to Neptune. 180 level 8s would decimate Neptune's planetoids and conquer the planet in no time. I can't leave, Varian gritted his teeth as a lightning spear grazed his arm. Along a thin line on his arm, his skin turned black, and blood spilled out. I can't kill them either. Varian teleported again, and as soon as he reappeared, another wave of attacks followed. Dodging once more, Varian noticed something in the distance, high-rise buildings that exuded a sense of oppression because they were made from extremely precious alloys. Only Pluto's command center would have such luxury. Varian's mind raced, and he called out to Boo. Get into the command center. Find the locations of the secret realms. Hurry. The ring on his finger flew out and shot toward the command center. Varian, however, continued his escape from the Wyverns. His condition was worsening with each attack. The more he was hit, the worse he got. Due to this vicious cycle, Varian wasn't confident he could last even 10 more minutes. That's why. Hurry up, Boo. Varian prayed Boo would make it in time. Give up. At this rate, you'll die. Jeezer and Lurth yelled at the injured madman. Seth didn't listen to their words and continued his attacks. I don't mind dying, Seth laughed as he punched through a lightning bolt. If it's Pluto, and if it means taking you two down with me, I can die happily. You nutcase. You aren't going to make a difference. Our beasts down there would have already devoured Varian. It's over. Seth fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. For your information, he's well and kicking. The Abyssals gave up trying to convince this madman and continued their fight. The space flickered with golden lights and ear-piercing impacts. Hundreds of blows were exchanged in a second, and the three of them were on a path of mutual destruction. Time trickled by, and soon, the three level 9s were battling despite their serious injuries. Seth's eyes, which earlier clearly showed a desire to die, were now sober. Varian's words kept echoing in his mind. After I give a signal a few minutes later, come to 23.5 EXZ coordinates. Varian's vision turned red as his blood dripped from his forehead and covered his eyes. With his clothes torn to pieces, Varian was drenched in blood. The smell of roasted flesh emanated from him as if he were a human barbecue. At least half of his muscles were electrocuted and severely injured. Varian twitched from time to time as the lightning in his body wreaked havoc. The Wyverns pursued him relentlessly, and Varian was quickly approaching his limit. The only saving grace was that he lasted longer than he expected, thanks to the increased lightning path after continuous electrocution. I hate this. Varian's mind was dizzy, and he was escaping purely on instinct. Thankfully, his battle instinct was drilled into his bones and had kept him safe so far. After dodging 10 more attacks, his instinct tried to lift his left arm to dodge another. Midway through the motion, his arm went numb, and the lightning bolt struck. Varian grimaced in pain and gritted his teeth. This hell, this torture, this fucking pain, how much longer would he have to bear? Like an oasis in the desert, Boo's voice sounded in his mind. Master, Boo did it. Varian relayed his teleportation coordinates. 100 lightning bolts reached his position the next moment, and Varian teleported right in front of the ghost ship's entrance. The ghost ship moved forward, took Varian in, and closed its door. The lightning wyverns, noticing its presence, recognized it. They had ignored it earlier, focusing on Varian. Now, they unleashed their fury and bombarded it with lightning. The ghost ship used its superior speed to evade the attacks. The lightning wyverns roared in frustration when they realized they had lost their target. The level 7 abyssals on Pluto, however, sighed in relief. Line up. Line up. We'll teleport you to the battlefield. Split into 7 batches. They quickly mobilized the wyverns to send them to Neptune. Once the division was complete, the abyssals decided to recharge the wyverns. The wyverns had woken up prematurely due to Varian and hadn't consumed as much of the golden liquid as they needed. So, the level 7s quickly arranged for the wyverns to recuperate and drink the remaining golden liquid. After all, this was the power the wyverns had traded for at the cost of their lives. They would be alive for only 5 days, and it would be a shame if anything happened to their powers due to insufficient consumption of the golden liquid. While this was happening on Pluto, Varian rested in the emergency healing pod, studying the secret realm locations. His injuries were terrible, but he must do what he was about to do. If he succeeded, it would be a victory great enough to be talked about for generations. Only 3. Varian raised a brow as he communicated with Boo through telepathy. His throat was half burnt, and using it caused him tremendous pain. For now, even moving his body was out of the question. Yes, Master. Only 3 secret realms are here. Boo pointed to the 3 glowing dots on the map and nodded. Hurry. Don't worry, Master. Even if they know what we're up to, the level 7s won't be able to reach us. Boo assured him. But level 9s can. Varian's eyes flashed with a gloomy light. And the faster we finish, the better. I'd rather not bet my success on the Abyssals not sending reinforcements. Boo nodded in understanding. 2 minutes later, the ghost ship entered a secret realm. Pluto had 3 secret realms nearby. After entering, the Wyverns would be teleported to one of the intermediate secret realms between Pluto and Neptune, and from there, they would be teleported again to the secret realms near Neptune. This was because the teleportation formations couldn't teleport directly from Neptune to Pluto, it was too far. So, Varian made a simple plan. The ghost ship quietly slipped into the secret realm. As expected, this secret realm was populated by Abyssals. However, they were all weak, with the strongest one being only level 6. Even the current, weakened Varian could easily kill him. But he didn't bother and let the ghost ship enter the most important location in the secret realm, the building with the teleportation formation. The ghost ship opened slightly, and a small but potent ball of lightning flew out and entered the teleportation formation. It didn't explode immediately but stayed dormant like a time bomb. The Abyssals in the realm were oblivious to what had just happened. They received instructions to prepare the teleportation formation and were busy gathering the materials to activate it. A few minutes later, Varian did the same to the second secret realm. Then, he sent a message to Seth, "We're done." The space above Pluto suddenly gleamed with golden light, and a few minutes later, a severely injured Seth arrived at the coordinates and was picked up by the ghost ship. The level 9 Abyssals fighting him were also severely injured and had no interest in pursuing him. In their opinion, he was as good as dead. Varian sent Seth for emergency healing, and the ghost ship entered the final secret realm of Pluto. This time, instead of destroying it, the ghost ship entered the teleportation formation and activated it. Boo knew some basics after watching Varian use the Federation's formation so many times. "Hey, who are you?" "Call the Patriarch." "Intruders." The activation of the teleportation formation was sensed by the guards, and the entire secret realm was alerted in seconds. A soft sigh escaped Varian's lips, and he raised a finger toward the spaceship's exit. The door opened, and a small lightning arc flew out from his fingertip. It reached the clouds and burst into tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The Abyssals in the secret realm paled as they watched a literal rain of lightning. "Arg! Stop! You bastard!" Whether level 1 or level 4, level 5 or even level 6, it didn't matter how strong they were. Once the lightning struck, they were burnt to ashes. Boo gulped at the sight, and even Seth, watching groggily, widened his eyes. "Let's go," Varian said in a weak tone. Boo nodded, and the teleportation formation finally activated. "Did the reinforcements teleport?" "No, it's a spaceship." "This spaceship seems familiar." "Ghost ship?" The Abyssals in the intermediate secret realm were dumbfounded by the ghost ship's appearance. But their surprise didn't last long as they were quickly destroyed by the lightning rain. "How many?" Varian asked in a weak tone after casually killing 30,000 Abyssals. 5. There were 5 intermediate secret realms, not counting this one. They were also quite far apart, for security reasons. If he wanted to visit them all, it would take at least half a day. Teleport back. Set the destination to another intermediate secret realm. Rinse and repeat. Varian said. Boo was speechless but followed his orders nonetheless. The ghost ship teleported back to the secret realm near Pluto. The Wyverns had just been formed into groups and were drinking the final bits of the golden liquid to boost themselves. They wouldn't be arriving for another 10 minutes. Exploiting this chance, the ghost ship teleported to and fro, visiting all 5 intermediate secret realms. Varian smoothly destroyed all their teleportation formations, except the very first one. After finishing the last one, the ghost ship teleported back to the secret realm near Pluto. This time, however, there was an audience. What the? It's you. Kill. A group of level 7 abyssals had entered the secret realm to check on the staff after realizing they weren't responding. As a result, they witnessed this outrageous scene. But even if they had found out, it was already too late. The teleportation formation lit up, and the ghost ship was gone. Not only that, a few seconds later, a hidden lightning bomb on the formation exploded, destroying the formation. The level 9 abyssals, Déjà and Lurth, who were recuperating, received a few terrible messages. Sir, the teleportation formations in the secret realms near Pluto are destroyed. Sir, the intermediate realms have just lost their last formation. Sir, the secret realms near Neptune have just been destroyed. The two level 9 abyssals coughed out blood as they collapsed onto the ground. A chill shot down their spines as they realized it was all Varian's doing. No. Don't. This is just a dream. A nightmare. An illusion. The two tried to support each other, but when they looked into each other's eyes, they only saw despair. After destroying all the formations near Pluto, Varian did the same for the intermediate realms. Then, he teleported to the secret realms near Neptune and repeated his actions. Not a single level 7 abyssal was killed, yet his actions were a major blow to the abyssals. Time. Varian smiled. They don't have time. The biggest challenge for him during his mission to Pluto was time. Even for a ghost ship, Pluto was too far from Neptune, taking 3 to 5 days. What about the abyssal spaceships? They'd take at least a week. But these forcibly advanced Wyverns have a lifespan of only 5 days. Varian smiled coldly. Without lifting a finger, he destroyed the army of 180 level 8 Wyverns. Planetoid Argos, Mars, the pitch-black sky turned blue for a second before glowing red. Finally, a huge noise, akin to an explosion, sounded. The darkness was blasted away, and a figure crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust rose all the way to the clouds, and a huge crater spanning dozens of miles formed from the crash. Cough. Cough. Weak sounds of coughing echoed from the dust, and the next moment, an invisible force blew the dust away. Enigma jumped up from the crater and looked at the sky with a critical eye. Her left hand was suffering from a bone-chilling cold, while her right was partially burnt. The worst injury, however, was her limp arm, twisted to the point where she couldn't even raise it. As she stood there, completely bloodied and severely injured, 3 abyssals landed in front of her. 3 level 9s. They were laden with multiple injuries, only slightly fewer than hers. The Fire Awakener had a broken arm, the Water Abyssal had a punctured lung, and the Body Awakener had a dizzy mind from mental attacks. Despite this, the 3 of them were in a much better condition to fight. Enigma, huh? The Fire Awakener drew a fire sword and threw it at her. You are the second biggest obstacle to our plan. The Water Awakener snapped her fingers, and the temperature around Enigma plummeted, causing her to shiver instinctively. Have the hybrids advanced so far already? To have 3 powers? The Body Awakener laughed as he followed up after the fire sword, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Once we take the legacy, I guess we too could reach this level. Your corpse will serve as an excellent study. Enigma's teeth chattered as she fought off the cold and channeled her powers. Darkness rippled from her, repelling the cold. Enigma formed a hand seal, and the incoming fire sword began to tilt to the side. Not on my watch, the Fire Awakener roared, forcibly adjusting the fire sword's angle. Enigma gritted her teeth, channeling every bit of her gravity powers. The fire sword, which was about to strike her heart, tilted at the last second and grazed her before crashing into a mountain a few miles behind. The lush mountain burst into flames, and in an instant, the massive structure exploded into pieces, sending shockwaves for miles. Meanwhile, Enigma's psychic powers were pulling the Body Awakener into an illusion. The Abyssal struggled against the illusion before finally reaching her. Raising his fists, he punched at what he thought was Enigma, but his punch fell 5 feet short. Enigma saw this as an opportunity to severely injure him. She raised her hand, and a huge dark spear materialized from her palm. As the spear of darkness appeared, the body awakener's senses grew even more sluggish, and he failed to realize he was about to be attacked. With a gesture, the spear shot toward the Abyssal's head. The body awakener's instinct screamed, and he tried to dodge. But even if he did, the illusion would ensure he was hit by the spear somewhere. Enigma's eyes shone with hopeful light when 2 discordant voices sounded. Nope. Too early. A barrier of fire and ice surrounded the body awakener, successfully blocking the spear. This isn't going anywhere, Enigma thought in frustration. Her figure blurred, and explosions erupted across the planetoid as their battle continued. Enigma wasn't able to deliver a decisive blow, nor were the Abyssals. Since she was a very new level 9, Enigma could only handle 2 low-level 9s. It was beyond her current strength to face 3 and win. At most, she could pull them into a stalemate, and that's what she did. The battle continued for another hour. Enigma's stamina was quickly being drained, and the battle was slowly tilting in the Abyssal's favor. If she made even a small mistake, they would deal a major blow and defeat her. So, Enigma maintained all her focus. That's why she didn't notice the 5 level 8s that entered the planetoid. Her gravity sense detected their entry, but she was too focused on the battle, and her mind was only looking out for level 9 threats. As anyone would, she ignored them. The newcomers weren't ordinary Abyssals. They wore a crimson military uniform different from any other Abyss. After landing on the planetoid, they observed the battle for a few seconds and locked onto a location. They didn't care about the ongoing war on the planetoid. They didn't stop when they passed human soldiers killing Abyssals or Abyssals killing humans. On their way to the location, a high-level 8 human, who had just finished off his Abyssal counterpart, noticed them. "New bastards," the human roared, appearing behind the Abyssals and swinging his sword. The 5 Abyssals turned their gazes to him, and a red mist emitted from them. The level 8 human felt a chill down his spine and backed off. His heart pounded against his chest, and he forgot to breathe. "Why you?" He looked at the Abyssals with a pale face, struggling to speak. They didn't touch him, and they didn't use their powers. But that red light. It was killing intent. Tyrannical, cold, and bone-chilling killing intent. The human gulped as he realized the Abyssals in front of him had killed millions. Yet, he gritted his teeth and said, "You shall not pass." The weakest of the 5 Abyssals casually swiped her index finger in the air. The human raised his hand to block the attack, but he lost control of his body. Before he knew it, he saw his own headless body. Ignoring the dead human, the 5 Abyssals reached their location and channeled their auras. A red light glowed from them, and they entered a battle formation they had practiced many times before. Then, they waited patiently, like a lion waiting for the rabbit. 5 minutes later, Enigma's blurred figure approached the location, still fighting the Abyssals. Even before her arrival, the nearby mountains were decimated, and the ground cracked apart. Not minding the aftermath, the 5 Abyssals waited. The 3 Abyssals launched another attack on Enigma, and, as usual, she gave her all to defend herself. This time, however, the 5 Crimson Abyssals channeled their auras into the battle formation at that moment. A red sword, seemingly dripping with blood, emerged from the formation and reached the unsuspecting Enigma. Enigma tried to block the sword at the last moment, but she had just exhausted her defenses, and it was too late. The incomplete defenses she attempted to set up at the last moment were no match for the blood sword, which pierced through her defense effortlessly and stabbed her chest, missing her heart by an inch. Enigma collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest. The Abyssals attacking her didn't let go of the golden opportunity and launched their attacks to finish her off. It was a precarious situation, and even the most experienced veterans would have met their end. But as someone who spent countless years in darkness, Enigma's mental resilience was extraordinary. Realizing the danger she faced, Enigma used her special treasure to teleport hundreds of miles away. She didn't stop, continuing to teleport until she was far from the planetoid and the abyssals. She barely managed to board her spaceship before fainting from severe injuries. The ghost ship dashed into a space city built between Neptune and its planetoids. They landed in the military district. Unlike previous times, the army didn't even attempt to put up a front. The guards and staff, none of them reached level 5 except for the supervisor. With a haggard face, the spaceport supervisor greeted Varian and Seth, guiding them through multiple security checks to a special place. Both Varian and Seth were extremely exhausted after their battles, especially Varian. Even though he had been healed, his body and mind were completely fatigued. The military had developed a new treatment to decrease fatigue. It wasn't an instant solution, but studies showed it could cut the recharging time by half. As an awakener with both body and planty paths, Varian's recovery speed was already much faster than any other awakener. But with this treatment, he hoped to further reduce his recovery time. Seth wanted to return to Mars immediately. However, he knew better than to enter the warzone with heavy injuries and fatigue. So, he decided to undergo this new treatment as well. They completed another security check, the strictest one. Then, a set of ancient-type buildings greeted them. Built from greenish wood, a special type found only in the ruins, these structures were said to nourish the body and mind, and remove fatigue and fear. The wooden buildings were arranged in a special hexagonal formation, with a lush green tree at the center. Even from a distance, Varian could feel the vibrant vitality of the tree. Just by taking a breath under it, one would feel refreshed. The scientists developed a formation to harness the vitality of the Zodic tree while aiding its growth, the supervisor explained, her eyes locked on Varian and Seth. Thankfully, it can help us in the war, Varian said, observing the supervisor's expression. Anxiety was etched on her face. Varian thought it was due to their presence. This was a highly secretive location. Even military officers couldn't enter without sufficient rank and authority, or they'd face severe punishment. Now, she had been ordered by the High General to grant Varian free access. And Varian had brought another stranger, who was not in the military. If anything happened to the precious Zodic tree, she would also be held responsible. However, the supervisor's anxiety stemmed from a different reason. Did he succeed? What happened? She forcibly calmed her mind and hurriedly led the duo to a wooden building that resembled a tree house. "Thank you for your help," Varian said as he lay down on a hammock made from a giant leaf. The moment he touched it, a refreshing sensation spread through his body, gradually washing away his fatigue. He also began to feel lightheaded as his mind started to recover. The supervisor smiled and led Seth to another room. Varian closed his eyes and thought about the current situation. Although resting and recovering were ideal, he almost felt it was criminal to do so. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't force himself to take a short nap. So, Varian expanded his mind's sense and swept across the nearby wooden buildings. To his surprise, he detected a few extremely weak auras, level 7s, level 8s, even level 9s. But they were like a dying flame, about to be extinguished at any moment. In their condition, even level 6s could eliminate them. Thanks to the healing system, they were slowly recovering. But even with the best healing potions, it would take them at least a day to fully recover. And perhaps 3 to 7 days to fight at their full strength. But we don't have time. Varian felt the texture of the smooth leaf beneath him, using it to distract himself. His mind was calming from fatigue, but his worries persisted. "Boo, any update on Neptune?" A short silence followed before Boo's cute voice responded. "Master, another planetoid has fallen." Varian fell silent for a moment and then asked, "Overall?" "Out of the 70 planetoids, 4 are facing a severe threat, 10 are facing a major threat from the abyssals, 30 are facing a moderate threat, and 40 are stable," Boo reported. Varian silently clenched his fist. "Those 4? "Yes. The 4 that have the second batch of Wyverns," Boo confirmed. Varian was about to get up when Boo added, Master, they could hold on until you finish your treatment and finish them off one by one. If the situation deteriorates, tell me, Varian said, deciding to rest until then. Just then, a stiff voice called out, Sir Varian. Varian didn't open his eyes, but his mind sense captured the supervisor who had guided him here. The supervisor seemed to be in her late teens, and Varian wondered if she was taking some medicine to look young. Yes? Varian asked in a neutral tone, wondering if there was news about Pluto that she wanted to share. Your Pluto mission. The young woman took a breath and asked, How did it go? Varian raised a brow, and the temperature of the room plummeted. The mission was top secret, less than 10 people were supposed to know about it, and a peak level 5 should not be one of them. Yet, the whole situation was strange. A peak level 5 was also not expected to guard something as precious as a zodiac tree. I am Sovereign Ares' disciple, Minerva, the lady introduced herself. The coldness in the room dissipated, replaced by an awkward silence. Ah. Varian muttered, pondering whether it was a good idea to reveal the mission details to her, even if she was Ares' disciple. Minerva sighed inwardly. Everywhere she went, people recognized her. Even High Awakeners spoke with her amicably and were eager to establish a good relationship. She hadn't attended the solar banquet because she was in seclusion, so she wasn't as well known in the Federation. Strictly speaking, her talent was a step above Ashtar, the most popular Neptune genius and the strongest participant from Neptune in this year's solar trial. To put it into perspective, she was reaching the same levels as him a few months earlier. So, both in talent and background, she was at the very top of the Federation. Even though the general public didn't know her, she was already famous in genius circles. She thought Varian would be surprised when she received him as the supervisor. But his reaction so far told her that he didn't even know her or her name. Heck, even when he learned about her identity, he was hesitant about revealing the results of his Pluto mission. Neptune's brightest genius? Sovereign Ares' disciple? I guess it doesn't matter much to him. Why should it matter to someone who has entered Pluto twice? Minerva shook her head bitterly and looked at Varian again. At a man who far surpassed his peers and stood shoulder to shoulder with the true powerhouses of today. A level 8, a stage she could only hope to achieve in her 40s at the earliest. Sir Varian, if you tell me about the Pluto mission, I'll owe you a favor. How about it? Minerva said softly. Unless Sovereign Ares allows, I'm sorry, Varian shook his head. Ares was busy fighting the Thunder King and wouldn't be available, implicitly rejecting her request. Minerva knew this but didn't give up. I stay with Master all day to learn from him. I encounter secrets like these all the time. He wouldn't mind at all. So, please, what happened on Pluto? Varian wanted to refuse, but a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he nodded with a serious expression. I can agree, but the favor will be hard to fulfill. It might change the fate of our race, Varian continued. What are you talking about? Exactly 20 days ago, what was Sovereign Ares doing? Every single hour, Varian asked. Minerva's expression cooled, and she looked at him with a cold gaze. Do you understand what you're doing? Varian's question was akin to spying on a sovereign, a taboo. I totally get it, Varian nodded. But I need answers. Answers from someone close to Sovereign Ares. I don't hold anything against him, but he might be endangering our lives for his own greed. Varian. Minerva slammed the wall and glared at him with undisguised hatred. Don't you dare utter a word of filth about my master. What he has done for this planet and our race, your 2 or 3 little battles can't even compare. Talk about a 180. Varian's lips twitched at the open display of hostility. He didn't take Minerva's angry words to heart. He respected every sovereign for their duties, but, unlike most people, he didn't see them as infallible. That's why, even though Ares had a very good public image, Varian had to get the facts straight before judging him. Apologize. Now. Minerva said through gritted teeth. No, Varian shook his head, causing the lady's chest to heave with rage. But before she blew up, he said, how about you tell me what Sovereign Ares was doing that day? If it doesn't match what I have, I'll call Sovereign Ares and apologize personally. Minerva took a deep breath and leaned against the brown wall. Even though her eyes were still brimming with anger, they also had a spark of rationality. Even if what you said is true, I can't reveal his secrets. Don't reveal any secrets. No project names. Not even a word about military missions, equipment, or research and development. Just tell me where he was on that goddamn day. An alibi. Minerva gasped and looked at him in shock. For what exactly? It hadn't occurred to her that Varian suspected Ares of stealing the ether pendant. She thought it was related to some other incident on Neptune. It must have been a serious matter, because even her strict master had praised Varian many times. It wasn't just for his strength or his rapid progress but also for his decision-making ability. Although her master had said that Varian had made a significant mistake recently, Ares seemed confident that Varian would learn from it and do better. If Varian was indeed a smart man, her answer might decide the fate of their entire race. Forgive me, master. Though she wouldn't reveal any details, Minerva felt guilty as she began to narrate. At 4 a.m, like every day, Master instructed me for 10 minutes. Then, he went to assist the level 9s in the army. Varian listened to every word carefully. The idea that a sovereign was colluding with Abyssals to acquire artifacts had been a persistent concern. It made him think. 20 days ago, the day Minerva was describing, was the day Creo died. His artifact was stolen that evening. Every sovereign could, in theory, learn about the artifact's secrets, which might be found in every ruin. So, Varian had gone after the sovereigns one by one to uncover the truth. Since Albert was a strict military figure, Varian found his schedule through the Athena group. On that day, Albert was surveying a planetoid. There was a clear alibi. So, Albert wasn't a traitor for certain. Nor was Bali. 6 suspects remained. Since Irene was a target who was almost killed, Varian struck her off the list as well. Of course, it might seem a bit premature. Irene could be a traitor, and the Abyssals might have decided to eliminate her. However, during the time he was Prince Var, Archduke Mendes once drunkenly said, that son of a bitch agreed to kill Irene but backed off at the last second. Humans, I say, are all cowards. So the traitor was male. Irene and Vian were also off the list. 4 suspects remained, the famous Julius, the head of the Karen family, Michael Karen, the leader of the Adventure Guild, Kevin, and Ares. There was one more filter Varian used. The traitor had stolen 2 artifacts so far, the ether pendant from Creo and the demon's sword from Raytheon, Neptune's previous sovereign. So, he also checked what these 4 men were doing on the day Pluto fell. Only Kevin was out in public, attending an event in a space city. Thus, the list was narrowed down to 3, Julius, Michael, and Ares. And he spent the night checking the development of the Olmec planetoid. Minerva finished her narration. Boo. Boo has just confirmed the locations she mentioned. Sovereign Ares was indeed present there. Varian breathed a sigh of relief. Only 2 suspects remained, Julius or Michael. While emotionally, Varian felt that Julius was likely, his rationale told him that the eternal pessimist, Michael, was the most likely. He was such a pessimist that he thought humanity might go extinct tomorrow. So, he might feel compelled to unify the artifacts and gain celestial power to save everyone. Regardless, there were only 2 now. He'd find out sooner or later. Varian smiled at Minerva. Thanks a lot. Without her pointing out the exact locations, it would be impossible for Boo to search every single record of the planetoid, especially since every recording with Sovereign had higher security than normal. Thanks. You should give an apology, Minerva said with a stern expression. Sure. Varian laughed, swiping his comm and starting a voice message. Sovereign Ares, I'm sorry for suspecting that you're the traitor sovereign. I'm not 100% sure who it is, so don't talk about this to anyone. Ending the recording, Varian raised his head and looked at Minerva, who was staring at him with a wide mouth and a pale face. What, traitor? Varian shrugged. Don't think too much about it. Oh, by the way, Pluto. What about Pluto? Tell me about the traitors. Minerva stepped forward, reaching to grab his arm. Varian dodged her with ease and jumped out of the bed. Stretching his fully recovered body, he said, I finished off the Wyverns, which, if left unchecked, would have conquered Neptune in 3 days. Really? Yep. Varian nodded with a serious expression and raised his hands. With these hands of mine, I ended the lives of 200 Wyverns. How is that even possible? I swear on heaven's will. Varian said with a straight face. I'm technically not lying. Then, his comm displayed a hologram of Varian standing in the middle of a huge wyvern swarm that filled the sky. Wow. Oh my. You are. Minerva was at a loss for words as she stared at the hologram in utter shock. If I didn't finish them off, I wouldn't be able to rest easy, would I? Varian smirked. Right. Exactly. So you really killed them all. Minerva nodded fervently, staring at him with burning intensity. Her hostile gaze was replaced by one of reverence. Please keep this a secret. I don't like standing out, Varian requested. But everyone should know about your heroic deeds. Minerva insisted. Varian put on a troubled expression before reluctantly nodding. Once the war is over. Yay! Minerva cheered in joy. Patting himself with his telekinetic energy, Varian raised his chin and walked out of the unit. Master, you just wanted her to publish the news, right? Varian didn't answer, but the smirk on his face said it all. Reputation was important, and he might as well build an invincible image in people's minds. Mars seems to be in trouble. Varian muttered. Seth had already left for Mars when Minerva was narrating. I have to find a way to meddle in their level 9 fights. Varian narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He had to clean up the planetoids on Neptune first. Boo, let's go. The ghost ship took off under the reluctant gaze of a fangirl. Seth underwent the final security test before entering the teleportation formation to Mars. As he stepped into the large, intricate circular design alongside a few men and women, his eyebrows furrowed, and his thoughts grew heavy. How did this happen? I thought Enigma could pull it off. With a sound like paper tearing, the space around the formation began to twist. A white light enveloped everyone inside and pushed them into the inner space. Everything went black for a split second, and when Seth regained his senses, he was standing in a similar but entirely new teleportation formation on Mars. Taking a deep breath, the dual awakener rushed into the command office, ready to show the officer his ID. But the man in charge didn't even bother to check and hurried Seth to another teleportation formation. Please, the commander bowed his head. Stay alive. Seth took a deep breath, his heart shaking. He hadn't told Varian something very important, nor was it mentioned in the military database. The level 9s who were supposed to hold back the nightmare abyssals on Mars, 2 of them, an Athena agent and a Shadow Guardian, had died just an hour ago. Not only that, but Enigma had gone missing, with more than a 70% chance that she was dead. Enigma, did you really die? Just like this? Seth didn't think she was someone to die so easily. Of course, his belief wasn't based on blind worship like many Guardian members. While he admired her actions as the leader of the Shadow Guardians, he had seen how cold-blooded she could be. During the mission on Valos, when he had to enter the ghost ship and stay in close proximity to Varian, Enigma forced him to carry an explosive device. In her words, it was a safety measure in case he tried to attack Varian. Even during the Pluto mission, she let him go, of all people. Why? Because she knew he wouldn't mind dying on Pluto, where his wife and unborn daughter had breathed their last. That way, Varian's survival chances would be higher than with anyone else. In other words, she didn't care if he died, as long as Varian was safe. You're such a cold-blooded woman. Other than Varian, I haven't seen you exhibit such a strong interest in anything else. I don't think you'll die for Mars. At least, not like this. Maybe she would have. After all, her mission in joining the Shadow Guardians was to protect humanity. But a lot had changed since she joined. Enigma was demonized, spurned, and hunted by the entire human race. Varian pulled her out of the abyss. If he were in Enigma's condition, Seth felt he might abandon the human race and only work to repay Varian. Whatever it is, I hope you survived. We can't lose people like you, Seth prayed. The formation kicked off, and a few seconds later, Seth was on a planetoid. His aura shot into the sky, announcing his arrival. Two slightly weaker abyssal auras responded. Seth's eyes shone with battle intent. Come. The first planetoid Varian visited recently, Planetoid Corinth, Neptune. Sir. An abyssal adjutant slammed the door of a special room. The door opened, and an injured level 8 abyssal, resting on a comfortable chair, came into view. The abyssal was healing from injuries. The battle on the planetoid was still ongoing, but he was too wounded to continue fighting. To his credit, he managed to kill a level 8 human officer, but in the process, he sustained severe injuries that forced him to retire. Even without his participation, the outcome of the war was set. With the second batch of Wyverns on this planetoid, the abyssals were almost on the verge of crushing the human level 8s. It would happen in an hour or even 10 minutes. It was only a matter of time. That's why the abyssal was lounging without any anxiety. However, his adjutant's condition gave an ominous premonition. The usually calm-headed adjutant was now gasping, with a flushed face and bloodshot eyes. For a man like him to be so flustered, the news must be terrible. The senior abyssal swallowed hard as he awaited the inevitable. The adjutant stuttered, Varian did something to Pluto. The formations are gone. The Wyverns can't reach us. The senior abyssal shot up from his chair, still grasping the enormity of what had happened. He understood that Varian had compromised their Pluto Wyverns, which were their first assurance of victory. Emotionally, he couldn't accept the result. He wanted to say something, maybe roar in anger or laugh in denial. But his brain finally caught up, and he comprehended the implications of the adjutant's words. A bitter and unpleasant feeling seemed to be stuck in his throat, preventing him from speaking. If Varian could undermine their grand plan by reaching Pluto, would he allow their subsequent schemes to succeed? They had already labeled this human as extremely dangerous. On the target list the Emperor personally drafted, Varian was the first non-sovereign target, with even Enigma relegated to the second spot. Yet, the senior abyssal realized they had underestimated him. Varian's name should be placed alongside the sovereigns. He is as dangerous as they are. No. He is more dangerous. Every sovereign has an abyss king or queen to counter them. However, Varian? No human or abyssal could restrain him. He could easily escape from level 9s and took special care not to collide with abyss kings. As for level 8s? That monster. The senior abyssal smiled wryly. The strength Varian displayed when slaying the Wyverns wasn't that of a new level 8. It rivaled that of a high level 8. And what about the different divine paths? How many powers did he actually have? The abyssals weren't active in interstellar politics since their decline, so their general knowledge regarding contemporary hybrid research was nearly non-existent. Thus, they attributed Varian's specialty to either hybrids or the Deva legacy. The reasons weren't that important. What mattered was ensuring he didn't grow up to be an uncontrollable threat. The abyssal remembered a secret order he had the privilege to see and prayed. I thought it was too much to pay that price to kill him, but maybe it's good for us. No one can stop Varian from dying. Yes, sir. The adjutant called out in curiosity. Varian dying? The senior abyssal nodded with a smile. I can't tell you the details, but we're hatching an infallible plan. Varian, oh Varian, your death is in of it. The building the Abyssal was staying in was blasted to pieces, and the lightning strikes that followed burned the senior Abyssal and his adjutant to death. A few hundred miles away, Varian sensed that his casual lightning attacks had killed the stray level 8. All the resting level 8 Abyssals are dead. Now, there are only active ones. Varian shifted his focus onto the creatures that had just surrounded him. A group of 20 Wyverns. Significantly stronger than the first batch. But after facing 180 of them, all Varian could say was, too little, too weak. A common saying in the Federation went, if you want to see how far you've progressed, return to the starting point. Varian felt the same way when he began his second marathon through the 8 planetoids plagued by Wyverns. Compared to the first batch, the second batch of Wyverns all contained 20 Wyverns, 10 low-level 8s, 6 mid-level 8s, 3 high-level 8s, and 1 peak-level 8. This was a significant improvement from the first batch. Varian hadn't encountered many peak-level 8s on Pluto and assumed that Abyssals couldn't raise them. Now, he realized that he had interrupted the Wyverns, preventing them from reaching their full potential. Otherwise, he might have been chased by dozens of peak-level 8s. Despite facing a much stronger second batch, he finished them faster than during his first run. Out of the 10 level 8s, he froze 2 to death, strangled 3 with telekinetic force, and used his planty branch spears to slay 5. The 6 mid-level 8s were either punched to death or shattered by space explosions. The high-level 8s tried to put up a fight and managed to avoid being one-shot. However, once Varian dealt with the low and mid-level 8s, they failed even at that. Wanting to end it quickly, Varian froze the space around the Wyverns' necks and shot lightning spears. The peak-level 8 was the only creature that tried to give him a real fight, but it was defeated after 3 attacks. The entire fight lasted only 45 seconds. Once it was over, Varian targeted the 10 level 8 Abyssals on the planetoid. No. You bastard. Even if we die, we'll take you down with us. The 10 Abyssals launched suicidal attacks. If they were in their best condition, Varian would have been injured at least. But since they had been fighting for a while, they couldn't pressure Varian. In 1 minute, the heads of 10 Abyssals flew into the sky, and Varian's sonorous voice reached every corner of the planetoid. I killed all the level 8s. Now, it's your turn. Use every last bit of your aura and fight to your fullest. This day won't come again. Nor will the opportunity to stomp on these pests. Kill. The injured and weary human army forgot their fatigue. Their war cries shook the planetoid, and their brutal attack crushed the Abyssals. Kill. War. 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 Die, invaders. The human level 8s were severely injured and exhausted, but they continued fighting. With all the level 8 Abyssals killed, they only had to finish off the level 7s. As their level 7s fell quickly, the Abyssals found themselves in a vicious cycle. Soon, the human army began to overwhelm the Abyssals. By then, Varian had finished cleaning up the 6th planetoid. 2 more remained. The ghost ship headed to the second-to-last one at full speed. But as they were about to land, Boo said, Master, this and the next planetoid have fallen under Abyssal control. I know, Varian's expression cooled. The human armies on these planets had been wiped out in a short period. But it was to be expected. A few level 8s attacking armies mostly composed of soldiers from level 4 to level 6 would be like trying to stop the water from a broken dam with paper. Even an army numbering 100,000 would be overwhelmed by higher-level awakeners. Before the blood of our soldiers dries up, I'll bury these bastards with them. Varian's smile turned cold. Every single one of them. Boo shivered at Varian's devilish smile. Varian put on a normal expression and asked, Is everything all right on the other planets? Boo nodded stiffly, still a bit affected by Varian's earlier image. No major news so far. Ah, the latest update, planetoid Hellsong seems to have encountered a new abyssal. Oh. Level 9? No, a level 8. 1? Yes, only 1. Then never mind. Varian ignored it and muttered, status. Superhuman L8, 15K/25K, plus 10K. Space L8, 8K/25K, plus 6K. Lightning L8, 20K/25K, plus 19K. Plenty L8, 18K/25K, plus 10K. Psychic L8, 8K/25K, plus 4K. Macrokinetic L8, 6K/25K, plus 5K. Water L8, 8K/25K, plus 6K. Varian sighed inwardly. Battling was truly the best way for him to grow stronger. Even without looking at the status panel, he could feel a significant improvement in his strength. He used to be wary of peak level 8s, but now, he didn't give them a second thought. Varian even wanted to try battling the 180 Wyverns to see how strong he had become. He had retreated then because he was already severely injured by the time he had grown stronger. But now... Don't get ahead of yourself, Varian shook his head. Even if he could crush peak level 8s, there were still Awakeners dealing with the level 9 bottleneck. Moreover, even with his improved strength, Varian couldn't find any confidence in facing a level 9. The gap was just too big. Who knows? Master, we've arrived. Varian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Eye for an eye. He walked out of the ghost ship and stood in the clouds. The entire planetoid was now populated by abyssals. The abyssal army was currently celebrating their victory. Almost all of the 200,000 abyssals on the planetoid were showing off their conquest, the skulls of their enemies. Sometimes, it wasn't even skulls, but severed heads. Drunk on victory, the abyssal army stomped, spat, and humiliated the corpses of human soldiers. They even started to throw the bodies around as if they were garbage. Varian's blood boiled at the atrocious sight. Without another word, he fully revealed his aura. The 10 wyverns feasting on human corpses looked up at the sky in shock. The 20 level 8 abyssals bragging about their conquest also raised their heads, an ominous premonition filling their minds. The abyssal army shivered as they peeked at the bloody mist spreading in the sky. It was killing intent. A killing intent so thick that it materialized as red mist. From high above the clouds, Varian looked down at the 200,000 abyssals with emotionless eyes and announced his decree. Death. The abyssal army on the planetoid prepared themselves for a bitter struggle. Their lives were dedicated to protecting their race from the impending catastrophe. Most of them wouldn't live to see the day their race would truly be free. Peace must be built on the bones of their enemies, but the path to it would come through their blood. Long live the Abyss race. Glory to the Abyss race. The war cries of the 200,000 abyssals shook the ground. The air itself seemed to resonate with their cries, and for a moment, the planetoid seemed to come to life, roaring with the abyssals. Varian's killing intent grew thicker, and the sky darkened as gloomy clouds covered the planetoid. Lightning arcs snaked from the clouds, ready to strike down the aliens and blast them to smithereens. The strongest in the army were only level 7s, and they had already requested reinforcements from their superiors. The reply was quick but brutal: by the time reinforcements arrive, you will be wiped out. There were 6 bases where the abyssal army was concentrated, each headed by a commander. They quickly reorganized and grouped together in seconds. Their forces were finally concentrated and ready to deliver their strongest blow. But not one commander was under the illusion that they had any chance. They accepted their inevitable death but did not opt for a painless or cowardly end. They wanted to inflict the most grievous wounds on Varian that they possibly could. The commanders of each base rose into the air and faced their armies for one last time. Their eyes brimming with patriotism, they spoke the words that ignited the entire army. For survival. We will die so that our next generations can live. For freedom. So that our descendants won't be enslaved. For dignity. So that we trample those who pushed us this far. The Abyss army gave up their last trace of defense and locked their gazes on Varian. Pushing all the air out of their chests as they channeled their auras, they focused on the distant figure beyond the clouds. Die! The roars of 200,000 voices shook the world, and tens of thousands of attacks, ranging from level 3 to level 6, were launched at Varian. Varian's eyes wavered for a split second under the spirit of the Abyssals. But as if it never happened, his eyes turned darker. He snorted lightly, and as the attacks reached him, his figure vanished from the clouds. When the Abyssal army located his whereabouts, they instinctively drew in a cold breath. Varian was on the ground, and 6 headless Abyssal bodies knelt before him. They were the bodies of the level 7 commanders. Not a single person in the army had seen when Varian killed them. The speed of a level 8 was too fast. Even the strongest level SXS in the army only saw a blurred silhouette in the air earlier. This display of overwhelming strength doused the enthusiasm of the Abyssals. Even though they didn't openly admit it, their subconscious realized they couldn't even touch his hair. A sense of despair pervaded the Abyss army, even as they launched their second wave of attacks on Varian. You damn it! Kill! Die! Some Abyssals channeled their despair into power, unleashing strengths they never knew they possessed. The sky and earth were filled with colorful and lethal attacks. Fire dragons, lightning snakes, and ice phoenixes danced wildly. Tens of thousands of body awakeners hurled their spears at Varian. The 5,000 telepaths tried to lock Varian down. The 3,000 space awakeners attempted to seal the space around Varian. The 4,000 gravity users attempted to increase his weight by countless times and crush him under his own weight. The beast and plenty awakeners used projectiles to injure him. All of this happened at once and against one man. Varian wasn't delusional enough to think he could withstand 40,000 elemental attacks, even if they were from mid-awakeners. Nor was he stupid enough to fight mind battles with 5,000 telepaths. Even though a level 8 was far stronger than level 4, 5, or 6 telepaths, they couldn't fight 5,000 of them at once. The same could be said for the space and gravity awakeners. Numbers did matter. But that didn't mean they were winning. With resourcefulness and intelligence, Varian tackled the challenges posed by such a large enemy force. First, he made full use of his greater range. He could strike someone 500 miles away with his lightning attacks, something these mid-awakeners couldn't do. Planetoid Hellsong, Uranus. Set the barriers. Keep the formation strong. Don't let the elemental attacks sneak past. Psychics, protect our members from being hypnotized. Especially the space awakeners. We can do this. We must. The orders from the superiors echoed across the fortress. Standing in the middle of a plain, the redstone fortress now faced an abyss invasion. The sky glowed as elemental attacks rained down. The human army inside the fortress was divided into multiple groups. The group on the ramparts, composed of elementals, psychics, and gravity awakeners, was tasked with stopping the body and morph awakeners from jumping into the fortress. Every second, hundreds of abyssals and beasts tried to enter. Most of the time, they were either hit by the elementals' attacks, deflected by the psychics, or pushed away by the gravity awakeners. But every few seconds, a couple of abyssals managed to enter the fortress. Then, the small but agile group responsible for clearing the intruders sprang into action. Composed of speed-specialized body awakeners and ice users, this group quickly froze and slowed down the intruders before eliminating them as swiftly as possible. With the cooperation of the group on the ramparts and this cleanup team, the Abyssals found it difficult to infiltrate the fortress. Of course, the defenders weren't having it easy either. Most of the groups in the fortress were assigned to engage the invading Abyss army. The Abyssal psychics tried to hypnotize humans and create distractions. The human psychics countered these efforts and attempted the same on the Abyssal army. The elementals from both sides were engaged in intense combat. The Abyssal elementals launched attacks at the fortress, and the human elementals responded in kind. Fire met water, and water clashed with lightning. Lightning struck earth. Earth met fire. The air outside the fortress burst with brilliant colors as the elemental attacks flashed. But no one had the leisure to appreciate the beauty. The Abyssals were hellbent on invading the impregnable fortress and securing a decisive victory to conquer the planetoid. The humans inside the fortress weren't under too much pressure, but they didn't relax for a moment. While the ground battles raged on, the sky was also filled with fewer but more mind-boggling matches. The level 7s and level 8s were all fighting above the fortress. The people in the fortress and on the plains could only see blurs of silhouettes followed by tremendous shockwaves and the roars of explosions. Even though the High Awakeners took special care to stay away from the battlefield, soldiers from both sides continued to die from the unintentional shockwaves. The level 7s were fighting just a few miles above the fortress. The biggest brawls occurred between beast morphers who transformed into flying beasts, griffins, winged snakes, unicorns, and more. These creatures from both sides clashed against each other. For a while, it seemed like the war wasn't between humans and abyssals but between beasts. Of course, the beast battles were quickly overshadowed by the elementals. Lightning dragons, fire spears, and ice arrows filled the sky. Then there were the Space Awakeners. Most Space Awakeners were in the fortress, pouring their space power into the built-in formations to create chaotic spaces around the fortress and prevent any abyssal from teleporting in. On the other hand, level 7 space humans were blinking in and out, trying to assassinate level 7 abyssals. Telepaths, injured elementals, and anyone else who could be killed in a single strike were targeted by the abyssals. The abyssal level 7s tried to break into the fortress, but the built-in anti-space formations made it impossible. This was the problem with Hellsong. It had these incredible defensive fortresses from the start. It's almost impossible to conquer a fortress with an equally sized army. Despite failing many times, the abyssal army was trying again today, using the same amount of military force as the humans. Anyone with a bit of common sense could tell it wouldn't work. But the abyssals just obeyed the order and threw themselves into battle. Before setting off for this war, the level 8 commander told them to just shut up and do as they were told. Then victory would follow. The abyssal army didn't doubt their leaders. So, they didn't even stop to glance at the level 8's battles. Not that they would have caught a good glimpse, as the level 8s were a dozen miles in the sky. For 100 miles around the level 8s, the sky was dyed red, golden, green, and gray. The colors of the attacks shone brightly in the sky, and from the ground, it seemed like a beautiful painting. Except for two, the 6 humans and abyssals were fighting with a determination to die as long as they could kill the other side. The ones who weren't fighting, the commanders, glanced at each other in silence. Why? Varian, the human commander, asked in a hoarse voice. The abyssal commander smirked. Why else? Today is the day Hellsong will be ours. Varian looked at his archenemy with scrutiny. Hellsong can't be conquered. He glanced at the level 8s fighting and then at the forces on the land. You'll need a force twice as large. Hellsong was notorious for its native fortresses. If things went south, the defenders could simply lock the fortress and activate the formations. It's costly, of course, but without at least twice the number of defenders, the fortress couldn't be conquered. That's why, for the past 40 years, not a single fortress has changed hands. I know what you're thinking, Varian, the Abyss commander smiled. I surely can't bring twice the force, but I can bring someone who can ignore the rules. The war below suddenly stopped. Varian glanced down, and his eyes froze. A bloody red pillar shot into the sky, and a thick killing intent enveloped 100 miles, suppressing both enemy and ally alike. An abyssal in a crimson army stepped forward and faced the human army. Cupping his hands, he said, I, Alec Everblood, the 5th and weakest of the blood heirs from Blood Province, ask for your forgiveness. The human army was puzzled. Alec smiled and unsheathed his sword with a click. 1,000 humans nearby clutched their necks forcefully, but a thin red line appeared, and blood splurted out from the shallow wound. Because I'll be sending you all to your deaths. The abrupt death of 1,000 human soldiers shocked everyone. The human army wanted to defend against the monster, but then, from high in the sky, a cold and decisive voice ordered, "Kill." The human army recognized it as the voice of their commander, Varian, and resisted their urge to defend themselves. Even though the monster was right there, they resumed the fight. The Abyssal army was forced to engage them in battle, but they kept an eye on the Abyssal in crimson armor, knowing he was a warrior from the Abyss Empire, specifically from the Blood Province, which had recently been invaded by the fairies. The two armies clashed, shaking the earth and breaking the sky. Attacks of different colors burst in the clouds, and the ground cracked as hundreds of thousands of awakeners from both sides fought. Alec was left alone on the sidelines, as if he had never killed those 1,000 human soldiers. "It's funny," Alec Everblood said, unsheathing his sword and raising his head to look at the clouds. His gaze locked onto Commander Varian, who was looking down at him with killing intent. Varian raised his hand, and a spear materialized. He pulled back his arm, and the clouds nearby dispersed due to the sheer power pumped into the spear. Once launched, the spear would destroy anything in its path, creating a crater spanning at least 100 miles. Varian finished charging the spear and was about to launch it. But Alec lowered his gaze and turned to his left, where there were no humans or abyssals, completely ignoring the incoming attack. Well, he smirked and slashed his sword. That was a cheap old trick. The force of the sword swing ripped the air apart and cleaved the ground in two for a mile before clashing against something invisible. A curtain of white appeared in that place, shaking violently before dispersing to reveal Varian in spatial armor. "You?" Varian glared at the abyssal, his disbelief hard to conceal. "How did you find me so quickly?" Before Alec could answer, an abyssal fell from the sky and landed beside him. He had bloodshot eyes and was breathing heavily. This was the supreme commander of the abyssal forces and Batron's archenemy, who had been trapped in an illusion set by Varian. Once he realized what had gone wrong, he quickly broke the illusion and returned to face Varian. In fact, Batron's plan had included an illusion to make Alec believe he was about to attack him. This is why Alec saw an illusion of Varian about to throw a spear. The idea was to force Varian to spend his focus on blocking or dodging the attack. Using the moment when his enemy was distracted, Varian intended to launch a sneak attack. However, the plan failed when Alec saw through the illusion. "Answer me." Varian gripped his spear, facing Alec and the abyssal commander without fear. "Answer my ass. I still haven't paid you for trapping me in that illusion." The abyssal commander was about to attack in humiliation, but Alec raised his hand and stopped him. Looking at the feeble creature before him, the crimson-clad abyssal smiled. "Your illusion was perfect. I couldn't have found you." Varian was taken aback. "Then how?" "Killing intent." Alec's lips curled into a distorted smile. "When your illusion was about to attack me, it showed killing intent. It was almost identical to the original killing intent you locked onto me when I first appeared on the battlefield, but it's only 99.99% identical. That difference of 0.01% was just too obvious for me to ignore." Batron's heart thumped at the insane reply. To give a rough analogy, common people recognized each other by their physical features and DNA, while awakeners recognized each other through their aura signatures. But this abyssal, this madman, recognized people through their unique killing intent. It sounded simple, but it was equivalent to developing a new sense. A unique form of identification. Your killing intent could grow stronger or weaker, but it was still yours. So, if Alec remembered anyone's killing intent once, they'd never be able to fool him through disguise or illusion. You must be kidding." Varian had encountered hundreds of level 8 abyssals on the battlefield, and even the greatest geniuses didn't come close to this level of insanity. Even though it was their first meeting, from Alec's nonchalant answer, Varian understood that his opponent had killing intent ingrained in his very blood. From his experience, this was possible only if you fought highly intense battles for centuries or insanely intense battles for decades. Since abyssals grew at almost the same rate as humans, it had to be the latter. What crazily intense and bloody battles, no, wars, did Alec fight to reach such a state? Mountains of corpses? Rivers of blood? These often exaggerated sayings about war might have been the reality that Alec lived in. Batran was raised on the battlefield. Out of his 90 years, 70 were spent on the Planetoids. Yet, such a man shuddered at the killing intent radiating from the abyssal. "Hey, human," Alec called out as he raised his pale white sword. "Let's cut the words and be done with it. If you don't resist, I'll give you a mercy death." A thick red mist spread out from Alec and locked onto Batran. It wasn't a kind of power, but simply the manifestation of killing intent. Batran had been subjected to killing intent millions of times, and only a few instances significantly affected him. But now, Batran's teeth chattered, and his whole body went cold. The hairs on his nape stood up, and jolts of chill shot down his spine as his instincts screamed for surrender. There was no chance to even run, much less win. Batran gritted his teeth and held his breath. Mercy, death? His voice quivered, like a man shivering in the cold. But his arm raised his spear with practiced precision. To hell with mercy. Alec's eyebrows furrowed, and he smiled coldly. Those who don't accept my mercy will eventually beg for it. Hellsong's sky turned red without warning. Batran fought the thick killing intent and spent his psychic powers on the Abyss Commander. The Abyssal was once again forced into an illusion. In fact, Batran's psychic powers had advanced from peak level 8 to one step toward level 9, a secret he kept until this war, intending to use it as a trump card to kill his archenemy once and for all. However, Alec's appearance changed everything. Batran had to adjust, and adjust he did. After trapping the Abyss Commander, he teleported above the clouds and waved his hand. A huge gray fissure appeared in the sky, swallowing the clouds. With each passing second, the fissure grew, expanding from a 1-mile radius to a dangerous 50 miles. Heh! A slow but heavy snort sounded from the ground, and Alec's sword shone with a golden light. Raising his sword to a calculated angle, Alec swung it. A concentrated burst of lightning shot out and headed for the fissure. As it approached the clouds, the lightning quickly reorganized itself into a massive golden wheel, an intricate construct of lightning lines and curves, carved with unseen mystic symbols and runes. Huh? What's that? Batran's question went unanswered as the golden wheel slammed into the space fissure. To his utter surprise, after a loud bang, the fissure stopped expanding and started to contract. Even though the space fissure continued to try to destabilize the area, the golden wheel easily restrained it, and soon the fissure closed. Then, a huge explosion shook the sky, sending out a powerful shockwave. At the same time, a figure spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying to the ground. At the speed he was falling, it seemed he would crash like a giant meteor. But the man's silhouette blurred and vanished as he teleported a few miles above. Ha! Ha! Appearing in the sky, Batran clutched his knees and panted heavily. It was just a single attack, but his entire chest still felt a stinging pain. What now? Batran jumped up, instinctively putting up an invisible space armor around him and turning around. Alec had appeared behind him at some point. The Abyssal wasn't using lightning wings, he just had a bit of lightning at his feet, allowing him to fly. From their previous exchange, Batran knew Alec was stronger than him. But instead of showing fear, Batran's face showed a ferocious expression as he shot toward Alec with a spear in his hand. Alec's lips curled up as he pointed his sword to the ground instead of raising it to parry the incoming attack. Die! Batran closed the distance between them and was about to thrust the spear. Alec slashed his sword, but instead of aiming at Batran, it was aimed at a spot near the Abyssal Commander, who was trapped in an illusion on the ground. Unbelievably, right when Alec slashed, Batran teleported and appeared in front of the Abyssal Commander. Batran showed a satisfied smile as he was about to thrust his spear into the commander's neck. But the hair on the nape of his neck stood straight, and Batran instinctively raised his spear up. His arm shook wildly as he felt like he was struck by a sledgehammer. The next moment, his arm bent at a strange angle, and the sounds of bones cracking reverberated as blood spilled on the ground. Give up already. You can't even take a single attack from me. Alec's voice sounded from the sky, causing Batran to grimace. You know it too, don't you? That's why you want to attack a guy trapped in an illusion instead of me. Batran gripped his spear as he looked at the sky with a complicated expression. He really had no chance of winning. He only took 2 attacks, and in each one, he was hit hard despite defending himself. The other level 8s were fighting a few hundred miles away and were all engaged with an abyssal. He had no way of getting help either. If he lost, then... Batran glanced at the battlefield. The fortress forces had the upper hand as they defended against the invading abyssals. The formations were also used to their advantage to kill a few level 7s. Overall, they were heading towards victory. But for the 200,000 of his forces to remain victorious after winning the war, he needed to ensure Alec didn't kill them. Come, who's afraid of who? Batran decided to throw away his life and teleported in front of Alec. Pouring all his spatial power into it, he tore the space around Alec. With a cracking sound, the space surrounding Alec exploded, and countless tiny spatial cracks appeared everywhere. Alec's body was covered with lightning armor, which prevented him from becoming a bloody mess. But even his defenses crumbled slightly, and 3-inch deep cuts appeared on Alec's chest. As the blood spilled from his chest like a fountain, Alec's gaze towards Batran changed for the first time. Admirable, but also the end. Batran leaned against his spear, panting heavily. That attack had exhausted him, but only injured the abyssal slightly. Before he could even be properly surprised, a lightning sword with a reddish tip reached him. Batran instinctively used the last bits of his spatial power and solidified the space around him, acting as hard armor. But the sword tore the space apart and pierced through his chest in the next moment. A powerful current surged through his body, and a numbing pain spread from his head to his toes. Batran twitched violently, bleeding from every orifice. His vision blurred, and he fell to the ground. Hyuk. But instead of hitting the ground, he felt something catch him roughly. Through his hazy vision, he saw Alec standing in front of the fortress, raising his sword. And no. Batran tried to yell, but only a whimper escaped, followed by a mouthful of blood and a searing pain in his throat. Alec's lightning sword grew from the size of an arm to that of an airplane. Batran felt his heart crash against his ribcage as despair overwhelmed him. He didn't want to see the fortress conquered. He didn't want to see his men and women die. Alec was about to swing his sword when several silhouettes appeared before him, all moderately injured and in a rush. The level 8s of the Prime Fortress. Thank. The corners of Batran's eyes grew wet as hope returned to his heart. At that moment, other level 8 abyssals rushed toward them from the sky. But using the brief delay, the level 8 humans launched a joint attack on Alec. Batran stared at them, unblinking, praying for their side's victory. Alec snorted and waved his hand. 6 lightning swords appeared in the air and shot at the level 8 humans. Under Batran's disbelieving and unwilling gaze, the human level 8s coughed up blood as they crashed into the fortress. Alec raised his sword and swung it down. The soldiers in the fortress looked at the incoming lightning attack with pale faces. This time, there was no one to save them. They were done. Gritting their teeth, the soldiers in the fortress roared with all their might as they prepared to resist. But the overwhelming lightning enveloped the fortress, reducing them to ashes. I'm having a nightmare. Batran sobbed. No. Your nightmare is just beginning. A hoarse voice sounded from behind, and a violent pain struck his neck before Batran fainted. Out of 70 planetoids, Neptune faced major troubles in 8. According to the Wyverns' momentum, they would have conquered all 8 and launched a fierce attack on the remaining planetoids. With level 8s leading, the planetoids would have fallen one by one. However, this would not have been a linear effect. Why? Because with each planetoid the abyssals won, the level 8s on that planetoid would be liberated and join the conquest army. Like dominoes falling, the abyssal speed of conquest would accelerate with each planetoid. In just 3 or 4 days, they would come knocking on Neptune. Given its current state, Neptune wouldn't have lasted even an hour under a level 8 siege. So, Varian stabilizing the 8 planetoids wasn't just a planetoid-saving act, he saved all of Neptune. "Thanks is worthless," Sovereign Ares said with a wry smile as he addressed the young man in front of him. They were in a highly secure building on a planetoid, and even within it, this room was the most secretive. Sovereign Ares was currently in a large healing tube, with half of his body cracked and charred black. Despite his condition, he decided to meet Varian. Initially, Varian was confused as to why a man with barely half a functioning body requested his presence. To be honest, Varian didn't even expect him to speak given his condition. But Ares admitting that thanks wouldn't be enough for his deeds made Varian look at the sovereign differently. "Thanks are indeed worthless. But I'm not doing it for thanks," Varian shrugged, focusing his gaze on the unmarred half of the human. "You called me for something else, right?" A deep silence followed. Sovereign Ares sighed inwardly, his heart twisting. Of course, it twisted both literally and figuratively. The Thunder King's lightning mana was wreaking havoc in his body, and he was still in the process of dealing with it. This is why he didn't recover quickly, despite taking the best medicine. It would take a week or 2 for him to return to his peak. Until then, the searing pain, the burning throat, and the twisting heart were constant. Ares shook his head slightly and brought his focus back to Varian. "Yes. The traitor." A heavy, weak pressure spread from Ares and filled the room. Lightning crackled abruptly, and tiny lightning arcs started appearing everywhere. Even the smallest arc had the strength of a peak level 7. If Ares weren't injured, they would be as strong as level 8 at least. Even so, Varian remained unmoving, relaxed, and calm. But this didn't mean Ares was less formidable. So strong. Varian sighed. So calm. Ares sighed. He unconsciously released a tiny bit of sovereign coercion. Level 8s would feel uncomfortable, and level 9s would be slightly disturbed. Yet, this boy didn't seem to notice anything amiss. "He's calm, but his message destroyed my calm," Ares thought, a bit bitterly. After returning for treatment, he checked his calm and ended up hearing Varian's voice message. As a result, he dashed out of the room and almost ran out of the building, wrapped in a healing gown. Thankfully, his disciple appeared to check on him. Otherwise, things could have been much worse. Ares shuddered to even think about it. Thankfully, Minerva acted as if nothing had happened. No, she was absent-minded most of the time. But she gave him all the details of what had transpired with Varian. However, none of it contained any information about other sovereigns. Thus, even though it was taboo to meet others in this dangerous condition, Ares met Varian. "Who is the traitor?" Ares asked, his voice quivering. A terrifying possibility bloomed in his mind, and he wondered what he would do if that person was really the traitor. "It's not Sovereign Irene," Varian answered and explained how he learned about the entire traitor situation. "Ha! Thank heavens." Ares sighed in relief. For a moment, all the injuries on his body gave him no pain, and he felt incredibly relaxed. After a few seconds, he looked at the young man and asked the next inevitable question. "Who is that traitor?" "Who?" Ares couldn't utter those words without his killing intent spilling out and filling the room. Varian didn't seem affected by the killing intent. How could he? After all, he himself had killed more than 500,000 abyssals so far and was indirectly responsible for some 20 million deaths. Under Ares' surprised gaze, he shrugged. "I haven't found the traitor yet, but even if I did, then what? I'm not going to have him killed and have a repeat of Mars." Ares suddenly realized he had no arguments against those words. Yes, even if they found the traitor, what next? But if they didn't, then, but I'll inform you once I find the traitor. That way, you can protect yourself and your artifact, Varian said, easing Ares' worry. I don't think he'll attack anytime soon. If a sovereign dies, the Federation has a serious chance of being defeated, Ares opined. I wouldn't be so optimistic, Varian shook his head. Even if a sovereign dies, Heavens will promote another sovereign in a month or two. As long as the traitor is assured his safety won't be endangered for a few months, he might risk it. No. Ares said, a little agitated. Before the sovereign is born, the planet he's protecting will be conquered by the Abyssals. Tens of millions of soldiers will be killed. Even if we try our best to evacuate the population, billions will still die. No sovereign would do that. That's what almost happened on Mars, Varian thought. Please, what makes you think the traitor would be so compassionate? Compassionate? No, this is the basic of being human. You said he wants to reach the celestial rank, right? What's the point if he achieves it but kills billions in the process? Varian fell silent for a moment. The figure of the Abyss Emperor flashed in his mind, and for some reason, he felt he understood the traitor's resolve. With a wry smile, he asked, what if an enemy we can't defeat is coming for our race? And the only way to win is to kill billions? Would you do it? Never. Ares firmly refused. If you don't, all of humanity will go extinct, Varian said lightly. Ares fell into a dilemma. If it were a small number, he wouldn't have hesitated. After all, after so many wars, he had encountered countless situations where soldiers had to be sacrificed for victory. Most of the time, the soldiers were more than willing to lay down their lives for their race. Even if it involved civilians, Ares could stomach the sacrifice if the number was in the millions. It was very vile, yes, but he could bear it. However, sacrificing billions was unimaginable for him. Come on, out of the current 50 billion, you can save either 40 or none. Note, the term, bottom line, is a direct translation and may need to be adjusted based on the context in English. It can be translated as, to, depending on the intended meaning. In this context, it could be translated as, to, or, to, if the term is meant to convey a moral or ethical boundary. For a more natural English translation, bottom line, can be used as is, or moral, can be adjusted to moral. What do you pick? Varian pressed on. Ares closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, his eyes snapped open, and he looked at Varian with a serious gaze. This isn't a numbers game, Varian. These are lives. Billions of lives. Varian shrugged. People have different ways of looking at the world. For some reason, I think the traitor is someone who looks at the numbers. Why is that? Because every man is the hero of his own story. He will always find a proper justification, a rational reason, no matter how twisted, to prove he is right. Ares paused for a moment, considering his own reasoning. Something seemed to click inside his mind, and he understood the traitor's logic. So, the traitor thinks one big sacrifice can save most in the present and create peace for future generations? Varian nodded. Ares sighed deeply and confessed. If push comes to shove, and if we're in a tight spot, I'll choose to sacrifice a few to save many. But there's still time, isn't there? Why is he doing this instead of looking for a way to save everyone? Is there really a stronger enemy out there, or does he just want to rule the Federation? Varian fell silent for a few seconds and shrugged. No idea. Abyss Emperor. The sovereigns likely didn't know of his existence. Even if they somehow guessed, they would think he was far away and posed no threat. Most likely, they labeled him as a stronger Abyss King instead of a celestial ranker. After all, if the Abyssal Emperor was truly so powerful, he could just visit the solar system and kill every sovereign in a day. He had 120 years to do this but never bothered. Why would any sovereign think the Abyss Emperor was an existential threat to humans? But once they learned about his terrifying strength, Varian wasn't sure what the sovereigns would do. The only way to stop him would be to reach the celestial rank themselves. However, no sovereign had achieved that. Even Julius often said it would take a long time for him to even touch the ceiling of the next realm. So, the only way out would be through artifacts. Gather 6 artifacts and get promoted to the celestial rank. But then the question arose, who should get promoted? The genius Julius? The most experienced Albert? And what about the traitor? What would he do? There was a significant chance the Federation might enter a civil war. So, Varian decided not to reveal this matter for now. Recover soon, Varian said, bidding him farewell as he left.